How's it going, everyone? As you can see, I also got a new picture right there, an updated picture as you were. But welcome to Zimcast number 94, creating a kaiju research and inspiration. Today, we're going to be talking about how different people in the community who come on, as well as myself, go about looking at ideas, concepts, applying them to the creatures, people, and places in your settings and sort of what it is that drives you to create the worlds that you create. So, yeah, got a few people here, and let's see if this works. And it probably looks like it doesn't. So, there's a new function that is on StreamYard, and that is apparently you're going to show comments on stage. I'm not sure. Oh, so there it is. Hello to the Minecraft world. So, yeah, if everyone wants to say hi again, then it'll show up on the stage right there. So it's a new beta feature that StreamYard is putting out, which is interesting because as useful as StreamYard is, it is something that I still have to pay for. So I have been researching alternatives to the issue of having to pay for something. You're really paying for convenience. Not saying that there's anything wrong with StreamYard in and of itself. I think that it's a very good platform, especially for people who aren't as tech savvy. But yeah, I do like this function here that at least you can see what's going on in chat like any other streamer. So I feel a little bit more like a legitimate streamer. But for the people whose chats did not appear on stage, obviously Lizard King Productions earlier on. Art Shade, hello. Joe Smo, I hate Chibi Godzilla, worst Godzilla design since '98. Well, you're not wrong, and of course, it is the anniversary of Godzilla '98 right here. So, as one ought to do, not what one should do. This is a philosophical ought we are using here. One ought to lambast '98 on the day of its anniversary. And originally, I planned to do the first part of the comprehensive retrospective today, but circumstances meant that I really did not have as much time to work on it as I'd want to. So, yeah, but as everything's kind of quieted down on the Western front, that is my life, I'm happy to be working on that. Plus, I'm collecting more footage, streamlining it down, and making things a little bit better. Yeah, perfect Chibi design with Godzilla. Yeah, I always like the Godzilla design better than Chibi Godzilla, which I really don't look up what's going on with Chibi Godzilla that much. Hello to you, Brandine. And of course, as always, I like to throw things his way. My main man right here is known for he's done some custom paint jobs for a few figures of mine. So if you guys want that, Skull Ghidorah is what he goes by on DeviantArt. So give him a hey, give him some commissions, give that man some wonderful money. Country Shape, I think it'd be cool to see a kaiju that is like the equivalent of the river god for Neil Blomkamp's short film Firebase. I'm not familiar with that. I'll have to give it a look-see then. But let's bring on the people who are here, and we may get people as the night progresses. But first person to chat, you know him, you love him, creator of the Lizard King Productions Godzilla source, or the Gojirasauruses. It is Lizard King himself. How's it going?
It's going good. It's going good.
How is things in old man land?
Looking for a job still.
You and me both. But we also got the QB, the Lava Chicken Man, the Flint and Steel Minecraft world.
There he is.
I just disconnected my monitor from the computer, so that might fix my internet speed because my internet is 50-50. But yeah, hi.
There you go. Well, you sound good right now, so you don't sound like a robot. So there you go.
Yeah. Also, if you hear any background noise, my family is currently preparing dinner. So.
Okay, gotcha. And we got
what they make
as well
for dinner.
Hi.
Hello. And just coming in right now, we got Hoshi in as well.
How are you guys doing?
Living life.
Yeah. Lizard, you asked what they're making. From what my mom told me, it's meat. It's just some kind of meat. I don't know which one it is, but
getting that meat in your mouth.
I was gonna try to bypass the jokes, but
Hey,
all right, we're already diving headfirst into this.
Well, it's not
hey
the worst.
Sam,
It's not
by
super
the
bad.
way, have you seen the newest fan art that I sent you on our critique?
Yeah, I did see it. Actually, you might wanna. You'll probably be able to go over some of your inspirations and ideas on stream today, as well as I'm looking at this right now with how they set up um the comments on the stage. I don't really like how the setup is. Although I could probably change it. No, yeah, that's okay. But
Oh,
well, yeah, no, I
oh,
don't like that as
StreamYard has
much.
different. StreamYard has different like presentation methods now.
Yeah, yeah, they have a bunch like that, but there isn't like
Mm.
one that lets me do it in a way where I'm super. You can edit layouts too, which might be something I want to do. I'll have to do research on, but at the moment, I think if anything, we'll just do it how we usually do, and I'll turn off the comments on stage because that might be an option later down the line to edit where those go. So, yeah, for people in the audience, if you have a question that you want to really get answered right away, and we'll stop all conversations to do that, put it in a super chat, and if not, just put it in the comment section. It just means we'll probably get to it later, unfortunately, as we discuss things. But
I
without further ado,
I sent I sent the
yes,
YouTube link. I sent the YouTube link to the stream to some of my friends. Not to join the StreamYard, but just the thing
just
on
to
YouTube.
say hey.
Yeah,
Oh, I
'cause
appreciate it.
I feel like this would be a topic. Like Artshade already joined, but Rose Puppy should be here soon, as well as maybe a couple new faces. I just figured this would be a topic that's more accessible to them, considering not all of them are Godzilla fans. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Oh, I love this one from Black Arena. Here you go, Minecraft World. I know how much you like wieners.
If you're implying I'm gay, then yes, I am quite the joyous fella.
Well, what's it called? You ever seen that one meme with the dog where the guy gives the dog the hot dog? He's like, here you go, but I know how much you like wieners. And the dog just looks at him like, why would you do this to me?
Oh my god.
I'll have to send that to you after the stream.
So Sam,
Yeah.
can you show the audience the couple of redesigns I made for the Godzilla cast?
Yes, I will. We will get to that. Just a tiny bit more housekeeping before we begin. Sam asks, almost the whole gang is here, and now I got two questions. Supernova teaser and Jurassic World Rebirth second trailer. How did you enjoy them? I guess we can start from me and end on Lau. I am ambivalent towards the Supernova teaser because it's literally a teaser and we know very little about it except the New Vegas investors, and that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. As for the Rebirth trailer, I'm really excited for that. And then we'll go Lizard, Minecraft, Hoshi, Lau, and then we'll start. Did the old man fall asleep?
No, sorry. I'm sorry. I've as I talked to you before, I'm basically going to be like going back and forth between my iPad drawing and getting things ready for the next videos coming up. Sorry. So, what was the question?
Is the Supernova teaser and Jurassic World Rebirth
Oh.
trailer 2? What are your thoughts?
Okay, so I did get a chance to see both. I have also seen many reactions from different reactors that I have seen that, I I value their opinion. I've gotten to speak with a few of them before. So, hearing what they have to say and my thoughts, again, there's not a whole lot. I'm going to go to the Supernova commercial spot because that's how I'm going to call it, because there wasn't much to go off of at first glance. You have to keep watching that trailer again and again and pause and rewatch to pick out the things that are being said, or not really being said but being shown, because there's so many minor details that you have to try to pull it out. Legendary is doing a pretty good job with that trailer, at least not giving away anything. I mean, if they're really not wanting to show off what this new villain is going to be and wanting fans to speculate, they did a really good job with basically throwing in the little bits and pieces that true fans and fans that are gonna pause the the video and zoom in and completely break down that. I mean, how long was it? Like a minute?
Probably not even.
Does anybody know how long that Supernova was? Commercial?
I think it was like 20, 30 seconds at least.
Yeah. So it's like it was not much, but again, me and I'm old and slow. I need someone to do the things for me to pick things out. And I got better things to do with my life instead of sitting in front of YouTube all day trying to, with a pen and paper, write down everything. So I found it very interesting that it's like, okay, now that it's been explained, it's like there's quite a few things that you can take away from it, but it does leave it very much open for fans across the fandom to speculate, which there's only been 3 kaiju that have been brought up that could very much possibly be this new villain, either Orga, which I don't understand how, Gigan, I can kind of see it, and Space Godzilla. Now, I'm going to go the route that it's none of them. And why I say that is because I don't think Legendary and Warner Brothers were able to even get the rights to those characters, because they only have the right to Godzilla right now. That's why they created all those new Titans. They only were able to get the money in Godzilla King of the Monsters for Rodan, Mothra, and King Ghidorah, and they were able to get Mothra back because they had to talk with Toho about that, and they're like, you know what? It wouldn't, we got a lot of people that are really wanting Mothra to come back, and they were gonna have an original kaiju take her spot, or was the original kaiju for that spot, but then they went on ahead and, like, what was it, like last minute? Not like last minute.
Contrarian evidence. Like what I've heard is actually the complete opposite, which is Mothra was the original idea, and Sophra was.
That Wingards confirmed multiple times in various interviews that Mothra was the original intent. Phosphora was the backup.
Was the original. Okay, and Phosphora or what? Yeah, was it Phosphora or something like that? But then they were going to do that, but then they were like, that fell through because what was it, like fans really wanted Mothra, or he felt like that fans would really want to see Mothra instead of some new random Titan that they've not heard of. But they still had to go back to Toho and ask for those rights anyway. They can't just use it. They have to go back to Toho and basically get their quote unquote blessing to use her again.
And by blessing, it's just money.
Yeah, it's money, and that's what I mean by that. That's why I'm doing like the invisible air quotes, blessing. It's the throwing of money and yen and whatever currency that they need.
Everyone explode.
Right. So, but it's like, I don't think they would have shelled out the money for one of the named ones. However, I think they may create a new Titan that will be very reminiscent of the other kaiju. Like, again, with Tiamat. Tiamat's design is very reminiscent of Manda. And I'm talking about the movie rendition of Tiamat. I'm not talking about the comic book version. I mean, if you look at Tiamat, it's like you can see Manda. You can't help but see it, at least for me anyway. There's several other Titans that are there that kind of take on, not really roles, but, not really replacements either. But they could definitely do it and get away with it.
the general idea of the monster. For example, Skilla is clearly a better version of Kumonga.
Mhm.
You know,
Yes.
like it takes on the role of the spider, basically, the spider kaiju.
Yes. And that's why I'm thinking, because just like with Godzilla, Kong, the New Empire, people were putting out fan speculations before even Scar King was truly, like put out there into the public eye saying, yes, this is the main villain. People were speculating that it was going to be other, like kaiju from, the Toho universe. None of that came to fruition. So it's like, the fans can
we were
have
So
kind
what
of
I'm
half
hearing-
right.
So what
I mean,
I'm
we were-
hearing is that it's a lot more likely that we get the Griffin than Space Godzilla, at least to you.
Griffin kind of has a very similar issue with
Yeah.
Space Godzilla.
Well,
It's
the
fine.
one
it's like
thing I would say
TriStar.
this: a Gigan can dream. A Gigan can dream.
Oh,
Crush
please,
mine.
please! Oh my god, it would be so good. Oh my god.
and I'm not
although
saying
I
anything
do
bad
have to say
about that.
In my opinion, I feel like they're going to go with like some kind of a sun, or at the very least, more of a space-like kaiju for the new movie.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of obvious that they're going for extraterrestrial kaiju.
We're
So,
definitely getting aliens.
yeah.
Or,
Oh, yeah, because that's
and
already
this
been
is a
established in
thing that
Godzilla
could
King of the
be
Monsters.
used. Like maybe that's not the case. Maybe we could have like a solar power kaiju that takes energy from the sun because of the solar flares that we saw in GXK. Power ups and
Yeah.
basically has like the power of a supernova or something like that. Or that's what they're going for. And it could possibly be that too. Like it could be like this big disappointment where we all expect it to be aliens, and suddenly it's like, nah, it's actually like a hollow earth thing that uses the power of the sun. It
I
could
think
also be
people
that.
are.
Wait, sorry, to Rooney's comment, Kaiju Superman. So you're implying that Ultraman's gonna show up?
Oh God.
No, he meant Minilla.
Manila is Kaiju Galactus. That's what we all know when it comes to Manila.
Leave
Yeah.
my ugly little slug boy alone.
Bro, he's more Chad than a slug. You can't dismiss Manila like that. Bro is the
He's
Giga
a
Chad of
snail.
Giga Chads.
Mercy.
Yeah,
Manila no diffs every
So-
verse.
yeah. Lizard. What about? Lizard. What about Jurassic World Rebirth?
I actually got to watch that today, and get to see several people react to it, like Dangerville, and then geeking out and nerding out over it. I got to read, and this is going to tie in with this, and probably a lot of you guys know it. But I got to read Jurassic Park, the novel,
Oh yeah,
And-
I did the same. I love it.
and
I've read both.
and I remembered a lot from that, and it's like a lot of it didn't make it into the actual movie. And so what made my heart happy, my old heart happy, was seeing that they pay huge homage to the T-Rex river scene. They pay
Hey, don't get a
huge
heart attack
homage
over this,
to it.
man. I know you're getting
Oh,
up there
I'm
in
already
age, but
getting-
still.
I'm getting palpitations right now. I gotta check my heartbeat here. But I was so excited about that. I was like,
Also,
no
one
way.
more thing about the trailer. Mark my words, that ceratopsian that was on that backpack is gonna be the plushie. I guarantee you.
Oh,
definitely.
it's oh, no one's gonna argue with that one, because it's like, seriously, and watching the trailer from beginning to end, it's dark. It's just ridiculously dark, and I have to agree with Dangerville that the baby ceratopsian is supposed to be the the main thing that's going to get a lot of the younger generation to get like the plushy toys or the cute toys. That they already know this, and it's to try to bring in that, I guess, humor, and not really
Alright,
humor, but
here's the thing. I know what you're saying. No, here's the thing. I know what you're saying, and I agree with you. But I don't care. Where's the plush toy? I'll buy 20.
I think the only problem
Well, I mean,
I have with
and
it
here's the thing.
is- No, you go, Lizard.
I don't have a problem with it either, because my wife really likes the cute things. And what I mean by that is that for me to convince her to go see Godzilla versus Kong, because at first she was like, no, you can go and see that movie by yourself. And I said, no, wait a minute, check out this trailer. And my wife knows ASL, American Sign Language. Well, Gia is deaf, and that caught her attention. And so that's how I got her to go with me to see Godzilla versus Kong, then Godzilla X Kong, and even I was able to get her to go see Godzilla -1, but it was and she fell in love with Little Godzilla from Godzilla versus Space Godzilla because she finds him very adorable. She finds Manila very adorable. And so it's like she's probably going to find this young Ceratopsian to be ridiculously adorable. And so it is a very good marketing tool that they put something adorable in there into a film that is more than likely going to be about maybe 90% dark.
Well, on the
Especially
subject
at
of
its
this
best.
trailer,
that's
how are you
probably-
guys feeling about D-Rex in general? What are you expecting of him in general?
I want to actually hold off discussion on the D-Rex because that is something I want to talk about when we discuss character design, like research and inspiration down the
Yeah,
line.
I was expecting.
Whenever we get to that, I assume we're going to be showing different art pieces for creatures that we've been making.
Yeah.
Actually,
yeah.
I joined because I actually do have something to show. Microphone's gonna know what I'm talking about. Trago.
Trago Goji.
Yep. He's gonna show him off because I just realized he's kind of been this thing I've had in the closet.
I
So
mean,
I guess this is his coming out party.
Yeah, I brought him up.
I
I
had to
think
do it.
I brought him up. I think last stream, but yeah,
This will be where I
Also-
actually explain what he is.
yeah. You're
And
gonna
before
go
I
into-
forget, Godzilla Not said how to make a kaiju. Step 1, copy Godzilla.
I mean, that is
Which
kind of what
Godzilla?
you're
Yeah.
doing. All of
I mean,
them.
it's not
no,
wrong.
no. We gotta do the best interpretation. 98.
Bill, no. This is 98th
Hold on,
anniversary.
hold
We do
on,
nothing
hold
but
on.
trash that thing today.
Hey, the only one
No,
who's allowed
hold
to
on.
do that. No, the only one who's allowed to do that is Vic.
He's the only
Wait,
one
wait,
who's,
wait,
who's
wait, wait, wait,
allowed
wait.
to give slight praise while he's in my presence.
I was
98 is
referring-
awesome.
Wait a minute.
I was referring to take inspiration from 98 with Pocho.
Two things, guys. First of all, for Godzilla 1998, how old were all of you when it came out into theaters? Were
I
I
any of
wasn't
you?
born yet.
I didn't
Conception.
exist. I wasn't. That is prior to my existence coming into.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah,
I
yeah, same.
have the authority to say this
I wasn't
because
even
I was.
born when 98 movie came out. I was born like 2003, if you want to know.
Okay, so
I
you're
was
the
10 years old.
old man.
Look at the old man being
Oh,
I
young.
was
shit.
10 years
Do
old.
you have a
And
cane
that was-
already?
Yes, I do.
But no,
Shut up.
he has heart palpitations, like he's actually got a really kick-ass like sound system for like these streams, because if not, we'd hear all like the machines and stuff beeping in the background if he didn't. So
Yeah, my heart monitor is
yeah.
going off right now.
Dude,
You guys are-
literally,
Yeah, he
he's
has
a
boomer
Santa.
money.
Like,
he's
Say
the only
what?
member of the Zimcast to have a senior citizen discount.
you've straight up stated that you play a mall Santa.
Yes, I do.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
Zim
Joe
actually
Biden
follows
calls
my
him
Santa
Sarah.
Claus account.
I do, yeah. What's even funnier, King, is that I literally need to do a picture of just Toronto's, but it's like old man Toronto's with like everyone else there. It's like I
I might
remember
do
when
it
it
one
was
of
to
these
be
days.
young.
I may do it
Yeah.
because
young
I've actually been working on my YouTube character and getting more expressions out of him so that I can use those for future videos. I have given it a thought to kind of make him look like an old man. I mean, if you guys really want me to, I could actually do that. He's just an animated character. He's not, like a legitimate, like in detail. He's just a simple cartoon-ish
PNG.
YouTube character.
Yeah.
Like, how
You need to do
what-
a what's it called? You need to do like a grandpa PNG for like anytime you reference how old you are.
what kind of lizard is Tyrannos, by the way? I'm gonna look up the
Oh.
lifespan of this.
He is a Euromastix lizard. He's actually the red Niger.
Also, Javara has a question for you, King, in chat. How's
Where
the
would we
finger going?
post images for you to show in the stream, by the way, in the server?
Stream submissions. It's under the spoiler immaterium now, so it's a
I
little bit
see.
Oh
easier for
shoot!
people
Do
to
I need to go
access.
back and do that because I send it to you directly in message? I didn't put it. In the
I
stream.
should be able to pull it
apologize.
up when I
Okay.
talk, so that's not an issue.
But
And-
yeah, I'm more than happy to answer that question though, if you want, or
No, yeah, you're totally able to while people get all their submissions in.
By the way, I just looked it up. The red Niger lives up to 15 plus years in captivity with proper, like 15 to 20 years. So
yeah, it's the same as a bearded dragon.
As well as
Yep.
for anyone who's not in the Discord, let me just share that across all the different platforms here so you guys can join.
yeah, I am going for this discussion. I'd like to specifically talk about my Gamera designs and the Neas redesign that I did. So just what my thought process was for those two.
There goes. We got Cruz in there. I already have Lizard. I already have Kings. I think Hoshi put his in art critiques. I can pull some stuff from there. I think I just need Lao. And nope, Kuru got his too. And yours Minecraft.
Yay.
Yep, there's Minecraft's is in. So just Lao and no, I think it's just Lao, I think.
Yeah, I'm seeing if I have my drawings here because the thing is, I might have them somewhere else depending on where my backpack is. And yeah, if anything, I will just make some quick sketches to show what I've done. But also, I think I have some pictures of the design that I made for example, Gavra and stuff like that. The redesign.
Oh, I'm also working on a Gamera design myself for the YouTube series. Heads up.
Oh,
Dun, dun,
wait,
dun.
Gamera or Gabara?
Gabra.
I said Gavra.
I was asking
turtle?
Lizard. Oh, the Gamera.
No, I said Gavra.
I was asking Lizard. Yeah, I was
Ah,
asking.
Yeah,
okay.
but I was hearing you, and I thought I heard Gamera, but you're saying Gab.
No, I was
Gabara.
just asking which one you're doing. Gabara with a B or Gamera with an M.
M.
Okay.
Because
So
I've already
turtle.
done it once. Yes, I've done it once years ago in a traditional art sense. Since I've been doing really well with my digital art lately, I wanted to tackle that design that I did several years ago and make a speculative evolution on it.
Neat. And running time for the 60th anniversary too. So yeah.
And just
Yeah,
heads
I
up,
wanted
Minecraft, I
to
think
try
the thing's
to-
starting to go, so just a heads up to you if you need to change anything on your end.
Who?
Minecraft World. It's just his mic just Optimus primed for a second, so I'm
Oh,
not sure if you noticed that.
He beat booped.
He beat.
I would
I'm
say
gonna-
it's more like a Megatron, but
There we go. So, and then I'll pull up some Hoshi's things. In the meantime, actually, while we talk about how people sort of do their inspirations and their ideas, and I thought I just lost. Nope, we lost Minecraft. I was about to say, I was about to have Kuru start us off, and I swear if we lost Kuru, I was going to lose it.
we
I was
lost
like,
him.
dang it,
I feel
Kuru.
myself being pulled into the abyss.
Be like, how could you do this to me? Oh,
Wait,
I see
no.
him back. There we go. That is on screen. So, Kuru, you have the floor.
All
Many
right.
more people.
So first things first,
that's
this was
a
not
neat
drawn by
design.
me. This was drawn by a friend of mine that kind of took what I was trying to go for with Trago. There are some things that. So the first thing to describe why Trago looks the way he does is that this was a Godzilla that is the result of human experimentation and cloning. So I have it that after the events of the 1954 movie, the skeleton is extracted similar to how it was in Against Mechagodzilla, and they're able to grasp Godzilla's genetic code and begin using his DNA to experiment on things. This eventually leads to it experimenting on humans after a few years, and this is the end result, is one human who was given the DNA and it worked a little too well. And it was, it kind of fits with the whole Jurassic World Rebirth thing, since I have the idea of him being this just mutated, awful thing similar to the D-Rex that just pretty much raises the island. But a lot of the things that I used for just how I wanted to go about designing him is kind of if Godzilla was in Bloodborne. So kind of keeping that, and also just the length of the arms were based off of human hands, 5 fingers and stuff. Keeping an incredibly upright stance, a neck. If you squint right, it does look vaguely humanoid.
Guru, I have a question for you.
What's up?
So, since this is a Godzilla with human experimentation, correct?
Yes.
Would this technically be kind of a man in the fleshy suit?
I will kill you! I knew someone was about to make that joke. I knew someone was going to make that joke eventually.
You're welcome, my Gigan.
You had to get your revenge, didn't you?
I've been waiting a long time for this.
But it's funny because it's so odd how I took one of my least favorite concepts, the Godzilla people in Shin, at the end of Shin Godzilla, and kind of turned that into a base for a take that I really like. Because, not to toot my own horn, but I do like the story that I have with Trago, where he winds up finding the person responsible for a lot of the experiments on him, because it's implied that the human that became Godzilla in this world was like a child. And
Don't you just love child experimentation?
What?
I said, don't you just love child experimentation, guys?
Yeah. And he winds up, I have an entire story arc where it's about him chasing this one person. I just thought the idea of Godzilla, this one monster, just actively pursuing a single human. But the rest of the story was about how this being has been thrown into a world that is basically now, due to him being around, other kaiju are starting to wake up, and he's been thrown into an unfamiliar world and has to find his place in it. But ideas like King Ghidorah, who's resting underneath Skull Island, and that becomes a whole problem. And as far as other inspirations for this design, obviously, despite my dislike of the movie Shin Godzilla, I feel like I took a lot from, just because to help make him look wrong in the same way Shin does. And also 84 specifically, because I kind of wanted to see how a Godzilla with a smaller, less pronounced snout would appear. The spines, I don't know if it comes clear, they were taken from Evolved, but I think in the second design, I'm going to take more from -1 spines, and also going on to the tail. It's honestly not as long as I'm wanting it to be. I'm planning for this to be Ultima length.
I did want to say that I do see a lot of Ultima on the face. I'm guessing because of the size of the jaw. It was the first thing I saw, or that I noticed.
The two biggest,
I like it.
Weirdly enough, the two biggest inspirations for just the show's mood could not be more different. They were Gurren Lagann and Bloodborne. And I was just like, I need to take these and put them together, and these should not work, but like peanut butter and gasoline, the universe will find a way.
That's a very acidic sandwich.
And yeah, it shall melt the heavens.
One thing I do like is the collection of spines right at the end of the tail. It gives Godzilla like an ankylosaur like club tail without it looking like an ankylosaur club tail.
That's actually
Which
something that was
appreciate.
not initially planned for because originally it was gonna be Thagamizers, but the artist decided the idea of giving Godzilla a tail, like a weapon on his tail, but decided he wound up asking me, hey, instead of Thagamizers, what if we did a like Ankylosaurus-esque club tail? And I said, go right ahead. And that's kind of where that came from.
Hmm.
By the way, Rooney has been asking a question to you, Guru,
What's up?
The ceiling.
in the chat.
I don't see it. I haven't.
Rudy asked the question again.
Hang on. Let me check the chat real quick. Wait. Since this Godzilla is more human, does he have an Emperor Pinhito?
Yeah, that's the question. What is the crew? We got to know. We must know, Kuru. This is some deep lore. Tell us.
All right. You know what? I am going to give you the actual answer. The answer is he does.
So this Godzilla is better than every other Godzilla because it actually has balls. F's in chat for every ballless Godzilla.
This one also has an additional weak point in that.
Oh god. The design looks awesome. By the way, I have this question. I think you'll even have the same question. What would a Viking or a Norse Godzilla look like? Someone's better come up with a design. I think if I recall, there was someone who's like big in like the Fangoji community who did a Norse, like a Godzilla, but it was like Norse inspired, or it was implemented into Norse mythology, but it was just kind of a giant stegosaurus instead of like our actual Godzilla design. The story was interesting. I wasn't really overly fond of the design. I forget who the artist was. But
I feel like, at least for myself, I would have probably done something akin to Jormungandr for
I think for
Norse
me,
Godzilla.
If I ever did a Norse Godzilla, I think like that is the one of the few times where I'd allow Godzilla to be kind of like woolly in a sense, even if it's like feathers.
Honestly, I think quills would probably be the more interesting.
Fun little thing. Trago actually does have. Me and Minecraft actually have a like short story where his stuff with Neas and Trago actually have a brief crossover.
Yeah, it's meant to take place after both of their stories. I think we set it like a year later.
Yeah,
and I think
some
maybe
of the
another time.
some of the funniest bits.
Yeah, I think another time later we could probably like get into that
once the story is better ironed out. Yeah,
yeah, 'cause we've ironed out like a couple specific scenes. We're just trying to fill in some of the blanks, and
Gotcha.
we've decided our main antagonist for this one.
Blackarooni's popping off in the chat and it's killing me.
It's already been 30 minutes, so YouTube's not gonna slap my nuts for that. But imagine get a replace.
He's hung like a horse. Yeah, baby, that's what I was waiting for. That's what it's
I
all
get about to
about.
circumcise his body. I love it. I just love it's the Optimus Prime with the middle finger.
No,
The intestine inspector.
No.
The humorous part is that this.
Oh, Joe Smo knows exactly what it is. It's Crested Thunder. I want to see if I can find that then. But
I'd
while
be
I
curious to see what that does, because I figured, is there any like input y'all would give to the design itself? Just anything that.
Personally, for me, I haven't really told you much about critique much of the design because I've been thinking of giving my own take on it, using that as a base. But I think maybe a couple elements from Gemstone and some of the Kaisei design, I think would add a little bit more.
Initially, those were. I feel like some of the ideas I've had in mind may have been lost in the arts and like
It
the
reminds
different
me a
art
lot of
style.
Shin
But
Godzilla, but it's more creepier and unsettling.
because initially I had an idea that the texture of his skin looks akin to Gemstone, because I think that's one of the best looking Godzilla like skins, because it actually looks like a mutation. I think that's something.
Yeah,
Even
I think,
even my favorite Godzilla designs tend to miss that piece, which is that his skin, I feel, would be mutated. Hell, I would argue Godzilla should have like stretch marks or something.
yeah,
Like points where the
Shin-
scales are like maybe less thick because the body's been stretched and
Yeah,
expanded to
Shin-
such a degree.
Yeah, you use Shin as an inspiration, obviously, and that shows there. Gemstone too. Kaisei also kind of has that with the veins. Though I was more so thinking Kaisei because you stated you wanted to give him power ups multiple times, and we've talked about this. I think Kaisei could be a really good basis for some of the power ups.
I've talked about both cryonuclear and
Alright, can we
pyrofrost.
now see my redesigns or what?
We're still talking about Kuru's stuff.
Yeah, soon, Hoshi.
Yeah, well, we get to yours next. I think I just
We'll do
was the one
Hoshi's
that kind of
next, yeah.
posted.
Yeah. Also, Vic's in the chat.
Oh, cool.
No, Vic, we are not saying happy birthday. No,
Are you gonna
No.
come on and talk about your design philosophy with Pocho?
you're welcome to come on, Vic. But no, I swear if I hear
Godzilla
the happy
stretched
birthday.
because he got a BBL.
What? Wait, nope. Oh, I see it. I see it. Okay.
Rooney, it's over, Godzilla. I've made you a eunuch. Rooney is going off on that fact in the chat. I should not have told Rooney that Drago has a penis.
Pingus.
Pingus.
The pingus. But
I'm
real
dying.
quick, Kuru, before we move over to Hoshi's,
Sure.
what would you say, like, it to summarize, like, sort of your process when you go about like designing and researching?
I tend to think of a singular premise, and then I think of like, and then I go from there, and kind of, I guess you could say, for lack of a better term, I tend to turn to similar sources most of the times because I think it gives everything that I at least envision a visual consistency. Like granted, I struggle with. I don't have that much artistic talent, but I do write, and I've been told I can be quite descriptive to a bizarre degree with certain details, and it's just I've always been that weird. I've always been particular like that, and even though I tend to turn to similar sources, especially when it comes to creatures. Monster Hunter has and always will be a massive inspiration for myself with creature design. Like, I'm one of the designs I have in mind is Shimo, and I was planning on using Eucanlos for her, like making her a giant icebreaker ship.
I think it's a good idea. Speaking of which, because you mentioned Gurren Lagann and Bloodborne as sort of being like ideas that kind of put it together, I wouldn't necessarily say that those are very consistent thematically, or at least visually. How would you say you go about putting those all together to sort of create your story?
The
ideally?
sort of both, I would honestly disagree. I think both have one thing in common: incomprehensible scale. Because Bloodborne has the whole concept of the Great Ones, eldritch beings, and by the end, Gurren Lagann is literally beyond universes in size. So you could argue those being similar is just showing just showcases of just how big even the smallest of these kaiju are, since of a lot of the kaiju that I have planned, Trago is on the smaller end. Because
Okay, interesting.
he's King Ghidorah and Kaiser are literally 3 times his height.
Well, at least I'd be consistent since Ghidorah is usually twice Godzilla's size, so I like that.
By the way, Lau, Lizard, do you have anything to say? I just figured I'd ask to involve you guys.
About his design, like so tips I guess that I would say is like what I've done, like is I made like the original design for Gabra, and I took a lot of stuff.
No, but
I see that you.
I was more so asking about like Kuru's design. Like, if you guys have any thoughts on it.
No, I was going
sorry
to
about
relate
that.
it to the way I do
something,
things. That's why I was mentioning.
I had to. My dad just walked into the rooms. If you all were saying anything to me in like the last 2 minutes, I missed it.
No, you're good.
Okay.
I was going to say that, like, I see that you like did a lot of, like picking what you like about each design, like trying different concepts out, and I think that that's the best way of doing it.
Drago actually had a number of different like designs before I've settled on this one.
I imagined, yeah, because there's a lot of stuff that I see that it's like, what I'm trying to say is that I recognize that there was a lot of stuff that was very unique and put together, and that's normally what happens when you do one version, then you do another one, then you do another one, and then you mix the things that you like about each one the most, and you try to make it cohesive.
I'm very picky and choosy about certain, like, for example, my avatar, went through like I think 9 different variations, and I'm working on a 10th one right now with with an artist for like the next one, which is going to add more to this. Since the current look that I've got going on, I am very happy with. There's just one last thing, and I honestly think I could call it done then. But I hope I could explain why I decided on both Bloodborne and Gurren Lagann, despite being both very different, that I just settled on them for like the themes, because I wanted a series that both had dealt with very serious subjects but could still be about what I like about the Godzilla series, which is the ever-present thing of like we can keep moving forward.
Okay. No, I like that. I think that also speaks to especially a lot of the older Godzilla stuff, especially with 54, 55, and early, like the early 60s stuff.
Like a lot of my favorite pieces of media tend to have that whole.
Can anyone else hear Kuro there? I could see his thing moving, but I can't hear him.
I can hear him.
And for some reason now I can't hear anyone. I love that.
Huh. Oh boy.
Nope. Now I just heard Minecraft. Nope. There he is.
Yeah, but that was. Yeah. It's funny you mentioned the older Godzilla films, since a lot of the old Showa era is my favorite.
Okay. Yeah. Well, no. So that at least that means that you're having like a clear sort of thought process, and you have a grounding as to what you want to do for your ideas. So that works out. And I also see Lau just posted some stuff as well.
A lot of my favorite pieces of media tend to have that same theme of, like, for lack of a better term, living with determination. Like, most recent example, Persona 3, which during the final, like, 2 months of the game, like, you have a precise date to when you know for a fact the world is going to end, and yet everyone in the group is, like, agreed that even if supposedly Nyx can't be defeated, they're going to try. And it leads to one of the best climaxes to a video game and story I have ever made, and an ending that literally left me a crying mess.
There we go. There we
I can
go.
confirm I was right there for it. Yep.
And moving along, let me get this set up. So I got 4 pictures from Hoshi. Hoshi, explain your thoughts processes, my friend, behind some of your designs. I brought up your Gamera, Biolante, Gabara, and Gigan designs because these are the ones I really liked, and I wanted to hear your thoughts on them. Especially the Gabara design, but we'll get to that because this is very distinct from how Gabara is usually portrayed.
First of all, can I at least say what are your thoughts on my redesigns for like Anguirus, Ghidorah, Rodan, and Marfa?
And could you please show them all one by one? Because I was out trying to find some pictures for my stuff. I do like. I already like Gamera a lot for what I'm seeing. But
This is a really good look for him.
Man, I wanna like pull the image up in the server so I can get a better look.
Yeah.
Which there I found it.
oh yeah,
I like the Ghidorah design. The Mothra design, I think, is probably the best out of the ones you had shown. The Gigan one I like the most. I like really well too.
I think I said out of all his designs, Mothra was my least favorite because I found it the least changed. It was just Monster vs. Mothra in kind of his style, and I thought it kind of makes her stand out a bit, since everything else that he's got as your art style has a very specific thing I'm paying attention to, and that is just how hard and jagged every single line is.
Well, that's the thing for me.
Everything I'm holding feels like. I guess this is just my thing. Is everything looks like if I held it, it'd be like a jagged rock, and Mothra to me stood out for that, and it was a little distracting.
I think for me, like, it still has that style to it, but I think it feels the most translated in terms of the traditional Mothra design into his art style, which is why I liked it so much, because I think it felt the most consistent with melding the original idea with like how he does things.
My favorite design he probably has, it's either Megalon or Mechagodzilla.
I'm with you on Mechagodzilla, though I also really like Hoshi. I also really like your take on Space Godzilla.
Stand ready for my arrival, worm.
The reason why I did this is because I wanted to make Space Godzilla feel like he's the living embodiment of like cosmic energy or cosmic radiation, if you will.
Well, that translates.
Yeah.
Definitely say you succeed.
Yeah, because there's a Space Godzilla.
The guy looks like the crystals make him look like he's going Super Saiyan.
Oh my god, I'm looking at it. Yeah, it's so good.
Super Saiyan Rose, right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's on my take
Space
on
Godzilla,
Destroyer?
I really like, but Biolante, I honestly...
Like I could hear Masako Nozawa just saying Subarashi.
Yeah, Biolante I have mixed feelings on, though I've told you that before. It's probably the color scheme, that's why. Gamera, I think, is another one of my personal favorites, just because you made him look battle hardy. The way you drew him,
he makes me think of like Raphael.
Oh,
yeah,
I was going to say that.
Yeah, Raphael or
2007 Ninja Turtles movie.
Well, I think for me, the other thing is that, like, especially the little bits around here, remind me of Toto's markings from Gamera the Brave, but for an older, more mature Gamera. Yeah. So it's not like a little small child one.
For me, what really sells it is the scars. The fact that he has scratches and bruises on him makes him look like he's done a lot of fighting. And honestly, it's intimidating.
Also, to any of you wondering why I put the blue whale constantly in my drawings, is because I wanted to show you how big these kaijus are in general, like just how massive are. Like, so the reason why I did is because I wanted to be comparable to like the biggest land animal we have right now.
Yeah, I figured, which makes me think a lot of these are like 50-meter class, you could say.
Yeah, or a lot bigger.
Which makes
Destroy is
just
like a
how-
lot larger.
Yeah, which makes how big like I love that, since that's kind of what I'm going for with my stuff is Trago would probably need,
by a long day, and she's like way bigger than the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas, that's like Biolante, Destroya, Space Godzilla. I think those are some of the best when it comes to scale. Same with Ghidorah.
Can
Like,
I just say that I think
Ghidorah-
another one I really like is Gabara.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
actually talk about Gabara, Hoshi, because I'm curious as to your thoughts on having Gabara look like this, since it's very much distinct from how Gabara normally looks.
I'm trying to think of
See,
what
the
animal
reason
he
why
reminds
I
me
drew
of.
Gabara very feline-like or very cat-like is because in one of the interviews of one of the directors behind Godzilla's Revenge, he said that Gabara's main inspiration was something akin to like cats or frogs or the Oni. So because of that, I wanted to go with something like that, but I wanted to give him some kind of edge to it, like something akin to a very 2000s like feel to it.
Because
Interesting.
this feels like I really like. He feels like those really fluffy cats.
The head, like I first thought of like a demented red panda or something like that.
That's what he reminds me of. Like
Yeah.
a red panda. I feel
Or
this
like
man's
a
gonna be like,
God,
what's that one Pokemon? I forget his name. It's the
Dolores
ultimate version.
of these Godzilla redesigns, if you want to know.
Yeah, do explain.
microphone Zim, what? Sorry, Ocean, now I'm curious. What Pokemon were you thinking of, Zim?
It's the regional variant of Zigzagoon. It's like
Oh,
Obstagoon.
Obstagoon. It's like a red Obstagoon. That's what it reminds me
Yeah,
of. too.
actually. I see it. Anyways, sorry, Hoshi, you can explain the lore now.
The lore of this universe is like the title I'm going for is either Godzilla Forever or Burning Blood. The reason why is because I want this version of Godzilla to be a kind of my love letter to the franchise, if you will. But at the same time, I want to go with something very 2000s punk rock slash metal aesthetic to it. Also, because I kind of want to do this like a version of Godzilla. Like, what if the events of 1954 film took place in like the 2000s, and because of that, the Kaijus reflect those images. Like, I want to have that sense of graffiti aesthetic, some sense of try hard, very punk rock slash very try hard cool aesthetic to them. So because I want to go with these kaijus, like they're the types of people that do not associate with the society, and because that, I want them to like embody just some type of rebellious nature.
Yeah, no, I think definitely like with how all the lines form with like the details like this, it really does capture that punk rock graffiti type of aesthetic.
Which is a style that definitely appeals to me, especially with this. I could just, this man radiates 3 days grace energy.
Yeah, like especially the Destroyer design. Like,
Yeah,
this
and
is
also the
definitely something-
colors.
Yeah, the colors are
Dude,
all very desaturated and dark.
your use of color here, I
The
think, is
main
what
is-
really your use of color here is what really makes it work.
Yeah, despite how much like everything has like the same appearance,
Want
but
to
your
know
use
the
of
main
color
inspiration for
is
this Destroyer design is basically Doomsday's design from DC animated universe.
that definitely
that
I can
explains
see that with how spiky he is.
Not just how spiky, how bulky he is.
Yeah.
Like, Destroyer is naturally bulky, but you really took that to
This
its
version of this Destroyer would wear Trago like a scarf.
Here's the thing that I actually really
This
like
Destroyer
here
will
too.
wear Destroyer from Toho like a scarf,
I
actually.
guess you could say.
Yeah, no.
I guess you could
by
say
the
this
way,
destroy.
Hoshi,
Y'all are gonna about hate me for this joke. I guess you could say this Destroyer will destroy ya.
That was
Puns are a state of the human soul.
If you're wondering,
Like-
the main
I'm gonna
the
put something in
the
stream
main
submission.
kaiju of this
Hoshi.
universe isn't the Godzilla, if you're wondering, because in this continuity, the Godzilla, like the OG one, is dead. Because in this continuity, we following like this new, less experienced Godzilla, and it's basically he was like it's kind of akin to Godzilla the series, if you will, because he's like adopted by some kind of a kid, but not to extent like Gamma the Grey, because I wanted to like have that sense of darkness, if you will, and because of that he's kind of separated from it, and because of that I wanted to go with like a version of Godzilla that has to like learn, like basically has to adapt to like every single opponent he has to face in order to get stronger and earn the title of the King of the Monsters.
Nice.
I like that idea.
Yeah, I think like also real
Hold
quick,
on,
'cause
I
really
gotta
like
draw
the story
attention to
design.
that. I gotta draw attention to something Rooney said. I'm such a rebel, says Godzilla as he blows up my car as I was about to go to works.
But I just posted something in stream submissions that your art style reminds me a lot of what I posted. I don't think you should pull that up.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
Yeah. But like,
Yeah. there you go.
that this is the guy who's doing a redux of Nemesis as a Project Nemesis as a graphic novel. This is your art style, Hoshi, makes me think very much of this sort of angular, gritty, graffiti-esque look, which you've stated that's your general art style. And I think that not only another thing along the use of color is just even in static poses, you do surprisingly well with expression. Like if you could pull up Gabra again, you just by looking at Gabara's face, even in a static pose, you get a very good sense of what he's like, just how much of a dick he is. Whereas in comparison to Gamera, he just looks like he's angry and in a way tired of just killing things.
Yeah.
Like, I am too old for this.
Or his Gigan design, where it has
Ooh, Gigan
like, the
looks-
punk
He has like
mohawk
the actual punk like hairstyle.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
looks very punk-like. Same with Megalon, whereas Space Godzilla, I compared him to Super Saiyan Rose. It's exactly what you're getting from that.
Well, it's like
Just,
it's
like-
not a punk color. This isn't really like a really punky color, but like how it like is posed and stuff, it really has that aesthetic to it.
This is
Yeah,
a
it's
space
like-
Godzilla who thinks and knows he's hot shit.
One
Mhm.
thing I also wanted to point out with his Destroyer design that I like is that typically you have Destroyer with like his pretty tiny arms, but overall, in like actually this is the best one here. He's very blocky for his entire
He's
shape of his
built like
body.
a brick.
Yeah, but here's the thing: his Destroyer is with these huge arms, but he still maintains the blocky frame for Destroyer.
She's really square, yeah.
Yeah,
It reminds me of a Transformer almost, like how blocky the chest is, and actually I like it.
I could really
Yeah.
see his, especially with the
Like-
face having like a similar voice to like Megatron from like Transformers
Destroyer-
Prime.
No, I would
honestly-
say maybe like not TF Prime. I would say the Bay movies. Fits
Yeah, or
this
Bay-
more.
or
No,
Bay
exactly.
versus
That,
Megatron,
that
yeah.
that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like
Your
even
favorite
if you
against
look at those,
Starscream.
or even better, Starscream, put it in your ass. You know, but like no, but like the thing is,
I want
if you look at
chicken
one of
nuggets.
those,
Guys,
Starscream.
if any of you are wondering, if you have any suggestions, which kaiju do you want me to draw
I
next in my
would
arsenal?
unironically-
If you
I am
want,
now
leave suggestions
very-
if you want.
I am now very curious to see how you would handle Red.
Yes.
you know,
Oh
you
my
know what?
God,
I
yeah.
really would like him to try
That's great.
Crystalak.
You know what?
Crystalak would be really interesting.
Crystal. I think he's done Crystalak.
Yeah.
Oh, have you?
Has he?
Has he?
Hoshi, have you? I feel like
No,
you've shown me
haven't
Crystalak.
drawn any of the
Oh.
game kaijus. I
Oh,
only am
dang.
drawing the kaijus from either the Showa era or the Heisei era.
In that case,
Yeah.
if you're doing Showa or Heisei, I'd say Gorosaurus. I'm curious because I really liked your Rodan and your Angerus designs. So I'd be curious to see how you do
Speaking of which,
Gorosaurus.
guys, what are your thoughts on my King Kong design? Have you at least seen it?
I wanted to talk about it like for the last 5 minutes. Actually, I love how it's so dark that you
I
cannot
like the
really
face.
see
I really
it, and
like.
yeah,
Mhm.
and the
I
blue
like the
like
face.
just pops out so much. And
Yeah, Jim, I
also,
think you
like
should
even
pull
though
that
it's
up
dark,
again.
like the eyes and all of that, like you can still see that there is detail. It's just that it's
Despite
really
despite how dark it is, the design is still very much. There's still detail in there, and also the face. This is not a big gorilla. The face takes more from baboons.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
a
yeah,
mandrill.
but it's also not too much of a baboon. And also,
A
I like the fact
mandrill.
that half
Yeah,
of exactly, it's kind of like a mixture. You know, like you're taking the colors and all of that, but you're not straight up making him a 100% baboon.
Well, it's
Also, like half
like
of the
a
face is blue, and
big
the other
monkey.
part is not that blue either.
The way-
Like, is
the
that
way
like
I-
just stylistic?
Yeah.
I would say, if anything, like it's almost like I would say shape wise, it's like a mandrill's like the aesthetic that people think of when they think mandrills, but with the shape of a gorilla.
Actually,
Yeah.
I know this since I mentioned
Yeah.
Red. There's actually a design I would
To
like
me,
to share to
I
you
wanted
all.
to say, to me, the face, the color scheme of the face makes it look a lot like war paint, if
Mhm.
anything.
Yes, war paint.
Yeah, the fact that
That's
only
what I
one
think
half goes blue all the way down, that's also like what they
Yeah.
remind me of.
Yeah, and that's part of what, like, I'm coming back to this. Your use of color is just absolutely phenomenal. Even in a standing pose, color and expression, even in a standing pose, you still get a sense of what these characters are and what they're like.
Actually,
Mhm.
since
Or like
think I
even though the one that
mentioned-
doesn't use a lot of the traditional colors is Megalon here.
yeah, which
like,
still like it's very
The
clear.
face
this
is really clear Megalon.
This is obviously Megalon, and I dare say this is one of my favorites. I think it's the forearms thing. I don't think I've ever seen a Megalon actually make him have 6 limbs.
Yeah.
It's not it's actually, you know, I just realized Hoshi's Godzilla universe is the absolute universe for kaiju. Like absolute no,
Or you
Godzilla
could say it's
absolute.
the
Use that as
universe.
Brick
Like,
alone.
what if, like, say, Image Comics wrote to the Godzilla universe?
Oh, speaking of which, actually,
Oh.
that's a really good comparison you just made there, because Black Ernie just said earlier, I swear these designs look like they came out from the Spawn universe. So
Yeah.
Since there's
Yeah,
since I
Or
mentioned
you
there's
could
actually
say they came from, like, something that Rob Liefeld or the Youngblood universe would come from.
mhm.
Yeah.
Um,
By the way, I didn't get to answer like any of the requests. I know I was with Kuru on Red, but like if you decide to do anything beyond a movie, like I'd like to see your take on all of the NES original monsters, at least the big 3: Acacius, Red, and Solomon, especially
heads
Solomon.
up,
That
if
would
you do Red, do not tell me, as I will be on that. I will hover over you.
no, but like Solomon especially, I think you could do a really good job with, considering aesthetically he.
Oh yeah.
he's flat out
Minecraft
perfect
World.
for you.
Remember that Solomon redesign I showed you a few weeks back?
Yes, the fluff.
That
the
is
floofy
almost
one.
the very fluffy one. I've always imagined you could do Solomon as like an owl with the face of a bear.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But also for the movies, I'm also interested to see how you would handle Orga. Considering what you did with Space Godzilla, especially, I think Orga would be a really interesting, like, look.
Yeah, no, having Orga could go crazy.
Yeah, and then also,
Since
Griffin.
he's like literally from that, like Orga, Megaguirus, and also all of the Millennium
Batra.
era
You guys
original
wonder
kaiju.
what the human characters would look like.
Yeah. But also,
I
like,
know we already got through with me, but there is actually another thing I would like to show y'all after Hoshi's stuff gets done, because it's a design I was not responsible for drawing. I was very involved in the creative process, and Microfold knows who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's it called? Did you already put it in stream submissions or no?
I'm about
before
to,
I'm
but-
leaving, if you're wondering what I'm going to say, to any of you guys wondering what was like the main inspiration for the designs, obviously it was Todd McFarlane, Rob Liefeld, and sometimes people like Go Nagai and the Ghetto Robo, but the main inspiration for like my drawings has always been either Dragon Ball or just the newest manga that I'm going to shop about called Gachiaguta. I think if any of you wondering why I won't shop about it is because it is the manga that has that very punk rock aesthetic that I really adore, and I really want you guys to like read it so you can see for yourself why I took going
it's
for that
on
type
my
of
list.
aesthetic,
It
because
is on my list.
I don't know, I think you guys will really enjoy it.
Yeah, that is on my list. I'm currently watching Death Note, and then after that, I'm gonna start Kaiju number 8, and I'll have to. It's still a bit off, but
You still need to finish Lego Monkey Kid, by the way.
yeah, and once
Definitely,
I do,
Hoshi,
then you need to
put
hold up
the
your end of the deal.
put that manga in general so that everyone, if you find like a website that's got a link for it, definitely put it in.
Yeah.
Zim, I'm posting the design.
Before I leave,
what?
can you at
Why?
least guys tell me your final thoughts on my Godzilla cast redesigns, if you will?
A lot of them it's a style that appeals to me, and I think everyone else here, since that is kind of from the era we grew up in. So, on top of just liking it, I have a lot of nostalgia for it, and I could very much see this being something that, like, me as a child would have just adored.
Yeah, I would have really liked this as a child.
No, this would I would have watched the crap out of this.
And now it just it just kind of reminds me of certain times because, again, I could 100% seeing all the early 2000s, early 2010s YouTube music videos of this being like an animated show with just like, I don't know, Monster by Skillet or something.
Yeah, Monster
Yeah,
Animal
yeah,
I Become playing in the background.
Yeah, Monster
I
Animal.
know for a fact I would watch the hell out of it.
Oh my god! Same.
Those-
Honestly,
those-
Hoshi, if you ever decide to do an original kaiju story or adapt this in some way, shape, or form, like a fan comic akin to Black Mass, then let us know, please. I want to read this.
Also, just
I
your
want
human
to read
characters
this.
are also very good.
Oh yeah,
I would
like the
say
one
that
you have in your
they're,
profile picture right now, like it has so much character.
They're
like,
as solid
normally,
character
yeah.
designs.
That profile was my redesign for General Frag from The Invincible.
Mhm.
Thrag with his
Yeah, but
mutton chops.
even the one you did, I think was it Simmons from Monsterverse, like the guy who wants to make Mechagodzilla. What was his name? You also
was
did
Simmons,
that one,
yeah.
and yeah, Simmons and Seisawa's Kid, like they also were really good. Like
Mhm.
you nailed like the face. Like I just knew who they were immediately without even like reading the text that you have put. Like it was obvious that it was them, but also like it was super stylized.
It's
And
very
it reminds
impressive how
me. Have you guys seen the Mortal Kombat animated movies from 2022 or something like that?
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of that. But
I'd say
it's
the
it's
highest
not the same.
compliment I have for this art style is it is both your art style is recognizable, but the essence of the character remains the same, and as such, it is very easy to translate them.
Yeah.
So, like, even it's like, oh, that's say, I don't know, Alan Jonah, hypothetically, in Hoshi's art style, I could tell immediately what that is. And you've got a style that very much you run with it, dude. Because I'm curious to see where this goes.
Mhm.
Yeah, keep practicing. Don't stop, because
Thank you guys.
it's
Also,
only
by
going
the
to
way,
get better.
I sent the link to the manga Gachiakuta on the chat, so if anyone wondering, you can read it right now. I downloaded the chapter 1, if you will.
Oh, you put it in
Thanks.
what's it called, in private chat. Thanks.
Yeah, perfect.
All right. So the next, I wound
Before I
up
go,
showing.
I
Oh.
just want to say thank you guys so much for appreciating my art. So honestly, I've been doing this drawing career since 10 years because
Damn.
if you want to know, the main inspiration for me was Akira Toriyama, or more specifically Dragon Ball. If it wasn't for
Rest in
him,
peace,
I
man.
probably would never have been an artist I am today. So
You
I
know,
gotta
okay,
say,
something
I
weird,
thank
and
him
I
so
am
much,
now.
and his legacy will never die.
Hell
Rest in
yeah.
peace,
Amen to
King.
that.
There's okay. I'm about to say something really silly. There's like one more. There's like a certain cast from this one game that I very much like. That I'd be curious to see translated into your art style. And I might talk to you about it later. Because now I'm just curious. But yeah. If keep doing what you're doing, man.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Keep it up,
I
dude.
hope you guys have a wonderful day and happy midnight, because in my place it's literally midnight.
I always thank you for coming
Mhm.
on, and I know during the summer I will do some earlier streams for you, my man. But thank you as always for coming on.
Thanks.
Take care, dude.
Wonderful day, and stay tuned, if you will.
Of course, my man. Enjoy.
Sleep well. All right.
Hey Zim,
And,
I
yes.
put something into the submission thing. Since everybody's going the way that they're going, I completely changed what I was wanting to talk about. So hopefully you got those, so that
I do have
know.
them. Yeah, we're gonna
Cool.
quit. We're gonna go to Kuru, and then next will be Minecraft
Yeah.
World.
Yeah.
Allowed.
Actually,
Yeah, I'll
Lizard,
be last.
You haven't really
I
been
wanted-
giving thoughts all that much, Lizard.
To be fair,
haven't
he was
really been
walking
giving
his
thoughts on
dogs like 30 minutes ago.
As well as he also what's it called? He talked a little bit about Supernova and World. So that was
I
my
know,
main
but
reason
I
for
know, but like on the artworks, but I
yeah.
mean, you were dealing with the
Um,
dogs, so
I mean, I
By
can
the
give
way,
that really
like-
quick before we jump on to the next person, if you are really wanting me to, because
Oh, no,
I
definitely,
wanted
yeah.
to talk about it,
yeah,
but
no.
again, I never got that chance because I had to walk my dogs. You know, over here right now, it's like 8 o'clock. It's actually past that, going on 9, and it's like I had to get both my dogs. We ended up getting a secondary dog, so I had to get them both out. So I apologize for not being able to answer,
Oh, yeah,
but
yeah,
I have been listening.
yeah, you, and obviously you have access. You can see it in the Discord, so
Yes, and
also,
I'm on my iPad, so I'm going back and forth, looking at the Discord um, and working on the Titanosaurs. I'm actually working on 5 different species. This video is going to be ridiculously long for the speculative evolution, so bear with me on that. But let me actually take a look at that picture just really quick, if you don't mind.
by the way, I don't normally like doing this because I feel like it's really selfish. But since it's almost like 2 a.m. here, I wanted to know if I can go next after
what's it called?
after the
Yeah.
next person. Of
Actually,
course,
if anything, we'll have you go next because since it's a time thing for you. Actually,
Yeah,
I'll also let
definitely.
this be known anytime if there's an issue where you guys are on stream and you're time sensitive because you're in a different part of the country, or it's so late for you because you're in a different part of the world. Always let me know so I can accommodate you and push you guys to the front, because I'd rather you guys
should have
explain
just
it.
been born. We should have all just born in the same time zones, honestly.
Yeah, no, that's one thing I always hate sometimes is I'm like, I wish I had a lot of like my online friends so much closer to me.
Mhm.
So, but really quick, I'll give my thoughts just really quick on Kaiju Kiryu's design, because I'm looking at it, and then I'll shut up from there. Looking
it's
at
fine.
it, I really love the look of it, because I am a big fan of Shin Godzilla. I can see that you used quite a few references for that in the overall body plan. I love I guess you could call it, as your generation would call it, creepy pasta kind of look to it.
I was
Uh,
honestly that wasn't ever like in my mind when going through with this, but I can see what you're talking about. I see what you mean now.
The face has a very uncanny human-like look to it, like, you know,
Which
like
was the goal. This is a
then you
were
hit
you
that
there for the
completely
lore?
on the head. Yes,
Were you there?
part of it.
Yeah, this
So,
Godzilla's origins. This is just straight up a Godzilla that was once human. At some point, whenever I was thinking about the story for this, I was like, okay, how would I go about because obviously this would be a monster-focused storyline. I was like, how do I keep a human element? And then at one point, the thought crossed my mind: combine them, make
Fair
Godzilla
enough.
the
And
human element.
I'm not wanting, right, and I'm not wanting to take away from who's up next. It's 2 a.m. over there, so I mean, we can talk about this in more depth
No,
when it comes
actually,
to my
go
turn,
on
which is
because
at the
I
very end.
wanted to say
So,
one thing. Like, it's not that I have to leave like right now. It's just that like, if someone, for example, has like one character, like it's okay. Like I'm fine with someone else going before me. It's just that I have only one character. Like I don't have like many, so mine should be fast. But if also someone else like has like a really short thing that I want to show,
So-
they can go before me. It's fine.
My next thing would
and
be
that's why I'm going to shorten this really quick.
my next thing, have Lau go before I talk about the other redesign, because that has like quite a bit of a story to it.
There we go. All right.
So there's my thoughts. We can go straight on to this one character. So let's do this.
I really like this Gabra redesign because he feels very amphibious.
Actually, I would have liked having Hoshi here because of what he said. But before that, could you show the other two pictures? One is a landscape, and one is a whip of two characters like on a fire.
This one.
So yeah, so I'll just explain the design process because
Before
actually
you say
this,
anything, Lau, I just want to say, Gabra, without a doubt, here looking like a booty bandit.
I know.
I came looking for booty.
I came here
Actually-
looking for man's, but
That's on purpose.
man's butt?
Actually,
it's on
Use it.
purpose.
it's on
Oh, no.
purpose.
I
So
like
This
uh,
actually reminds me of the Australian cryptid, the tree bear.
Yeah, he does.
Looking
kinda
at
look like a
the
cricket or something.
The picture here
tree bear.
I
I'm going
was
to look
looks
it
like
up.
the tree bear, or no, it's the fall bear or the drop bear, the drop bear.
Yeah,
Drop
drop
bear,
bear.
okay.
That's the
The
name.
drop
also,
bear.
Also, I'm just grabbing dinner right now. I'll be back in a little bit.
He makes me think of like Gabra in like the background in this shot. Makes me think of like, if anyone here knows what I'm talking about, like that one very iconic image of the rake.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I do want to say that at first that was probably like a subconscious idea that I had because this, first of all, I'll explain the lore because the design comes from the story that I want to tell. So this is supposed to be a singular point. You take the basic concept of red dust and then I do something different with it. And so you're on this futuristic world where everything went to shit, basically like post-apocalyptic. And at one point, when these people leave their village, they go to a place where like they've never been before. They don't know what type of animals are there. And Gabara is basically like the main threat in this new side of the mountain because they never crossed this specific mountain that was like the furthest thing in the horizon. And once they go past it, they find completely different things, right? So they come up
Quick question
with.
I have. Does
Yeah.
this have? Is this at all involved with your Godzilla story from a few streams ago?
No,
That's
like might be, but a few streams ago will be like maybe like a year ago. I did mention it. The one that I mentioned the
Godzilla
last.
story.
The thing is, for my last stream, I think I mentioned it for a little bit, but the last time we spoke about an original story, I think it was the Showa movie. But yes, I did talk about this story like some time ago.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
about
no,
the
you
singular
did.
point.
Yeah, you did. I think it was your first ever stream being on here. It was the first
Yeah.
Godzilla pitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the first Godzilla story pitch.
And then I did all of the concept art that you're going to see because the story kept like changing and the design and all of that. So yeah, that's the one.
But yeah, I wanted to say, looking at your Gabber design because you also posted like sketch designs for it, like what you were going
Yeah.
for with the sketch. I'm with Kuru on the rake analogy. This looks very rake-like, and I think that's to its benefit, considering what Gabra is. It's a creature of dreams, a creature of a child's nightmare. Even if it isn't as deep in the original film, it's still it's an antagonistic force born from a child's nightmare, and I think
Yeah.
leaning into that nightmarish aesthetic, like even when it's in the trees, I kind of get a Freddy Krueger vibe from how the fingers are, especially.
Like what's the guy? Salad fingers.
That yes, that. It looks like a creature born from nightmares, and I think that works amazingly for Gabara specifically.
Thank you. My inspiration actually was from Godzilla Earth. A lot of my inspiration is from Godzilla Earth, the prequels, because for whoever doesn't know it, in Godzilla Earth, the prequel novel, Gabara is like this pathetic little monster that appears, I think, like somewhere in Brazil, in the Amazon, and it starts killing animals. And I think a kid actually kills him, so it's like a small win of humanity amongst, like the apocalypse. Everything's going to shit, but at least in Brazil, this little village managed to kill the monster. And so that was my main inspiration for the idea. And so my main characters will eventually get to a cave where they will see some cave paintings, not Monsterverse style, like they will tell a story. And here's why I said that it was done on purpose, that he looks like a booty bandit. The story that those cave paintings are supposed to kind of be like, have you watched the Five Nights at Freddy's movie? Like the intro where you get all the exposition without any single word explaining that this thing is taking kids. Suddenly like the kids just disappear.
Well, I feel like that opening in general, granted, as someone who grew up with those games, I know what that is, but I feel like even outside of that, someone who's not familiar with the story, then again,
it's really good.
age
it tells the story without a single word. Yeah,
it's just straight up an objectively great opening.
It is. It actually, I think it's the best part of the entire movie, and I will say that anyone that likes storytelling should watch it. Just
Matt cameo. Counterpoint, the Matt Pat cameo was better.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I forgot about that.
Dude,
but the thing is,
my theater audibly cheered at that, and also the opening notes of the credits.
Yeah, and also like I was so happy in the credits when this song, same thing. Yeah, I actually came out of the theater singing it straight up, like I didn't give a shit. But the thing is, my characters are supposed to go into a cave. They will see this, and then they will basically see the story or the legend of, and in this universe, it will be called Gabara, the child-eating demon. Like that's literally the name that they give it.
Gabara, the child eater.
Yeah,
he's
it's
just
supposed
like
to
me.
be this thing. Oh, dude, what? Call the cops. Put him on Sea Monster's basement. Chupa niños. Actually, that sounds even worse because it will be child sucker in Spanish.
Oh no! Yes, it is. Yeah.
Chupa
niños.
Food.
So this was supposed to be
¿Por qué?
Gabara. ¿Por qué?
We're going to dark places, guys. We need to stop this.
Yeah,
I mean, it's going to get. It's going to get a little bit.
Continue.
Yes, it will. So this is supposed to be a monster that like actually kills only kids. It kills anything that's like really, really small, and it's supposed to thematically link to one of my characters who's never taken seriously by anyone because he looks like a child. Even though he's really smart, he's like physically a weakling. And so Gabara will be the representation of all of the prejudice and all of those judgments that the people from the village put on him, made into a monster, basically, because instead of grabbing anyone else, it goes for him, like it targets him specifically and he has to like overcome it. So I was thinking of a monster that grabs kids from the trees, disappears, then you never see the kid again, and eventually you realize that there's like more than one. It's not just the single Gabara, it's actually many. And I was, as you see here, exactly, like it's just like this little group of child predators, basically, you could say. It's the Epstein
That
Island
is an
all
awful
over again.
line out of context.
But as you see here in this picture, he's a silhouette. Like you can tell that it's Gabra. And now I will ask you, Sim, to put the landscape, if you can.
This one. There we go.
Yeah. So he's supposed to actually blend into the trees. Like you cannot really see him right here, but if you zoom in, you will see that there's a little bit more.
Yeah, I can kind
Now
of.
I'm
I
just
can see
imagining
him.
that scene in How many do you all know that scene in The Lion King when Simba as an adult meets Rafiki for the first time and he's just in the tree just going
Well, no, what's it called?
I don't know the actual song, but I just imagine Gabber just doing that.
No, when you're an
Actually,
expat, well, like what's it
yeah.
called? When you're a Vietnam expat in Brazil and the trees start going, you're like, it's the Viet Cong again. Get him.
Someone start playing Fortunate Son.
And actually, like that's not really impossible, because the thing is, this version of Gabra actually mimics human voices. So if it hears
Why
a
does this
mother,
remind me of a cryptid? Hang on.
Because he kind of is one.
Yeah,
Now I'm
yeah.
just. So you're saying he impersonates
Well-
human voices?
he impersonates mothers and fathers specifically.
Oh!
When he says, "Mom,"
That is
like
creepy.
it's normal that mothers teach their kids in this world, how to drink water or pick fruits, because you have spawns. Spawns are things that are generated by the red dust at random. So suddenly you have a completely new species of berry that could be eatable or that could be poisonous. Stuff is spawning constantly. Like every couple of decades, there's something new. So, like the parents have to teach their kids how to survive. And Gavaras, what they do is that during the daytime, they listen closely, just sit on the trees, sleep, and anything that they copy, they use it at night to call for the kids. That's why they are so good at picking children. They could also mimic kids, but normally when they're mimicking children, the children are screaming, so the parents don't actually go into the forest that often because they know the drill.
Are you aware of SCP-939?
No, but I do want to say that there's a lot of mimicking creatures. First of all, there are mimics already in horror, and Fiddlesticks in League of Legends was a huge inspiration because um, can I do that
Minecraft
now?
World 939 is the flesh dog.
No, yeah, the one that can mimic voices.
Yeah, I think I'm thinking of a different one. I'm thinking of a
Yeah.
different creature.
No, 939 is the flesh dog, but it can mimic its primary gimmick is mimicking voices.
Yeah, I know what Lau's talking about with Fiddlesticks.
Oh yeah, I love Fiddlesticks. Oh fucking shit! So
Who
Fiddlesticks
is
is a
the
scarecrow
person
that
who
copies
does
voices.
this voice acting for him?
Oh,
'Cause
he first of all, he's God. He's the best voice actor in the world just because he did Fiddlesticks. But I don't want to get into Fiddlesticks because his voice is not what Gabra is supposed to be like. Fiddlesticks speaks like this, like because he's a scarecrow. But Gabra actually does mimic someone's voice, like
his
100%.
his trailer or something is one of the creepiest things I've seen as of late.
Yeah, no, bros.
It's really good. And the thing
It
is,
kind of
if
reminds me
you
of a. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna. Never mind.
no, it's fine. If you want to say it, it's okay.
Again, I have a. It's a. I guess you could say it's an associates in cryptozoology.
Mhm.
I just hearing how you have Gabra set up within this world of you said it was -1, like within the realm of what -1 is.
Singular point.
Singular point. Sorry, singular point. My I apologize.
It's fine.
There are several cryptids who are known to mimic sounds. There's one that's in the Native American folklore called the there's the skinwalkers.
Skinwalker.
They
Yeah.
skinwalkers can do that. They can mimic. They can sound exactly like another person. But there's also the 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 spear finger.
Mhm.
She is a witch that oh no, it's not Spearfinger. It's because she can do it too, but the one that's known for it is the Raven Mocker. The Raven Mocker is a witch or a monster that can shapeshift, but it can mimic the sounds or sound exactly like someone that you know, so that it draws you to it, and then what happens is that you get lost, you get tired, you can't get back home, you go to sleep. It devours your soul through cutting your palm open, and it will devour your soul that way. And from there, it uses your soul that it has taken to basically mimic your sound and sounds nice and gentle. And sometimes these witches, as they're known in Native American folklore, um, it's one of the bad witches. There are good witches and bad witches. The Raven Mocker is a bad one, and she's actually one of the most feared. So you're and from what you have Gabra, it feels like to me that you have taken multiple cryptids and put them in the one. The fall bear or the drop bear, the Sasquatch, which has been known to mimic the sounds of animals.
Mhm. Yeah,
And
dude, I love the sounds of like Sasquatch sounds that sometimes people put on YouTube. And the thing is that that's what I like about the. So many people say that if you just lived near the woods, you will hear and see some weird shit. That
and I
honestly,
can
like, I
attest to
believe
that
it's true.
because I've seen one. That's another story
That,
for another time.
yeah, that's the type of stuff
Drop it
that
in,
people from
drop
cities
it in
don't
general after
understand.
the stream. Drop that story in general and after the stream because I'm curious.
Yeah,
Oh, I have several
like
tales, but I'll leave it.
actually,
I'll
if you
put
wanted to
one.
talk about it, you know what? I'll
No,
stay up. I don't care if you
I'll
stay
I'll
until
sum
5 a.m. if you want to talk about it.
I'll sum up the one that terrified me the most, and what really got me into cryptozoology. I was in the United States Air Force. It was during basic training when we are thrown out into the middle of nowhere for a week. We are out in the middle of nowhere for a week, and we are basically taking everything that we have learned in boot camp and basically applying it. So we are in tents, we are in the woods, and this is in the deep part of Texas. Um, and me and one other airman were doing night duty. We did a night shift every 2 hours. So there would be two men outside, the giant medical tent that we slept in for 2 hours. Then they would shift to another two, and that's how it went every night. Well, it was me and one other airman that were out there, and our tent was at the end of the barrier line, which was a giant X fence that swirls around the encampment, and ours was at the edge, right up against the woods. And so it was 1 o'clock in the morning, and both of us have our M16s, which are real M16s, but they are not loaded. We were not allowed to have them loaded. We're still trainees, can't have them loaded. We had them with us. We were chit chatting away, and I look up, and 8 feet off the ground are two massive red eyes glaring in our direction. And I'm like, what the ever loving fuck is that? And I slapped the guy's knee next to me. He's not even saying a word to me. And I'm like, do you see? And I looked at him. He was paler than a ghost, and he was looking in the exact same direction that I was. This thing looked at us for maybe 30 seconds. It seemed like forever because it was absolutely terrifying. because these were not like flashlights. These were what you would see the paleolucidum, which is what's behind, like a predator's eyes that reflect light.
Yeah.
That you see like in cats or nighttime predators, or even in deer, you can see that too.
Mhm.
Kind of
And
what
me
makes
being
their eyes like just glow almost.
yes. However, with animals, which again, me having also my background in animal veterinary study as well, there needs to be a light to reflect that light back. There has to be a light, because and the light is always yellow or green. The only animals who have a red paleolucidum are
Humanoids.
actually humans. Don't have it. We don't have that much of a reflective lens, but alligators and crocodiles do, and frogs. They are the only ones that have that kind of red light. And I have told people this, I'm like, well, then you saw an alligator. It's like, well, yeah, we're in Texas, but how do you explain an alligator 8 feet off the ground?
That doesn't explain an alligator beating no alligator.
So what happened after was that after this thing looked at us, it blinked while it was looking at us. It was blinking. And it turned to its right, and you could hear as it pushed its way through the underbrush. Now, the next day, before we had to go, because we get up at like 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning and start our day. Before we had to leave the encampment to go do what we had to go do, I quickly ran over to the edge of the cross fencing line. You could see where this thing pushed its way through. And it was massive. I'm 6 foot tall. This thing had literally 2 feet on me and 3 feet. This thing actually pushed something out about maybe 4, actually, because I'm about 1.5 to 2 feet at my shoulder. 3 of me, 2.5 to 3 of me could fit easily side by side through where this thing pushed through. But I couldn't stay there long because we had to get going. We had to leave. And I have so many other stories when I was stationed in Colorado. When I came back to my state of Indiana, and that's where I do a lot of my Bigfooting here in the state. Because I do go out and I do go and look. And I have so many stories. It's unbelievable. I try not to tell these a lot to other people because they still would deem me to be a lunatic. There's a lot of them that have told me, well, it was an MTI. It's like, an MTI is a military training instructor who was messing with us. It's like, okay, I was a military training instructor.
8 feet.
How do you explain?
But
How do you explain
but
something 8
it's-
feet tall doing that?
And so, but that's how people try to explain it. And I have told them, okay, if it was a military training instructor, there's no reason for them to do it, because I was one and I was able to be a part of a lot of the trainings there as well.
Mhm.
They tell us to leave the airmen, the airmen, the basic training airmen alone, because that's where they're left alone. Only one MTI, military training instructor, is allowed out there to make sure they don't kill themselves. And it's like, 1, it was way too elaborate. 2, no MTI in the right mind would do this because they're more worried about they're wanting to go back home, because they don't stay during the night. They stay during the day. They leave and go home, which is on the base, which at that time we didn't know it was not that far away, but it's not that far away because I got to I got to be a military training instructor. They
But
go
you know
home
what?
at night.
Like, also the other thing is, like, it's very basic. You would never want to scare someone that has a gun and doesn't necessarily know how to use it because they're trained. Like, even though it's not loaded or whatever, like, I don't think that they will risk it because it's too
Don't-
unprofessional.
Loaded or not, you don't want to do that because that's still a weapon in hand. They could, even if they can't shoot, they can still swing.
Yeah,
And these
exactly. Like
are
it's
real M16s. And if you guys
Mhm.
have ever seen an M16, they're not really used, you know, they're the main basic military weapon. They're not something that you see on, gun shelves or in gun shops. You really don't see them unless you go to the home down country, gun shops that someone had one and they're now selling it. It's not a common weapon, but they are ridiculously heavy. We had to learn to take them apart and put them back together again in less than 30 seconds, which I could do in 25. Now, ask me to do it now, probably not, because I've been out now for almost 15 years. But they were heavy weapons, and they could and will leave you basically dead, even if you swing one. And the way that we're trained is to use the barrel of the rifle to hit certain points on the body, which will basically kill you. Not to scare anyone, but again, in the military, you are trained to take out lives if you absolutely need to.
Yeah, so
And we
TLDR,
were
you
already
don't wanna
trained to
mess
do
with
it.
So TLDR, you don't want to mess with something like that.
yeah, yeah. Also, again, it will be unprofessional, and while some people
It
might,
is.
it's too unprofessional. I understand people might do something that's like a little joke or something like that, but if they did that to every group of recruits that go there, that will be like someone will get fired if they were found out to like
Well,
I'm
it's
going to
not
pretend
fired,
to be a
it's
Sasquatch.
court-martialed.
Even worse, yeah.
Yeah,
It's even worse, court-martial.
yeah.
And you lose like a stripe or two depending upon the severity, which means that that's a huge dock and pay on your end.
Yeah. I was gonna say with since you mentioned frogs being the only other option, I was gonna say, okay, so maybe it's a frog on a tree, and then you mentioned the thing pushing through the underbrush, and just oh,
Yeah, that's
no,
when
frogs
it's
don't
like,
do that.
yeah.
No. And the fact that if it was a frog, again, their eyes are very small. The Paleolucidum is small. These eyes were as big around as what I would say maybe a $50,
Oh man.
because these things were big enough that I could see it at about 70 yards. And that is my guesstimation from where I was sitting to at least where the tree line started. I don't know how far back this thing really was, but it was, again, at the very most, 70 yards. And
By
again,
the
I'm
way, I just
also a
wanted.
hunter, so I know my yardages.
You
I have
know.
to use a bow.
By the way, I just wanted to say that to me this is the best stream that we ever had, just because of this story, and I turned off all the lights just so I could get in the mood.
Oh, okay, so you're setting the mood for yourself. There you go.
No,
Yeah,
but
because here's the thing, like what you said about people not believing you, like I get it, because city people normally don't get these things. I come from a really small island where a lot of weird shit happens. Like my like I don't want to get into this for too long, but I think that not only like cryptids but also like the spiritual is way stronger in places where you don't have that much development.
Yeah,
And some might say it's because of a lack of education. And you know what? That's also true to some degree. But I also believe that there is something weird in the world, like some type of energy. I don't want to say the 4G is killing the magic, but like something similar to that, like maybe something more or
The
something
4G
different.
is killing the magic. What are you talking about? Hey,
But
Rona.
But
here's
for
the thing, and I'll
example,
leave it with this. I will leave
Mhm.
this with this, though, because you do make a very valid point that, a lot of people think, oh, well, we've already explored everything. No, we haven't. There are places on this planet. We know more about the stars and the heavens than we do the bottom of the ocean. We know more about the sun and the sky than we do the deep parts of the Congo. We know more about the moon and its craters and the moons around Jupiter and the two, now a planet again, Pluto, and its moon, and the other planet now that they're talking about that's past Pluto. We know more about that than the own Earth that we're standing on, and yet we have people that can claim that, oh well, we have already mapped everything, we already know everything. Do you? That's why I'm not very much for the scientific community, because of the fact that they claim, well, we already know it, we've already seen it, and
I
it's like,
wouldn't
okay,
say,
but
I wouldn't
In
say
regards
that's
to
blame of the scientific community. I'd just say like that's just people being ignorant because in my experience, a lot of scientists do not act like that.
no, and a lot of them don't, and I'm not saying that all do, but like the mainstream sciences and things like that, they will sit there and claim that, well, this cannot happen. And it's like, but if I remember correctly, science is the basically it says there's possibility. It does not say,
Mhm.
well, this cannot happen, because like I thought science was put it to the test and not give up
Before
with the one way of testing it. There are
the
multiple
way
ways of testing it.
the way I see it, I think science does not account for things that are way beyond it. For example, the metaphysical, the philosophical, the conceptual, the stuff like that. More abstract concepts and just overall just things that do not that necessarily don't fit into what we understand to be the natural world. I think there's something more. There's an element in the natural world that cannot be measured using mere science, although that doesn't necessarily make it immeasurable. Um, but yeah, no, I completely agree. And on the subject that I think it was Lau that brought it up, the whole spiritual stuff that happens typically in less educated areas, that kind of reminds me of a bit of of a quote. I don't know who said this, or I think it might just maybe just thinking, but it was something along the lines of Satan dresses himself in the modern world as a businessman. And that got me thinking, well, in the past, there were all these stories about spirits and demons and angels and all that stuff. And now that the world has, grown past it and become more secular, uh, there has been a more skeptical in the postmodern era, because people don't pay attention to that kind of stuff anymore, because so many
Yeah.
things are happening at the same time. They don't, on top of the fact that they already don't believe in it, they don't have the time to do it, which is also why I believe the stories like Godzilla, whenever he's treated as like an actual dragon, in the mythic sense, in the Western mythic sense, or a demon, that's where I think that those kinds of stories are so impactful, because it makes people, pause and think, shit, the spiritual world there's actually some weight to it. There's
Honestly, I
actually
wouldn't
some
even
merit to it.
honestly, I wouldn't even just say in a Western sense, like in a biblical sense. The fact that Godzilla himself in the original film is the stuff of Eastern folklore is enough to add to that point.
Even in -1, he's treated as like a local legend.
Exactly.
And so that's
That's
where
been that's
cryptozoology comes in, because like there has to be a truth behind the legend. It just does not pop up for pop up's sake. There
Yeah,
is a
and
truth. There
that's
is
something.
something there.
Yeah, and that's something that even the monsterverse has understood in a way for all of its flaws, which is like everything comes from somewhere, and sometimes it can be the same story just retold in a different way. So there's only one origin for multiple stories that we know at the same time, and also interpretations. For example, the Wendigo, the Wendigo,
Hmm.
it's been changed so much from what it was originally by the mainstream
Hmm.
that the current one is basically has almost nothing in common. It's an
With the
amalgamation
real
of
story.
all of this
Hmm.
exactly,
Yeah, the
and
Yep.
the mysticism overall, just mysticism. I think, I think there should be like a more. Although I have my personal take on which kind of mysticism, but that's sort of besides the point. But yeah, no. Also, I think I could beat it. What you saw, I think I could kill it.
Anyways, shall we circle back to fan
Yeah,
Yeah.
characters?
sorry.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Sorry,
continue.
we can make it
I
go back
apologize.
actually,
Actually, no.
since he was.
No, but like
Yeah.
tying it back to folklore, one of the biggest things that I want to say about your Gabara design, now that I think about it, it has an almost yokai-esque presence to it.
Yes.
Which very
I did want to
good.
add a little thing. This picture that you're looking at right now, I added the horns, but the horns will not stay because it made it look too much like a Wendigo attempt, or at least for what the mainstream now thinks of as a Wendigo, and also like a yokai. I was like, a yokai could be fine because they have this curved teeth, right? And if you look at the mouth of my Gabra, where you have like that zoom in, that's just the mouth. It does have curved teeth in the back, but it doesn't have them on the front. And also, I added a little bit of this Russian witch who has like these bird hands, but I made it
Yes.
a little bit more humanoid and with thick fingers. And you have like the bird scales, and then you have like these bulbous things that start developing through the body. So this face, except for the horns, is final. I don't want to change it. I want it to stay. The eyes glow. Actually, and that's what I wanted to say. It's funny that you're talking about, like frog eyes shining, and this thing looking at you from the trees, and it being really tall, because this guy is going to have the shining eyes. That's how you're going to notice it. Actually, I want the viewer to see it before the characters in the story notice it on trees. And also, the difference between Hoshi's, Gabra, and mine is that I went full frog. I know that it's a mixture between a cat and a frog. And if you go through the pictures, you'll notice that I did more and more frog-like things. If you look at the sketches first, before the final design, that will be really useful. Sim, please.
Is it this one? No,
No,
it's
no,
not
the
this one.
sketches that are on they are very basic sketches on
It's
like
these ones, or
pencil.
is it?
It's the ones on the Discord. It's
Did
right
you do a
below
new
it.
submission? I'd have to check.
Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
did
it's the
a
ones right
second.
below. It's the ones right
Oh
below.
wait, I
his
see it. Yeah,
final
there we
list.
go.
Yeah.
That's one.
Yeah, so I started playing with these really long legs, and like my first design that was a silhouette had very long arms. I started changing that a little bit, and this one was like a really bad one, but this one became the final one, or the more final one. On the back, you can see that there's a very sharp decline. That's because frogs have that on their body, and the legs under the feet become like this really elongated thing. And this was a more basic Gabra that I wanted to try at first because I wanted to go more Showa. But as you see later, I'm thinking of adding a tail so it can move through the trees. But yeah, so the head is finalized. Like I know that I want that. This more humanoid design is out. And now we can go to the final one, the one that's like on the computer.
Before I don't know if
Yeah.
Lau was close to being done or not, but if
Yeah.
you plan to cover the other thing I planned to talk about, I gotta go do something real quick. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Something.
So in that case, if you're leaving Kuru, do we want to have Minecraft World go over
I'm not
his thing
leaving. It's
after?
just
No, I'm
not
just
leaving,
saying
it's
in
just
between
taking-
now and then.
I don't know if
Well, first, I think Rooney, you haven't really given that many thoughts on like the prior designs.
Yes, I
Yeah,
would.
so-
I have a lot of thoughts in regards to. First of all, Hoshi's, straight out of Spawn. My first reaction to seeing Kong is, why is he black? And then, I've mentioned this in the chat, but Space Godzilla's got me acting up. I swear to God. He got me. Listen, from afar, he's got a very particular shape that appeals to my sensibilities. Like if you look from afar and you squint, it looks very much like something I would eat any day of the week. But besides all that kinky stuff, I do like the overall approach. I like the 2000s esque. Like I said, it reminds me a lot of Spawn, and also just What's
I
this?
mean, he did
There's this
say
comic.
straight up said that Todd McFarlane was like a really big inspiration.
Yeah, Todd McFarlane, but also this other comic. I forgot the publisher, but it's called Shakara. I don't know if you guys have heard of it, but it's basically just an alien mercenary. But it's very 2000Z. The art style is basically black and white, but with hints of red. Shakara is super cool. He's got two comics. I think one is called Shakara, the other one is
Can
Shakara's
you write
Avengers.
it on the chat
Oh,
so
yeah.
we can? Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. It reminds me a lot of that as well. I think it was what was it? Hedora's he didn't do Hedora, did he?
Destroyer, I think.
Destroy.
No, he did destroy. Yeah.
I'm thinking Megalon. I'm thinking because Megalon looks like one of those cephalopods that has those multiple. It's one of those brown cephalopods that looks like it's got like multiple arms. It also reminded me of
Cephalopods all have that, but brown cephalopod, yeah.
yeah, and also just a coconut crab if it was just painted black. And well, there was this one I forgot, I think it was Gabara. It looked a lot like a weasel and a lemur had a baby.
Yeah.
That was interesting. That was really interesting. Yeah, I'm a huge fan. And then there's Kuru's design in particular that I'm particularly fond of as well. Just the overall, because a lot of the designs that I see for Godzilla, even in movies and fan-made creations, they usually seem to oscillate between fully reptilian and reptilian with feline attributes. They seem to oscillate between that a lot. Even like designs like the Monsterverse, however, they kind of just went with like something like super symmetrical, right? Like if you were to break down the design, there would be a lot of cubes, a lot of rectangles, a lot of cylinders. It looks very like symmetrical, very handsome, very masculine, very sexy. And then you got designs like Shin, obviously, which look wrong in like a biological sense. And then same thing with -1, but he still got some feline attributes. Whereas what Kuru did seems like it just he completely abandoned that and just implemented this sort of a humanoid element to it, which I do appreciate, especially the fact that you let him keep his dong intact, his Genghis cock, his Penitas Mussolini.
Joking on that a little bit.
What was that?
It was a joke. You're
Yeah,
making fun of his sweet ass. Like you choking on that a little bit.
Oh yeah, no. Another just overall how uncanny it looks, and I think Lizard King put it really well in comparing it to a creepypasta. Like I had it at the tip of my tongue, but I couldn't quite place it. It was because the word that was in my mind was shitpost, right? It kind of looks like one of those creepy, uncanny valley shitpost.
Like an analog horror.
Analog horror, precisely. Mandela catalog. But then he went, oh, creepypasta. That's what I was thinking. Because when I was thinking shitpost, and I was like, that doesn't sound like a compliment at all. But yeah, no, I think he put it a lot better than I did in my mind. Just overall how wrong it looks biologically. Uncanny, just creepy, being creepy and weird. And I like it. I'm a huge fan of it. It looks like you said Bloodborne. I see it. You know what you should do? I think for Kuru, I think if you were to color this, I think you should include areas. Could be the hands, could be the legs, could even be the face, where you just paint it as like a fleshy color. That's what I think you should do. But just give it a fleshy color.
He's currently out doing something, but I'll relay it to him once he gets back. Or you could just relay it to him once he gets back.
All right.
Lau, did you have any other thoughts as well on did you want to add to yours? Or
the last thing was so as Hoshi went with the cat side, I went of course with the frog one. This picture here is posed. Of course, it has like perspective. The head is not like supposed to be small, but this is more or less like more of a mixture between the cat posture and like the frog aspects that it's supposed to have. With the hair, of course, I ended up adding like the spines just because I thought it was like a nice shape to have like that triangular thing on the back. And the thing I ended up changing when I made it more frog-like is that now the arms are really thick. and the hands are really bulbous. I might change that. And that's the thing. This design, I'm still working on it. It's not really final, but my goal is to eventually do a profile, front, uh, also top view, from behind, like from all the angles. So it's like completely officially final once I do all of that. So yeah, that's it.
Is that hair on the back of its neck?
Yeah, it's her. It's supposed to
nice.
be like,
Nice to keep
Yeah.
that aspect. It's
Oh, I
like
thought it was. Oh, you're talking about the orange stuff. I thought you meant like the yellow
the orange that surrounds the spines. It's like, one second, I'm looking up Gabara's design because I think he has hair. Yeah, he does.
yeah, he has hair. And also
I
on
thought
the
that
other
was just
pictures,
the skin just being rotten from all those things protruding out of his back. I thought it was just the skin rotting.
no, I'm not trying to go that much horror. Like horror is just like the only horror aspect is its behavior, but like the design is supposed to be more like a frog mixed with a mammal or a feline.
Yeah, this honestly feels like what. Honestly, I feel like this is what Salunga should have looked like.
It looks massive too.
Yeah, but
It's actually
I think
Yeah, exactly. It's only the perspective because this is supposed to be human size. Like it's supposed to interact with humans. This is one of the few smaller creatures. Like even the bigger ones get to maybe 2.5 meters at most. At most.
Still, like even if you wanted to make it like huge, I think this would be like an awesome design to turn it into like a humongous. I think it would be like
I'm back, by the way.
horrifying. Imagine like that, like 50 meters tall. That would be like
Honestly, it came to my mind at some points because since I'm taking from the singular point basics, in singular point, the longer a specific individual lives and eats, the more it grows. So I was thinking like I had concepts of a plan. I had concepts of a plan, and so sorry, and one Gabra like survives for way too long, and it becomes like this, like god, like for this cult. That instead of like being afraid of it, it's just like fuck it, we'll feed it children. Like completely opposite from the other village that was related to the Gabra.
like the Red Death from How to Train Your Dragon.
Kind of like that. I was thinking for 2 seconds.
Gorogong from Gigabash.
But
without the
more horrific in nature.
Yeah, kind of like cosmic bliss instead of cosmic horror.
Yeah.
The thing is, its behavior is what I don't really know what to do with if it grows too big. That's the thing, because then all of the point of the character or of the species as a whole, which is like to have this child predators thing, it's like if you have it the size of a giant tree, like what is it going to do now? Like suddenly you take all of its personality or the point of the character away, and now it will only like fight other kaiju, and that's not really the point, at least to me.
Well, I was
So that's
thinking
why
that if you're going to go that route, my thought would be if there's more than one, which you said there are several of these. This is a species.
Mm-hmm.
There is within the animal kingdom giganticism, which does occur, and when a creature becomes that big, let's say alligators, the bigger alligators do predate on the smaller gators. So
Ooh.
not to say that it's like, okay, well, it's now bigger. Well, children, which are, again, if these are human sized to maybe about 7 feet tall, if they're really standing upright, and not in their crouched position, when something gets over 10 feet and starts pushing 20 feet or bigger or half the size of a tree, children aren't going to satisfy it. But others of its species, which are smaller than it is, it will start consuming them. And that's where the god complex comes in, because it's so big, it's eating its own kind, because it's gotten to that alpha status that it's like it will feed on its own kind.
I was
also maybe
I was also going to add to that, like, it also starts actively going after not just children, but fully adult human beings, because even even if it's eating its own kind, there aren't enough of it to go around, so it also has to subsist
Right.
on its own on
Yeah.
the prior diet of humans. And since adult humans are far more plentiful for it, then I'm just imagining this thing like it forgoes its prior ways for the most part. It's stalking around, and then it just shows up, and then the next morning, an entire village is gone.
You know what?
who else
Thank
has
you. Thank you,
gigantism?
people.
You know who
My
else has
dick.
gigantism?
Oh no.
My mom. No, but
But,
you know what?
Alright.
That reminded me. About this case of just man-eating lions. Just there was this whole case.
yes.
Yeah.
There was this whole case of a bunch of lions just actively hunting down people and just murking them left and right. I think I saw a Casual Geographic video on it. But if you were to go in that route, I think if you wanted to make him massive and just make him into you know what else that reminds me of? Are you familiar with Gorefield?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go. Like there's some images of Garfield just eating John, in this, and he's just absolutely massive. He's just eating him, and then he's reviving, and then eating him again. It's this horrific cycle. I think there could be something. There's something you can take inspiration from, like either the man-eating lions or just Gorefield.
Actually,
Friggin'
thank you
Gorefield.
all, because here's the thing. You like I'm already starting to think of a couple things because of what you all said. Of course, like the point of the show that I was making is not supposed to be full on horror, but like yeah, I could see maybe making a really big one, like maybe not mountain size, right? Like not able to fight with Godzilla, but maybe like 10 meters tall or something like that.
Yeah, I think 10
Yeah, it
meters is
could
a
go
reasonable
around.
size. Yeah, just 10 meters
Yeah,
is like a reasonable, and even then, like you can even create some interesting imagery. Like where does this story take place exactly?
this should be in Japan. After like a really long time, like there's basically no cities remaining. Everything's like covered in either red dust or actually
So
it's
this
Oh,
is
this
basically
you know
what
what you could
happens
script
in
I
do?
showed
Singular
you.
Point if this would be Singular Point, but without Jet Jaguar actually being able to end
Exactly.
Godzilla.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
it.
This is the scenario of if that never
The bad
happened and
ending.
the bad ending.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude, you know what you
it's
could do? Like the
halfway through.
imagery. Imagine. So I would imagine that, like with the red dust, like, and especially in a place like Japan, like there would be a lot of fog and a lot of mist. Just imagine that, just walking through mist, just a misty town. It looks like a ghost town. And then he's just walking, and then you see him like he's eating a guy, and he just kind of looks at the camera and then just lunges at it. That could be like an interesting visual. Kind of reminds me of like that
Actually,
really old Ender Colossus animation from
Me,
Machinima.
when I see that,
and
nah, I'd win.
this yeah, actually
No.
this might be disappointing, but Minecraft and Black, like I did send you the first episode. Uh, that's what this is supposed to be later in. Like, so you have the Meganulon. So what I was thinking is when this thing gets big enough, what I could do is, like it starts trying to eat other monsters, right? Like it will have the dogs, the dogs. So because in my version you have these giant lizards that are basically like dogs, right? But they're more like the King Kong to 2005 version, like not the cutesy one. Like they're cute when they're like tiny, but then when they grow, they become like 2005 King Kong's version of that giant lizard. So it could lead that, or it could lead the Meganodon. And what I'm thinking is, if I'm going to make it bigger, but I wanted to retain that evilness about it, what I could do is that it's starting to eat the Meganodon, and then because they cannot scream, he still goes for people even though he's still hungry. Just because these things
Or
like
Just because he
yeah,
likes the taste.
this kind of came to mind was that to make it kind of terrifying to really think about, there is a child that is being hunted by one of the smaller ones, but as it lunges out for the child to take it, something bigger catches it in mid jump, and the
The
horrifying
circle of
fact that
life.
this Gabra that was getting ready to eat the child is now screaming because it's been caught by a bigger Gabra and is being devoured.
And you know
The
what? I'm
circle of
thinking that's
life.
even more fucked up. It's funny. We're coming with more horrible and horrible ideas just to make it even worse. But you know what? I thought that it's even worse.
Gabra
I'm
deserves
thinking
to be
that
horror.
It has a
I'm
dangling
thinking that they
baby.
could just. I'm thinking that they could just like let the smaller Gabras eat the kids, and once they're done, it just eats them. Like it likes to watch stuff dying.
Well, I
It's
would
just-
also see it as it's allowing them to fatten themselves up so that he can eat them.
Also, yeah.
that too.
Yeah, kind of the circle of life.
Yeah.
Um,
One of the small
definite-
details that I don't think we really touched on, the fact that you decided to give Gabara a tail and Hoshi did the same thing. Honestly, I think that's just a natural thing with Gabara designs. Gabara himself honestly just felt like something was missing without a tail. So
Yeah.
honestly, I'm appreciative of
Well,
So-
no, he had a tail. It
Not
was
really.
a stub.
Really?
It was a stub in the suit. There was a stub. Take a look. There is a stub. There is a short little stub. You
And
can't
not
see
only
it, but
that, I do
it's
want to
there.
say,
Gabara's design on stream too. I'm looking this up right now.
And the thing
And
is,
also-
what's weird about this is that you're actually looking up Gabra's butt. You're looking up
Nice.
Gabra's butt.
which is really flat, by the way,
Nice.
because
Aw.
I did. It's really flat. Like
I don't like
I
it.
looked at Gabra from all angles when I was trying to make my own design. Like I know the design almost by memory. And what I wanted to say is that when I
Thank
was
you.
on the first stages, you guys call it like a rake-like design. And I think that if I had gone in that angle, like a rake angle, I think that not having the tail, it's completely fine. But I feel like if I'm going to go on this like exaggeration of the concept of Gabra, which is cat mixed with a toad, I do need the tail.
Mhm.
Otherwise, it will never really feel the same as a cat.
Yeah.
That's the most
I
important
like
part.
I like my Gabaras to have a tail. Okay, he looks
Mm.
better with a tail.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that he has a
You
tail.
like
Even if it's
tails,
not
don't
super
you?
long, like having
Yeah.
it here is pretty good.
Hey,
And
Minecraft
as you can
World,
see
Mike.
there, I had different types of tails. Yeah, like the one that's more like a tentacle, I guess, or monkey tail that wraps around the trees. No tail, or just like the spines, kind of making it kind of like tail. Or here it was very the like lizard like.
Mhm.
I like the
Just
I like the
acting
monkey
like a
one.
lemur too.
Yeah, I like the
Exactly,
monkey
and
tail because it makes sense considering he's swinging around across the trees and sneaking around. It just makes sense with him.
I can just
Yeah.
imagine just like a scene of a hunter just going into the forest, and then you see a tree in the background, and there's like some vines, at least what you think are vines, but then the vines sort of start sliding downwards, and then you see the
oh
hunter turn around.
shit, and that's how they grab people by the neck. Maybe
Yeah.
even
Yes.
like, dude, thank you. I'm
Like, you
going
just
to do
hear-
that.
Like you don't even see it just get grabbed. You just hear him like choke, pulled up, and then the neck snaps because of
Yeah,
just
it's
how
one of
tight
those
it-
like horror movies where they have these creatures and they have like these really like long appendages and they are in the background and then you don't see them at first and then at the very end of the shot you can actually see them slightly moving away from, and that creates like a moment of tension for the, that could be awesome. That would be
Yeah,
awesome.
that's actually exactly what I was trying to do in this image that Sim is showing right here. You were supposed to have these people having this argument about like, hey, we saw that shit on the cave, we should be leaving. Let's get the fuck out of here. And all the time while they're sleeping, you should have like this angle going up, and you should always be able to see those two eyes. And you don't really know that they're there until like they start shining a little bit more, and
Like,
then you
it's
see
like-
the
it
fingers
looks
move.
like they look
Yeah, you
like
can make it like a
patches.
starry night. You make it like a starry night in the background, and then you have all the other stars kind of look like the eyes until at the end of the shot, you have those specific eyes blink, and then you realize,
Yeah.
oh shit.
or even just two of
Yeah,
them. get
because
bigger.
here's the thing, like what I did, I don't know if you read the first episode that I sent. Everything in the sky is supposed to be weird. Like these red colors that you see here, it's not because I thought that it looked good. Because of the red dust, all the clouds, basically all the water is kind of reddish, so the clouds are always red. The trees, all the leaves on trees have like this reddish tint besides the green. So the stars are also supposed to look kind of funny, like even on daylight, while the sky is still kind of bluish, it's more like purple. So everything is different. Like these characters don't even understand the world where we live in right now.
The way I think that's a good concept, but I would try and avoid falling into the trap of making everything like a similar shade. Like I would not only variate the shade, but also just
Yeah.
variate the saturation, especially in the sky when it's
Yeah.
raining. Like you don't want to make the sky like too red. You want to make it like a very desaturated, dark gray, but still
The
kind of
sky,
reddish.
in my vision, because of that, because when I made the landscape that you guys saw, I realized the same thing as you. Like everything's too red. Like this will be boring. So everything turns red only at night. At daytime, when there's the sun out up there and it's when it's saying, everything's like more normal. But at night, it gets really red.
Kind of like
So you can
Gotham and
also
the
have the
Batman,
horror.
yeah. Like
Yeah.
the Gotham and the Batman, the sky is usually red. Like in the first episode, the sky is green. I don't know why, but in the overall the entire series, just the sky is just always red at night.
Yeah. I think. Yeah, I think it's time to. Well, we have been. This has got us just going
Dude.
places.
Dude, this is just fun. It's awesome to talk about the stuff that we're working on. It's like,
Yeah.
this is amazing.
But not only that, like I just realized that we all like fucking horror stuff. We should do a stream on horror stuff specifically.
Yeah.
Honestly,
But
like
mine is hilariously, mine doesn't have anything to do with horror.
mhm.
Yeah, and mine doesn't either.
Really, it's interesting that I keep going. That everyone keeps like focusing on the horror stuff with it when I would generally say that in spite of the horrifying circumstances of my take on Godzilla's birth, the series, I would say generally kind of has a more uplifting tone.
Dude, same. Like
Because-
I'm focusing on this character right now, but like the story that I'm making, as I said, it's not supposed to be horror. It's supposed to be survival. A little bit like The Last of Us, but
I mean,
think
it
even
will
The Last of Us
will
has been-
ultimately like
Super-
presuppose
well-
horror anyway, so it kind of is just a
Exactly.
natural.
I mean,
yeah, it
yeah.
will ultimately have it at any
Yeah.
point.
Wow. One of the
I
biggest
will
things.
also mention, I did hear what Rooney had to say about my take. I was listening in while I was off. So just saying that.
Oh yeah, Flesh Godzilla.
I do-
That'd be cool.
I do like the idea. I don't know if you saw it, but one idea I had for this take is at some points on the body, he has like stretch marks similar to one of the concept arts for Ghost Godzilla, where it's him possessing Junior, and Junior's body is like stretched and scarred itself because of how much it's had to grow in just such a short span of time. And it's like that, and beneath like the scarring and stuff, you can see almost like human like skin.
Yeah, you mentioned that earlier, and you already saw what I had to say about that.
But yeah, Lau, your philosophy with Gabara, this has me most interested to see how you're going to tackle Godzilla. I am very
actually,
excited to see how you're gonna go about
I
Godzilla.
will probably disappoint you because I've struggled with Godzilla so much on this show because like I feel like Gabra is my best monster. Rodan is basically the same as Singular Point because I feel like it still works really well to have like flying creatures all over the place. And then the Meganulon are like also one that I'm really proud of. But Godzilla to me is a struggle because this is a story that's supposed to be very, even though it's fantastical, it's supposed to be grounded in the sense that these characters are not supposed to fight Godzilla. So
sort of
what I
like-
had to do,
sort of like monster. So
Yeah,
sort of
this-
like, I think you compared it to. Well, I probably
Monster
do a
Hunter.
comparison to Monster Hunter, yeah, where it's like
Yeah.
it's a grounded fantasy. It's like a fantasy that sounds like it works under a realistic pretense.
Berserk,
Yeah.
Lord of Ring.
and so what I had to do in the end is I had to do the same thing as Singular Point. I had to put Jaguar in there, or some type of mech, because these people, and there will be eventually like an Attack on Titan type of plot twist, which is actually we're in the future, even though we live like we're in the fucking cave times. And so they will find one of the abandoned bases where they were actually trying to make a mecha. And that will be Jaguar. But actually, Jaguar is not going to be all nice and shiny. He's going to be a little bit of a fucking freak because he's a robot that's supposed to follow orders. So he doesn't really care about the characters on their mission to, save the village. He only cares about going back to civilization. with or without them.
Here's a way that you can incorporate Godzilla without even having to have him.
Mm-hmm.
Because since the way you're going with it is that this is after, the events. Jet Jaguar lost. He didn't. The program, didn't get through whatever, blah, blah, blah. So now it's taking a different course. Well, Godzilla no longer needs to be on land. He lives at the bottom of the ocean. He is no longer active. He doesn't have to be. And so he is basically fallen to myth and fallen from myth to legend because time has passed.
He actually
it's
is
almost like a Godzilla Earth kind of thing where he rests for long periods of time.
Yeah, I was about to bring up
because he's no longer active.
Where it's like
he is now at the bottom of the ocean. He is no longer active.
Yeah, I was thinking like
what?
I was about to bring up the Polygon movies where it's like you could probably have it that the second Jet Jaguar is awakened, Godzilla rises from the sea again. And going back to like the myth stuff, since Rooney mentioned that, because you stated Godzilla would be the stuff of myth, this is a secondary wake-up call for humanity that, the things that we believed weren't real are very real.
Yeah, no, I don't
Sort
want
of
to
harkening
wake humanity right now. Be like, stop trying to wake me up. I'm eepy. I'm eepy. I
No,
want to sleep.
So here's the thing. Actually, what I know about Godzilla is that I did want to leave the nuclear message in the story still. So what happens is that the red dust originates in the bad Korea. You all know, like the fascist, like horrible Korea. I think that was North Korea, right? Like, or sometimes I get it mixed.
Yeah.
I get it mixed all the time. Well, the one with Kim Jong-un, that's where the red dust originates. And because it's in that country, of course, the motherfuckers don't want to tell anyone what's going on. So it gets out of control. It spreads to China, it spreads to parts of Russia, Japan, the other Korea, everywhere. Like there's this huge, basically red circle in that side of the world. And so what they do eventually is that they realize, okay, we have to nuke it. And when they nuke it, the red dust stops reacting. It stops spreading for centuries, actually. And that's when it becomes part of nature, and that's when things start evolving and all of that. So outside of this red circle, the world is actually like very, very advanced. So the fact that, I could make it so to be kind of like this Mecha Godzilla from GVK, where Jet Jaguar gets activated and then Godzilla wakes up, that would be great, because what happens, spoilers, by the end of the story, what I want to do is the rest of the world wants to nuke Japan, because it's dead, right? Because there's no one living there, it's only monsters, and somehow Jet Jaguar came back to life. It was probably just this programming that finally fucking worked. They don't know that there are people still alive there, so like you're trying to stop the bomb, but it still drops. And they don't know that this time the red dust has evolved since, right? So this time, if you actually drop a nuke, everything gets worse. So Godzilla is actually going to mutate for real. And the characters know it, Jet Jaguar knows it, but they need to get it to the outside. And they fail. That's how it's going to end. So now that I think about it, I can make it work. Like Godzilla can be like the final boss after everything's supposedly fine.
Like you're just building up to his awakening, and then everything goes to shit from there. And then
The rumbling style, like Attack on Titan,
exactly.
sort of. So
yes,
I personally, this story, I'm already so invested in the whole Gabara aspect that I honestly just stopped caring about Godzilla altogether.
Exactly. No, and that's the same thing that happened to me.
Gabara, that would have been amazing. But like,
and that's the thing that happened to me. That's a problem because I'm like, okay, do I focus on one thing because I really like it? Because even when I made Gabara, it was supposed to be this horror segment in the story. Like when you go through the Harry Potter movies and suddenly it's like, what the fuck happened? We have ghosts here draining people's souls. Like you go through the third movie and suddenly it's like horror, kind of. Like it's really, really dark. I wanted to do that, but then you get back to the safety, because these other people, like in the characters' village, they don't know about these horrible things, but these characters will come back changed to their people. Like they know about the horrors of the outside. So I
have
wanted
a
to do that.
I have a question, Lau. Have you played Helldivers?
I heard of it. I think it's kind of like that movie about the bugs, right? And everyone was saying that it was
Yeah,
like
That's Starship
Nazism.
Troopers. That's
Starship Troopers.
Starship Troopers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Helldivers is
right
the
now
game.
there's an event where the Illuminate, which are basically like space zombies, kind of, sort of. Right now there's an event where they attacked Super Earth. I don't know how the hell that happened. I look away for 2 months, and now we're in a war worse than Malevelon Creek. Anyway, so in the so the Illuminate have these new creatures that are like they have 4 arms and multiple eyes. And also just the Illuminated infection also creates civilians that kind of look very like Cthulhu-esque zombies. What if the red dust did something like that?
I was thinking, and this was something that I only had in mind for a little bit. That's why I didn't mention it. I was thinking that Gabras could be mutated people. Also, like that's why they're so humanoid, because they're the only humanoid creatures that I will have in the entire thing. And so I was thinking, about it for a moment. What if these are kids, like the centuries and centuries of this thing mutating? It created this. It's not a spawn. It didn't spawn from another dimension like all the other Rodans and the Meganulon and all of that. It's actually
This is
something
just
that
like the
happened because of
natural
humans.
evolution. Yeah, like the
Yeah,
natural
and
evolution.
so it's
yeah.
humanity's fault that Gaia exists. It's actually, it doesn't have anything to do with the red dust. The red dust just did a little bit of guiding, I guess, towards like the final result, which is Gaia. I was thinking of that, and
I was thinking
you
like
know
more
what?
so that the actual red dust just fused with human biology, and it started evolving it in a way that humanity was never meant to. That's kind
You're
of like what I
making
was thinking.
oh my Rooney, you're making me think of something interesting from I'm gonna talk about Persona for a minute because that is very similar to a concept in Persona. So if I'm getting the lore of the series right, the whole reason shadows and the collective human unconscious and even personas exist in the franchise is because of the fact that in ancient times it's implied that the planet that collided with the earth and the debris that formed the moon was literally a planet eating god called Nyx, and her biology causes the life on earth to evolve in a way to specifically counter her.
Oh, like
And
an
also,
antivirus, sort of like an
I
antivirus
wanted to
or like
say
white blood
that
cells.
And so
it also
the whole
reminds me of the
reason-
Black Goo.
Yeah, so yeah, in a way, Rooney, yeah, that's what it is. Is Nyx's presence causes the creation of the collective human unconscious and personas and shadows, which she is directly responsible for creating. And it's the experiments done by the Kirijo group that wind up giving a monster form that calls to Nyx in the events of Persona 3, and that's why the world is basically predicted to end on January 31st, 2010, and it's only stopped by a literal reality shifting miracle.
Oh, kind of like a fever, kind of like a white blood cells in the bloodstream when they see an infection.
That's
Oh.
kind of what it is that's kind of what it is that even though humanity began to change in a way to specifically fight a literal death god, it still wasn't enough because Nyx is literally multiple times in game stated she cannot be defeated. It's only after the protagonist achieves the universe that he is able to. It's literally implied that by Igor in game, he says, "Now nothing is out of the realm of possibility for you. With the power of the universe, it might even be possible to defeat that which cannot be defeated and save your friends."
But can't you beat Goku though?
Honestly, though, Makoto Yuki, there's a very real chance that he could use the Universe Arcana to beat Goku.
Which Goku are we talking about? Super or Kakume?
Any of them, honestly, because it's like
If
that's
you
just
don't mind,
how it works.
I'm gonna have to get off here in a little bit. I mean, my wife's not feeling all that well.
All right.
So, I mean,
Yeah,
if
I
it's
think-
okay,
I think you should
just
probably
for
go.
my kaiju to be pulled up and just get your guys' overall thoughts, because since this series is almost done, I'm as you guys have been talking, I have been working on the 5 different species of titanosaurs. This first series is coming to an end. So I just wanted to get all of your guys' thoughts on the dinosaurs or prehistoric reptiles um, that that then became the kaiju that we all know, but with my spin on how they evolved and became these things. And if you guys have any questions about, it in a whole, you guys can ask me. And I have been talking with Zim about the future of what's going to happen, because I came to an epiphany. It was like, in the movie Hook, an epiphany, something like lightning struck my brain. And I literally was dancing, because I was like, I think I found something that will make everybody happy, from the new Godzilla fandom to those who have been in this fandom for so long. Because I've been able to look at the demographics on my YouTube channel, and it is a mix between 30s to 50s, and 29 to I think it's like 21 or something like that. So, oh, and you guys will also see that, and everybody already knows about this. I did a Kong, uh, a Kong already, and that's what Zim is showing right now. It's that one is not going to be seen until the next series. So I only threw him in there because he has a part to play. If you guys have seen the most recent speculative evolution of Gorosaurus, he is mentioned.
Neat.
Monkey.
Honestly, I stated that because you talked about this on the previous Godzilla pitch stream. I think it was the second one, actually. I like what your general philosophy is with the monsters, and I think that philosophy applies really well to the designs, especially with how you go about their color schemes. Like Godzilla in specific is the one that's standing out the most to me. The fact that you lend into a more navy blue design, sort of like a whale color scheme, as if like going for something more aquatic that fits really well than just a pure night or even just jet, like coal black, charcoal or void black, or even green by comparison. I know you had the green forest Godzillasaur, but
Yeah, the other 3 are a green, a shade of green, and I went with that because it depended. Again, as I've stated many times with the Godzillasaurs, I went with the Dragons of Fantasy Made Real concept, where I took a fantasy and made it real.
Like what people like, for example, if you were doing something like a sauropod, Mokele Mbembe was very real. What people were seeing in the Congo was an actual dinosaur, or even in Loch Ness, that kind of mentality.
Yes, and I don't know if you guys are very much aware of this, but I have also been working on a cryptid field guide, where I have drawn the cryptids, and I'm going through each cryptid and I am explaining in a field guide-esque way, and it will be a published work.
I haven't seen that, actually. I'm interested to see
Yeah,
those.
it's on my Instagram. It's on YouTube.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I made a short on YouTube.
Oh, okay. I'll look into that then.
Yep. Go take a look. It's only a brief glimpse. I used the Doctor Who theme for it because I really like the Doctor Who theme.
I mean, it fits. So, but
it fits.
Obviously, also you you translated a lot of your thought processes with King Tyrannos, which I've stated before is one of my personal favorite fan-made original kaiju, just because of how well thought out it is. You translated a lot of those aspects into this, and I think it works. I think translating kaiju into a realistic setting is a bit of a fickle thing. The MonsterVerse tried to do it, and while I personally like a lot of the designs, I think in general it was a bit of a 50-50 go around. I think you took a lot of your thought processes with Tyrannos, like I said, but also took a lot of what the MonsterVerse did as both right and wrong and kind of made it your own thing. And I think that is absolutely brilliant.
And I appreciate that because I, as you said, I have put a lot of work, research from what I know with the animal kingdom, with my knowledge, and with my love of the kaiju genre itself. I went through a lot of trial and error, a ton of it, and that's why. And again, King Tyrannus and all the other kaiju that I made were in the scale of 100 meters plus. But
I just
Zim,
wanted to
you
say
know,
something about King Tyrannos because I did see him the other day. I saw that you were making the figures.
yes.
I heard that it was supposed to be like an iguana, and I didn't really know what to think because I hadn't seen it yet. So when I
Oh.
saw it, I just wanted to tell you that I fucking love the thing. It looks amazing. Like I also saw it on the stories. I started
You
following
have
you
the
like a couple
Origin
of days
comic
ago.
coming out, right? You have the
Yeah,
Origins.
yeah,
Do
I saw
what?
that on your stories.
What?
The Origin comic for Tyrannos, right? You have that coming out.
Yes. Oh
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
And this is why I am breaking the speculative evolution with the kaiju analysis videos, and I'm only doing like 5 per series, is because I want to take that break because I've not really had much time to really play with my OCs and really get them out there because I have been very much focused on the speculative evolution kaiju and their kaiju analysis videos. So that's why, again, I'm like, well, with Titanosaurus, he's the last in this first set, this first series that I'm doing, so that, and I've let everybody know, even on my YouTube channel, that it's like I am taking a break from that so that I can work on the actual comic. I've got 3 pages already like drawn out, which I am doing all myself. I'm not paying anybody to do this. I am doing everything myself.
I think Lau has to go.
Yeah. The thing is, my charger is on my backpack, and that's not here with me because of something that happened.
Oh.
So I'm on 2% battery. So I just really wanted to say that I love the design for your original one, and also for the Godzilla stuff. Like, I don't have anything new to say. Like the fact that you made them look so realistic, but also so unique. Like at first, I do want to say that the last stream I didn't really get it, but the more I looked at them, yeah, no, I love how they look. All of them. Godzilla the most.
Yeah.
But Gorosaurus is my second favorite because it really looks like Gorosaurus, and it looks super.
You freaking killed
plausible.
it with Godzilla specifically, like that. Like all of them are great, but Godzilla specifically, I think you absolutely knocked it out of the park.
I'm gonna be honest. I think it's just. I'm just gonna be honest. These designs are not for me. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that's fine.
Yeah, I
mean,
would agree. Yeah, like I somewhat agree, but I also do like the fact that Godzilla is like a different shade of color, other than just black or gray. I just like it when
I
Godzilla's
like the
just
navy
given
blue.
more.
I like the navy blue Godzilla, but I have a serious pet peeve of people making Rodan just a giant as Darkid. I hated it in Singular Point, and I'm not fond of it here either. My favorites are probably Gorosaurus, just because he was already a big dinosaur, so it's not like this is anything different Anguirus is interesting, and Kong, I feel those three translate well the most to this style, but Rodan and Godzilla himself, at least for me, leave a lot to be desired.
Is Kong based off of the more what's it called? Aren't there like gorillas or
Gig-
just primates in the north, like in the tundra?
in
What?
My
Gigantic-
Kong, at least this version of Kong, um, I took the silverback gorilla and I took the uh, Gigantopithecus, but I
Oh,
took it a step further because with the Gigantopithecus, they are finding that it's more closely related to the orangutans than it is um, to the gorillas or the other great apes. So I took it a step further that he Kong or the species that Kong comes from, they have a a more broader face. I didn't give it to Zim, which I do apologize. I do have a more up close shot of Kong. You know, he's roaring. Like with the other orangutans, they have, or the male orangutans, they have the face plate, or it's called a face plate, but it's more the skin is stretched out, it's wider, it makes their face bigger. Um, the Kong species has that, but it's not to that extent. The males have that, but they have more. The plate is not really as big; it's more condensed, but they inherit the savage the I gotta remember the name of the crest that's on the head where the jaw muscles attached to the vaginal crest. Sagittal crest. Sorry. The sagittal crest. Yeah, the sagittal crest is bigger, just like what's in the silverback
You had
gorillas.
me at vaginal crest. Like when you said that,
I'm
actually
sorry.
was like,
Yeah, you gotta.
I was all
Yeah.
in.
The vaginal crest on these guys. You know, you got to look south with that one. You know, it actually helps the genitals reach further because the ladies have deeper set. Uh,
That won't be a problem for me.
and it sounds like it wouldn't
It's
be a
not
problem
deep
for
enough.
you. It's not
it
deep
wouldn't.
enough.
It wouldn't even have to be a problem I have to worry about because they don't touch me.
Oh my gosh! All
We're
right.
Godzilla
Well,
fans. We don't
No,
pull.
but yeah, no. But yeah, no. Like
uh,
honestly, like just the detail, the attention to detail, and just the even as far as deep as like the sexual dimorphism. Honestly, I dig it. It might not be my personal cup of tea, but if I were to recognize quality, I'd say that's a pretty damn good job you did there. And it also got me thinking, like, does Kong does he is Skull Island in this story of yours still like a normal island? Because it got me thinking, like, what if Skull Island was just like a northern, like an Icelandic, North Pole island, where everything
Or
was
even,
like a
I think
tundra.
it's in the. I think it's meant to be in the South Pacific, actually. So like a southern pole island or something. Like if it had its own.
That too.
well,
That too,
well.
yeah.
Honestly, I would
Hey,
like to see.
Zim.
Yo,
I'd
what's
like
up?
to see-
You and I have talked in depth with this, and nothing
Mhm.
against everybody else. Um, because of my realization that I had today, um, Zim, should I kind of give a little bit of a sneak peek of what I'm intending to do, or should I do what I told you, which is not have you say anything to anyone? Because again, this is going to lead into the series. Because again, I have had so many people ask about Mothra, ask about Biolante, ask about all these other kaiju like Ghidorah. Um, they will not have speculative evolutions in the realm that I'm dealing with because my realm is more naturalistic in its entirety. Those specific kaiju will not have a speculative evolution. However, they will have an analysis video that explains how they became what they became, or like with Ghidorah, where he comes from.
Yeah, I think in that case,
So-
we should definitely hold off on it, mostly because that
please.
would be a really good video.
Yeah, please
for your
hold
channel.
off. Please,
Because I
don't
do
spoil the
intend
surprise.
to, on my channel, and I did put a poll out, basically telling people that after this, after Titanosaurus is done, when this series is finished, I asked people, do you want me to do a live stream where I will be talking about this? This will be talked about. This will be talked about during that live stream. What I and Zim have been talking about today. It will most definitely 100% talk about the future of what's going to happen and what to expect, all the great things and where this is going to go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think definitely a live stream would also be a good idea as well, man.
I second
Don't
that.
don't spoil it for everyone.
Yeah, leave it
No.
as a surprise for us.
But what I will say is that it's already out there. This is already canon because it is in the latest video, which is of, and again, forgive me, I do not remember every single dinosaur's name that I have created, but it's the Gorosaurus one, the speculative evolution video. It is mentioned in there. So to answer your question, it is Skull Island, but not by name. It is in Spanish.
Isla Calavera.
Calavera. Yes. That is how it is pronounced. That is how it is known. Because I don't want certain things to come back at me. I don't want YouTube to, be like, oh, hey, wait a minute. It's like, no, because I've already had to deal with some things like that already. And I'm needing other people, like the people who subscribe to my channel, to understand that the choices that I make are so that YouTube doesn't demonetize me.
Right. Fair enough.
Because
I would also just go with a different language as well, just like
Also,
Galsatha
yeah.
or something.
Yeah, and just so you
I'm
know,
not that well versed,
there's
so I just
another
learned Spanish.
word. Yeah,
Fair
so
enough.
there's a second word that you could use just in case you don't know. We also say cráneo for calavera.
Oh, that's
for
true.
skull.
Yeah, we also say
Oh.
cráneo.
In case you like that word more, because some words, like, maybe you hear them and you're like, oh, that has a ring to it. But like calavera,
Well,
to me, sounds better.
Then for those
Cráneo
of
sounds more
you
like
which
visceral as well. Like just saying,
Yeah.
él me partió el cráneo.
Yeah.
That sounds more visceral.
It rings in a similar manner to the word carnage, or carnivore.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not versed in Spanish. My wife is. I am not. I try to do as much as I can. I try to learn as best as I can. So for those of you who do speak Spanish, I do apologize if, my crude sayings of certain things. Please forgive me. I am really trying to do that justice as well. So if you guys do follow me on like Discord, please write me, please send that to me so that I can see it written down, so that I can actually see it. Because I would like to do that more than what Ila Calavera is. And again, forgive me for my pronunciation if it is completely off. I'm only good in English. English is my
English
first
is the
language.
universal language, as we
I
all know.
am slowly trying to learn Japanese.
So,
I want to learn
but
Russian.
I'm trying to rush through this so that I'm not going to be on here much longer. So with that being said, I know Zim only has this picture up of the dinosaurs. I want to see what your guys' thoughts are of just really quick, of the mutated forms, because these are just the dinosaurs. These are what is going to, or what is the basis for them. So here we have Godzilla himself, or Gojira as I keep
Now
it
we're getting
in.
somewhere.
And this is Gorosaurus. This is what he is going to look like. And I wanted to do this one so much justice because he is only seen twice. maybe 3 times, if I remember one other film or whatever, but only 2 that I know of that the suit ever showed up in the Toho series, which was King Kong Escapes and then Destroy All Monsters. He's also used, yes, in stock footage for Godzilla's Revenge, but I'm not counting that because that's stock footage. But I really wanted to pay so much homage to Gorosaurus with that image. And then with Anguirus, trying to go back to that just really quick, because Anguirus, however you guys want to pronounce it,
Linus.
Anguirus. Anyway, because the stereotype with the Ankylosaurus, which again, yes, it is stated in the 1955 Godzilla raids again that it is a species of Ankylosaurus. It's not said outright that it is an Ankylosaurus. It's a species of. So because I've seen so much fan art of Anguirus being a meat-eating Ankylosaurus, it's like, okay, what can I do to still keep and pay homage to the Ankylosaurus part of this, but make it to where it would be more believable for a meat-eating Ankylosaur? And that's when I fell upon the crocodilian family, which was the I said it in the Adiosauruses or Adiosaurs. They were in the time of I believe it was the Triassic. They were basically the body print, the blueprint for the Ankylosaurs, because the Ankylosaurs perfected what the Adiosaurs began. And so that's why I went with the Atiosaur way with Anguirus, was so that, because again, Adiosaurs were vegetarian. They also did state that they were also omnivore. They apparently, from stomach contents, they were able to find that they did eat other animals, but it wasn't often. But they were more vegetarian, but they did eat meat. They ate other animals. So I played with that and took the evolutionary path of, well, what if there is a branch of these animals that went a different way? The Adiosaurs still went their way, but this branch went back to the carnivorous ways of what crocodilians or pseudo-crocodilians were. And so I played with that aspect and that thought, and that's when I came up with the 3 species of the Anguirsaurs or Anguirsaurs, to kind of show that there was more than one species that shot off from the main Atiosaur species, and that the biggest one became Anguirus.
Then Rodan looks
I
good.
definitely can say, if y'all can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. It wasn't showing that y'all could hear me. I'm like, oh, hey, Sea Monster, when the hell did you get here?
Oh yeah, just made a cameo. I just came back from work.
These I can definitely say I do definitely prefer the mutated design so far.
Yeah, because the way that I wanted to do Rodan, which again, and I surprised everybody with this, was that I took 2. There was Rodan, the true Rodan, and then there's Radon. And I liked how in Godzilla 1993 or Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2 that this Rodan looked completely different than the Rodan that we all knew from the Showa era, and even in the Millennium era, where they still went with, in Final Wars, a more similar look to the Showa era Rodan. So I wanted to show that there, and still playing with the Ropin and the cryptozoological world, that there are several stories of pterodactyl-like cryptids, one in the Congo, one in Papua New Guinea. So I kind of took that and used it to my advantage and made Rodan a Gigavolcanopteryx, which is basically a volcano wing pterosaur. The pterosaur, yes, like all other pterosaurs, it can only amble on all fours. And I do agree with the singular point Rodans. They went with the more dinosaur-esque look. I wasn't overly fond of that. So I wanted to, like I have always said about this, is that this is my love letter to the kaiju genre itself, and to pay utmost respect to these kaiju. That, yes, I will show where it came from, how it started, which was it being a dinosaur, or a uh, uh, a pterosaur in this instance, a flying reptile, not a true dinosaur.
A prehistoric organism of some kind, just in general.
Yes. Yes. So trying to put truth and basis in the fact that these were real animals and they now suffer because of mankind's mistake. They have been part of our mythologies and stories, and because of our ignorance of dealing and thinking that we're God and we can split the atom, and since we have been able to split the atom, it has created these monsters in both metaphoric and physical, that it forced these things to mutate in a way that we now see what we see in the films, which I take as the films are a very rough documentary of what has been truly seen. My kaiju are what the real animal is. The films are the documentary, with air quotes there, showing that the person saw this and they wanted to reiterate this the best way they can to basically state, hey, I have seen these things, but with what we have in technology wise, this is the best I can do to show you that this thing is real. But the reality is these things that I have drawn. That's the way I've been doing this, is that still paying homage to the films because of what they are, but I'm trying to put it into the realm of these things are real. But it was the director or the person who is making the film, this was the best they could do to express what they have seen, if you understand me.
Yeah,
So kind of like an artistic recreation of what they saw, sort of.
Yes.
Oh, I see how
the
people do
films
that
are
in
just-
real life, actually. Yeah.
So
because things can become distorted. Your mind can only latch on to certain things for a certain period of time before you lose that memory. And so that's why with a lot of documentaries, and even the ones that are about as true as they can be, they're still distorted because it's what the person who's directing it sees, but it's only what they can remember.
And sometimes the technology of the time can warp their perception. For example, like for your example, the fact that Godzilla being a suit, maybe a lot of people, maybe Godzilla himself fell back into myth because of the fact that he was portrayed as a suit, as a fake being rather than the actual creature.
Exactly. And if you take a look at this Rodan that's here right now, if you guys remember in the 1956 film, Rodan has a hump on his back, not because it's there, it's because that's where the hook to the cable that would allow the suit actor to be in the air and back down on the ground. That bump on his back in this shows that that is an actual part of the animal's body. So I'm still paying homage to what has been seen and done in the films, but portraying it in the real world. And in this picture, you can see that in 1956, there were two Rodan. And I explained that in the video. that there were two. One's a female and one's a male, and there is sexual dimorphism. The female is brighter, or she's more of a reddish color, and her orbital crests are shorter. So it's to kind of show again, the one is male, one is female. But like I said, I know that with the whole Rodanachirus that I did, which I also even strayed away from the Pteranodon, because that's what everyone has been doing with their art, is making Rodan a Pteranodon, because that's what he is. That's what, the films say he is. And so, and then with Singular Point, they made it into a Quetzalcoatl kind of
Nasdar
thing.
kid.
Right. And so it's like, well, I want to go a different route. It's like, well, what if they were actually a branch from the Ornithochirus? Why not go that route? Because Ornithochirus has no crests. They don't have any. So it's like, well, how do I explain that these things have a crest? And they're not even that big anyway. So I just played with that aspect. And again, as you guys know, Ornithochirus's bills are ridiculously long. I mean, every pterosaur almost has a really long bill or beak. But this, with the Vulcanopteryx, I made their beak shorter to complement and compensate with Rodan's actual beak. It's not very long. And so, again, the video of the Rodanachirus was very controversial. Well, not controversial, but I had a whole lot of people kind of get mad at me over the same thing, where it's like, oh my gosh, you're doing another pterosaur where it's walking on all fours. It's like, I get that, but this isn't the kaiju. This is the prehistoric animal. This is what becomes. So it's like, just hear me out. Wait until the analysis video. You'll be impressed. You're going to see what's going to happen. And then when the Rodan analysis video came out, that's when I started hearing people getting more excited about it, because like, oh, well, finally, we get a Rodan who's actually standing upright. And I
They had to wait
explained
for
in the
man to
video
cook.
why he's. Yeah, it's like, I understand that Rodan is on all fours, and people aren't, kaiju fans are not really into that. And it's like, I get that, but give me a moment. I have to start here to explain how Rodan got here. So again, yes, the dinosaur or the prehistoric creatures, some of them people are like, I don't really like that. But when they see that the kaiju, I then get people going, okay, well, yeah, that makes plenty of sense. Well, yeah, that does make sense. Okay. And it's like, give me a moment. Let me show you what I can do. I have to start here so that I have a basis to work on to move on with.
Yeah, your mission
And that's why
statement is like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. And so, like, with this picture, it's Radon. It's a totally different species of Rodanachirus, but it looks like Rodan. And in the video, it is explained that it was misidentified. And so that's why they called it Radon. That's why it has that weird name only one time in the English dub. But yes, in Japanese, Radon is, the Japanese word. But in the English dubbed, it's been Rodan, except for the one time in Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2. So I wanted to show the distinction between the two. But I couldn't do that without the prehistoric creatures first.
Yeah. I think personally, just having Rodan be more of a Quetzalcoatl or a Pteranodon or a pterodactyl in any capacity, I think I personally prefer it as opposed to the more stylized version of the Showa era, mainly because I just find it more intimidating. I mean, sure, you can write the personality or the choreography of the movement and the action and the fighting of the monster to make him seem terrifying, because like a turkey like this is gonna be terrifying regardless. But at that point, how much is that just the design doing the heavy lifting versus the actual action, or instead just there being a synergy between the design and the action? But again, I don't think that's necessarily a good or bad thing. I just think that's just a thing. I just personally, for me, I just would prefer
Right.
Rodan
The
to look
original
more intimidating.
concept of Rodan was actually supposed to be like the it was some kind of like prehistoric. Oh, they
Archaeopteryx.
found it recently. Yeah, the Archaeopteryx. And that's what it was supposed to be, but due to the time constraints and the, suitmation, they couldn't do it. And so they opted for more of the Pteranodon look because it would be easier to deal with when it came down to suitmation. And again, they were on a time constraint, if I remember that correctly.
Yeah.
Fair
Yeah.
enough. Yeah.
Yeah, your
And so I
mission
thought-
statement. I'm sorry.
No. You go on ahead because you tried to say this before, so I'm going to let you.
Okay. Your mission statement in terms of having the kaiju be sort of based on dinosaurs, or at least of sorts, where you have like a before and after thing. Like the mission statement is like really, really clear. And to kind of like such as with Rodan here, like yeah, people are going to be like reminded of Singular Point to a degree because of like they use the design elements of making Rodan look like a Pteranodon. The difference between that and this is that, what you're going for here with Rodan, it actually does fit with the thematics of kite prehistoric creatures that have been mutated into kaiju, like dinosaurs being made into monsters. Whereas Singular Point, it's like there was really not much of a reason for why Rodan had to resemble a Pteranodon in Singular Point, other than just
It's
cause.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's also one of those things too
Right.
with Rodan's design in Singular Point is that it feels like they made a pterosaur red and they kind of left it at that. Although the first Rodan in Singular Point is kind of a mishmash of other pterosaurs, but it functionally and physiologically it acts too much just like a regular pterosaur, and because of its size, it doesn't even really feel too much like Rodan itself.
No.
It's
It
kind
might
of
well not even be. It's like Rodan
the
in
first
name
form
only.
is like
Yeah.
it's the first form is like marine, like life, like it's supposed to come from the water, so it's like a really weird thing.
Yeah.
Amphibious,
Right.
sort of.
Yeah, it's like a
And that's
bird
not-
that's like
yeah.
amphibious.
It's not.
And that's not what I was wanting to do with all what I was doing.
Hmm?
I was wanting to veer in a way that, I mean, and to be honest, I didn't even expect all this to explode the way it did. That's why if any of you are subscribers, which if you are, thank you. If not, go subscribe. Anyway,
I've been since I found
but
you.
the very first video that I did, which was of the Godzilla Sauridae, that's why that film or that video is not done similarly like the other ones, is because that was only going to be like a one-time thing, me just showing off my art, me having fun with it. That's why the science is not all there. I mean, there is some, but I didn't go in depth. I didn't have, multiple pictures that would be able to explain further. I just went with, this is what I wrote on DeviantArt. I kind of copy and pasted it, and I just went from there. And I did not expect the explosion that came from that. I mean, it was one of those things where I was like, are you kidding me? And just seeing everybody just gravitate towards it, I was like, okay, they're wanting more. And it's like, okay, I need to do more. As in, like, this was just like me playing around. That's all that was. So I do intend to go back and redo the Godzilla Sauridae and do it better than what it is now, but that's when I will have the time for it. But um, but going with the Godzilla Saurids, that one was more my love letter to what Godzilla, where the idea of of Godzilla came from, because again, he was made up of 3 different dinosaurs: an iguanodon, a T-Rex, and a Stegosaurus. So I was like, okay. So I threw those together, and I was like, okay, but how do I make this believable? Because there's no way. There's no fossil evidence of anything like this ever, and nothing like this could exist. So how can I make these things real enough to explain why they have these things? And it's like, that's why, I believe in the video, they're described as plates, but they're not plates. So it's like they look like Stegosaurus plates, but they're not Stegosaurus plates. They have arms like an iguanodon, but they're not like an iguanodon. A lot of them are not. Like with the oceanic Godzillasaurus, the big blue one, I wanted him to look like what we would think that other marine reptiles would look like. And even with whales, whales are either like a gray to, like, there's the blue whale. Well, it's called blue because it has blue skin and it has a white underside. That's the natural camouflage. From above, the ocean is blue. From below, you can see the sky and you can see the sun. It's white. So from below, you can't really see it. From above, you really can't see it. I took that nationality as well and put that into the oceanic Godzillasaurus. And it's like, well, how do you explain Godzilla himself? Well, he comes out of the ocean. Well, then why not make him a ocean-going creature? Well, how do you explain he can breathe underwater? Well, I had to go in depth with this and give it a lot of genuine thought. And I didn't want to make it so grandiose that, like with the Godzillasaurus in Godzilla versus King Ghidorah, 1991, where he's a massive, massive dinosaur. It's like, well, this dinosaur is larger than life anyway. Well, I don't want to make him too big where it's like, okay, that's not even believable. So I had to shrink them down to where it's still outstanding, but it's also within the realm of believability. And again, with Godzillasaurus, the oceanic one being as big as it is, it doesn't need to come out on land, not often, as it's described in the video. He's more out in the ocean. That's why he's as big as he is, because the ocean can support his weight, his size. But he still has to come out on land for mating, for laying eggs, if it needs to catch prey that it's not able to catch in the ocean for some weird reason. Or if it just doesn't, it's tired of the ocean food it's getting, it's tired of seafood, it wants beef. You know what I mean? So that was the whole reasoning with the Godzilla Sauridae, was that it was my way of saying, well, what if there was a dinosaur that was like this? Well, how do we explain it? How do we explain that there can't just be one? There can't just be one species. What if there was more than one? But again, my failure, which again being the fact that I didn't think that video was going to go anywhere, I didn't truly explain where they came from. I just stated they just showed up in the fossil record. Oddly enough, they couldn't find, a species that became this. There was nothing. I just chose to say that, well, they showed up at the end of the Jurassic, the beginning of the Cretaceous. And I just left it there because, again, I was not really involved in it as I am now, because I did not think that I would even be here right now because of that video.
Honestly, the fact that you put in this much thought just makes me want to see what you do, because just the level of detail and just doing a bunch of research, it kind of reminds me of how I'm doing currently my novel Godmorg. I had to, because the story focuses on religion and just godhood as a whole, I had to, learn about metaphysics, epistemology, theology in general. And so just hearing that coming from this project, honestly, just it makes me feel alive, and I just wish more people had that sort of mindset. So just for that, I just want to say I am going to check out more of this world, because it sounds way too fascinating, and way too much effort was put into it for it to just be overlooked. Because that is very inspiring, honestly. Very inspiring, especially just the appreciation for realism. Like, a lot of the time we typically just gravitate towards just ignoring reality, because I always say that stories are just mirrors of reality, reflections of reality, and so naturally you would expect it to behave how reality would, even when introducing fantastical concepts. So just the fact that you're putting this much thought into making everything coherent is honestly it makes the story endearing in a sense. So, and the effort being put into it as well, just it deserves to be acknowledged. So I just want to shout that out.
Thank you. And to also kind of add on to that, as Zim, if you're able to, you can put either picture up. It's either Godzilla breathing, it's just the headshot breathing fire, or it's the full body him breathing out his fire. It's not fire. I go off of the 1954, where it's all they could do to kind of make it look like fire was shooting steam out of the puppet's mouth. So I took that and went with a real world explanation for this in the video, which, by the way, for some stupid reason, YouTube decided to mark it down as copyright. I don't know how, and I tried to change it, and no matter what, they still do it that way. And it's like,
How
well,
did
then
they?
screw
What
you
did they
guys.
copyright it as?
I don't know because it doesn't say. I think
Really?
it's the music. I think it's the music
Oh.
that I chose in the background, which I completely muted as much as I could. The YouTube was not happy with it, so that's the only video that's not monetized. And it's like, are you serious? All that work I put into that video, and I can't get paid for it. It's like, okay. So that's why, again, like I said, I have to be very careful with what I choose to say and do in these, because I don't know what YouTube will say that's okay and that's not okay. That's why I even chose to make AI music, because I'm not well versed in music and writing music and playing music. So I had to go with an AI engine to make music, because I was being dinged, for a no copyright
Hey, can you
music.
hear me? Just
Yes.
I'm just
Yeah.
having some audio issues. Then I will strongly tell you to say Isla Cráneo, not Calavera, because Calavera is how Skull Island is actually said. And if YouTube uses any language, they could technically strike you for saying Isla Calavera. So I will say Isla Cráneo.
Oh no! By the way, Lau, no, I've seen the Spanish dub for Skull Island. My whenever my family wants to watch a movie, I always put it in the Spanish dub for them to watch it. They do call Skull Island Isla Calavera, so I think Cráneo is a lot. It would be a better choice overall then.
It's safer.
It avoids,
Yes.
And see, and
it
that's why
avoids the
I
copy.
appreciate you guys, because it's
Yeah.
like, if you guys could, if on Discord, send me a message with that spelling so that I can use it, because right now I'm only in the scripted section of this right now. I mean, in the in the speculative evolution for Gore Source, the island is not mentioned. The island is said, but the name is not mentioned. So I have not mentioned it yet, but I'm still in the middle of writing the script for the analysis video for Gorosaurus. So please, if you guys, send me a message on Discord with that spelling so that I can have it, because I'm only using Google Translate. Forgive me. Yeah, I know a lot of you guys are shaking your heads like, "Oh my gosh, are you serious?" Yeah, I'm sorry.
Hey, some of us have to do it. I mean, I had to do it for translating a couple of words when I was naming some of my kaiju. But yeah, sometimes we have to resort to that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I
So,
just
but
did
going
something
back
really
to-
stupid.
Yeah.
I did something really stupid. I was spelling it out and I just hit a typo. It's gonna make things significantly worse for no reason. I'm so
Oh
sorry.
no! Please don't do that to me.
I'm so
Don't do that to me. Because I'm going to put it in there, and I'm going to have the Spanish community looking at that, going, "He said what now? Why did he?" And
Like, it's
they're
not
going to be
it's
like,
not even like a
Island of
really-
penises or something like that. It's like, oh my gosh,
No,
did
it
you
doesn't
seriously
mean
just?
anything.
It's like, what? I
Send me
don't
the
know. I
typo.
can't.
The word, like the word
Send me
didn't
the
change.
typo so I can know how funny it is.
It's in the
It's
private
just
chat.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
just calavera, but with an extra Q. It doesn't really mean anything. It's just
Okay.
calavera. I mean, if you wanted to
Oh.
write it with a K, it's gonna sound like a whole unique name. So it's like, and it doesn't sound like skull anymore. It sounds like a unique word based off of skull, and it could mean anything at that point, like that you want it to mean, but it doesn't mean anything in Spanish.
Fair enough. So, but that's what I've been trying to do. And again, like with Godzilla, he does not breathe fire. It's a mist. It's a steam that is concentrated into a beam that when it comes into contact, because it smacks into a solid surface, it explodes because it is atomic. It has radiation in it, but it's like with the splitting of an atom. When it takes force to split that atom, and because of that splitting, there's an explosion. Well, it's the same concept as there, that when this mist hits an object, it splits the atom immediately and it causes the combustion, which causes the explosions of like buildings burning and things like that. So the mist is not a flame.
Yeah,
It's a
and even
mist.
if it wasn't atomic, it would still be hot enough to ignite the area and just sear people alive. So
Yeah, I was about to do that.
Exactly, and that's the point.
So it's basically
And that
a
was the
beam.
point.
So it's basically a beam so hot and so radioactive, and also just so dense that it lights everything it touches on fire.
So essentially, the Jada Toys GXK RC Heat Ray Breath Godzilla is scientifically accurate to what Godzilla probably would do, except in this instance, the little heat ray breath effect could actually kill you.
acid reflux.
Exactly. Yeah, so in the worst form of acid reflux.
Honestly, I have always interpreted the atomic breath as some form of acid reflux for God.
You know, that's kind of what I did for God Morgue, like one of the variations, because that version of not God Morgue. God damn it, I'm thinking about that
God
story
of this
again.
world.
Yeah, God of this world. That version of Godzilla, he had multiple atomic breaths. One of the atomic breaths that he had kind of hurt. It hurt his esophagus when he used it. It kind of burned him because it was a form of acid reflux. It was a more flamey atomic breath as opposed to just the laser. And
and that's why
noticed
Taco
something
Bell went on
similar.
ahead and promoted Godzilla in 1998. We all know why.
Nice.
I mean, when you think
There's
about it,
also in
Biollante
Godzilla
also
Minus
had a
One.
bit of acid reflux.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and Godzilla
Well,
got the
my-
brunt of that in the face.
Don't tell
In
me
Godzilla
I
Minus
haven't
One.
been. Don't tell me I've been muted for the past 20 minutes.
No, you haven't.
Yes,
Yes.
it sounds like you have.
Yeah.
Because I haven't heard your voice in so long.
All right,
By the way,
no,
I'm
you
still
probably
at
have.
2% battery. What the fuck?
You
I'm
should
getting
That's
this
the perk of
fucking
being-
cool.
That's the perk of being an Android.
Get a charger
I was-
real quick.
Exactly, yeah. iOS is for fucking pussies. This is the way to go.
See, no, 15%. 15%. If it were an iOS, it would just shut down. 2%. Yeah,
It
I still
would.
got time. I still got
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's like
I did
2%,
block the
I still got
screen,
time.
you know, so I don't waste more energy. But I'm surprised I'm still here. Every time there's an audio issue, I'm like, okay, it's dead. And then I'm like, oh no, there they are. There it is.
Never underestimate the power of an Android.
Yeah.
I was gonna
Literally.
say, in regards to the not iOS, god damn it, in regards to the minus one, it's something present as well, which I think is an example of really good power scaling. We all know what the atomic breath for minus one Goji is capable of, just nuking things. But if he kept spamming it, it would just make the plot not as coherent as it is. So what they do is that they have the atomic breath physically damage him as he uses it, so that he can't always be spamming it. He has to use it very strategically, and sparingly. Just wait for that part of his body to heal before he can use it again. And
Yeah.
that's something I mentioned in my GVK video. Like, you don't want your characters to be powerful enough to kill God, only for them to like lose to something that's realistically they should not struggle against.
I wouldn't even
So that-
I wouldn't even just say it's a power scaling issue. I'd also say it's a thing of attention to detail, because like minus one is going for the mutated animal. If this thing were to suddenly shoot out of its mouth a concentrated beam of pure radiation, that would hurt. That
Yeah.
and being more of an animalistic nature, it probably wouldn't want to do that all the time,
Yeah.
because it has some level of self-preservation.
I think
Yeah.
it kind of just goes to show how potentially pissed off Godzilla was right at the climax in -1 when he gets out of the water after the plan and he's just
Oh, yeah.
messed up
Yeah,
and he's just like,
that
you
just
know
makes the
what?
character moment of that even better.
Like I'm
It's
already
like-
about to
and-
die. I might as well just go all out.
You know what?
Right.
Fuck it, you're
And
going
that
down
was-
with me.
I don't know why,
And-
but
and
that one scene to me is one of my favorite character moments for Godzilla, just as a character, because even despite the probably indescribable pain he's in right now, because
Yeah.
he still just decides to just do one last thing.
Yeah, the
And-
hatred is
and-
way
and-
too like embedded into his very identity. Like he's going full blown hater. Like he's a hater to the expense of his own health.
He's
And
taking
that's-
notes from Am at that moment.
Yep.
and that's what's going on with Godzilla in what I'm doing. He is forever in pain because described in the analysis video, his body is basically undergoing death and rebirth, and it is painful. That's why if you look at his face, you look at the spinous process that is sticking out of his tail, his body, his cells are dying, but his body, due to the radiation and the radioactive charged cells, they're rebuilding, but they're dying.
Oh,
It's
kind
a
of like
constant-
Wolverine. Kind of like Wolverine. So
Yeah,
like Wolverine,
kinda like
his
Wolverine.
adamantium claws. Yeah, his adamantium skeleton is
Yes.
constantly poisoning him, but his
body is
healing factor
rehealing
is all-
itself, but it's always
Yeah.
dying.
That's
Godzilla
why he's
and all the
so
other
agile.
kaiju.
Yeah.
hmm
Yeah, that's why he's so agile when he has the
kaiju-
vibranium skeleton as well.
hmm Every kaiju within what I'm doing suffer in a way. They are suffering, so they are not meant to be seen as monsters. In what I'm doing is I'm trying to bring out pity. These things are hurting. They are always hurting. They are always suffering. But they cannot escape the suffering because their body is regenerating what has been lost, but it will be lost again, but it will and the pain of that loss, which it hurts. When your body loses cells, you don't feel well. You can tell, like when you get sick, you do have cells that are dying. That's what these kaiju feel in the uttermost extreme, and they cannot escape it. Now Godzilla manages to, because he is finally killed by the, I don't quote it, oxygen destroyer, but it ends up ending his life because your cells have to have oxygen to rebuild themselves. They have to have all the elements that are needed, and oxygen is one of them. And without one of them, your body can't rebuild.
My solution to Godzilla's suffering is, dude, just take drugs. Just get high. Just get high.
I guess to kind of reel this back on topic, finally, I guess I'll show my thing, and then we'll get on to Minecraft Worlds.
So I'm going to actually go ahead and jump off. I do apologize. I wanted to get that all out, and I want to thank you guys for listening.
No need for apologizing. This is absolutely amazing. Like
we're having fun.
I want to see this as a graphic novel form because I think this would be perfect for a graphic novel.
He does have the analysis videos, so you could probably go watch those. And for Tyrannos, he's doing a graphic novel as well. So
nice.
But yeah, this is. I side with Black here in terms of just how good this is. The attention to detail is enough to make this work. Even if your designs even if you went against every single design philosophy that makes Godzilla work, you would still have something really interesting here just because of just how the attention to detail works. Just how in-depth and how thorough and how well put together this is.
It coheres very well. It's like it's synergistic in a way.
Yeah.
And that was what I was aiming for. So again, gentlemen, thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. Thank you guys for being very nice. And do keep an eye out for more things that are coming out for me. Like I said, during this whole thing, I have been working
real
on
quick.
the
Okay,
Titanosaurs.
King, before you go, Sam had a question. I'm just gonna put it right
Oh.
there. It says, "Will Kong grow to 45 meters in your series? A good idea to have is when he's mutated, he grows to 20 meters, like in King Kong Escapes, before he stops at 45 to face Godzilla. Could that work?" If that's something you cannot answer, you are more than welcome to say you cannot answer it, because I know you have some thoughts with Kong. So
Ugh. Okay, because I have been giving so many hints, no one has picked up on it. No one has picked up on it. I have given so many hints in these shorts when I have done both the speed paint Gorosaurus and the speed paint Kong. There is a huge spoiler that no one is picking up on. Should I say or should I not, and let you guys try to figure it out? But
let them try to figure
the
it out.
spoiler
Keep the
is
story alive.
there.
I want to figure it out. Yeah. I like
Also,
the
Okay.
mystery.
Okay.
Also, Lizard, I
Okay.
have something that I would like to see from you later down the line. If you can,
So-
I want to see you do a drawing of your take on Godzilla interacting in some way with Tyrannos. I think I'd like to see those two meet up. Even
And
if
then
it's
draw him
and-
giving birth.
No.
And
But-
thankfully it would work. The way that I have these kaiju set is that they're set to their original setting, which is in the films, they're 50 meters. Give or
How big
take.
is
Some of them
Tyrannos?
are like 40. King Tyrannus is 55. He's 55 meters tall.
Oh, that works
Yeah,
beautifully.
King Tyrannus is not very big, and that was why I wanted to make all my kaiju within the realm of 50 meters or less. Probably a little bit bigger. One of the biggest one that I have is 80 meters, but that's because it's a giant Galapagos tortoise, and when he stretches all the way up, he becomes 80 meters. When he's not fully stretched out, he's not that tall. But
That works. That really works because it also makes the interactions between them and the characters a lot more intimate.
it does, because that was the whole point, and that is also explained in a video that I made. It is explained. So I put it in the sense of the Godzillas that are 100 meters and up, they are dealing with humanity that are the size of the picnic ants, which are the small black little things. You really don't even know they're there until there's a big group of them coming out of the anthill. Then you notice. You don't really notice them when they're that small. But when a kaiju is 50 meters or shorter, I compared it to the big black carpenter ants, or the bigger ants that are in the jungles, in the tropical forests. You know, they're a little bit bigger.
You compared them to the BBCAs.
I was gonna make the
Basically.
joke. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to.
I was genuinely, my mind paused for a second.
My mind just defaulted to Tyler, not Tyler the Creator, Low Tier God. Just saying that.
Brother.
No.
Oh, guys, you know what? You know what? You guys are gonna make me just jump off of here and just not even say goodbye.
Listen, this is the kind of shit that we get up to. You should be well aware of that.
We're young.
I am very much well aware.
We're young. We all, we're horned up.
You should
You should listen to some of my streams. We go fucking insane on them.
You're the oldest of us six. You're the oldest of the six of us.
Mm, yes,
Hormone
I am.
imbalance.
Future is now, old man.
There you go. Don't make me say it anymore, you guys, you fellers, and you get off my lawn.
No, you know what? This reminds me of that Simpsons clip of I think it was Milhouse that says, "Oh, look, an old man is speaking," and everybody rushes to listen to to him speaking. I think it was Homer Simpson's father. That clip, that's what this reminds me of.
Oh my gosh. So, but I explained it in that way where it's like, and I deal with carpenter ants all the time at my apartment. They're everywhere, but they are not something that is hard to miss. You see them. It's like you can even see them from a distance, and you're like, holy crap, another one's in the house. That's how I took it, was that I kind of took it from my perspective, me being the kaiju, and it's like, okay, well, if I'm 100 meters, a person is the picnic ant. Well, if I want it to where the interaction where I have the interaction with carpenter ants, which are a problem for me, it's like, well, why not have that kind of interaction with the kaiju? Keep them within the realm that they can interact, just like in Godzilla -1, where they brought him back to being 50 meters tall, where he could actually have a not really like a genuine interaction with people, but he would be closer. He would be able to like pinpoint. He could look down if he wanted to and pinpoint certain, human beings as he went by and stepped on them. He doesn't care about them, but he can pinpoint, he can look, and he can interact in that aspect. And the perfect sense for that is a picture that I drew of King Tyrannus walking through a city, and there is a person on top of the building, and they meet eye to eye.
Mhm.
And King Tyrannus is actually, you can see his eye fixed on the person, and the person is putting his hands out like, whoa, 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 don't do anything. I'm sorry. Do you want a monument? We'll worship you. Don't kill me. He's putting his hands
Don't be
out like,
rash.
whoa, yeah, don't be rash. He's like, and so that is what I wanted to portray. That it's like my kaiju, my original kaiju, know that humanity exists. They're not just a thing that is so small and so minute that it's like, well, I'm a god and you're a puny little thing. You don't even exist in my world. It's you exist in my world. I'm not liking the fact that you're within my bubble. If you
world ain't
understand
big
where
enough
I'm
for the
going with
both
it.
of us. Yeah.
Right. And so that was my choosing, and that was also thanks to Zim and that video that he made all those years ago. I will keep acknowledging it because I keep going back and rewatching it just so that I can try to better this world. So there you go, Zim. I hope you feel better about that or feel good about that you actually have someone that your video influenced them so much that it has made their OC characters even better than what they were originally when you first did an analysis on it.
My
kids grow up so
fast.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is the power of criticism. You're
This-
welcome.
This is
Well,
why
right. It's
this-
and see, and that's I had the word. It's constructive criticism because
that.
he did point out a lot of flaws. Zim pointed out quite a few flaws that I was like, well, yeah, I never gave that thought because at that time, yeah, King Tyrannus was over 100 meters. He was like 109. He was 109 meters, and it's like I never really gave it much thought because King Tyrannus used to be 85 meters. Then I bumped him up to 90 meters. Then I bumped him up to 100 because I was trying to keep up with everybody else's OC. And it's like, but why do I need to keep up with them? I need to focus on what I'm doing and the story I'm wanting to tell. Why do I need to keep combating and trying to not really level up, or out level, but try to keep up? It's like I don't need to keep up. I need to worry about the basis and the root of what I'm trying to do.
Exactly. I mean, I think that's what's
Jeez.
important,
And so-
especially is when you're focusing on your story instead of like other stuff that's going on in the community. It helps create something that is really unique in that sense.
Mhm.
And that's why I wanted to be a part of this stream, was because like in the stream title, it's the design and everything. It's like, well, I wanted to bring in the fact that it's like without Zim actually bringing to light the fact that it's like, okay, well, where are you going with this? Because I clearly remember that. Not you didn't say that, but I'm paraphrasing. But it was more along the lines of, okay, you're trying to go for realism. Well, explain why. Why are these kaiju able to stand up? And that made me think. It's like, well, okay, well, actually, these kaiju can't stand. I mean, they can. They have the mutation in their hips where it's double socketed. So that one socket is meant for them to be up and walking. Like they have to wade through cities because it's so tall. They need to see, or they need to try to rear up like in the real world to show that they're bigger, or when they have to grapple, like when you see monitor lizards or Komodo dragons, they are able to raise themselves up on hind legs and clash against each other. Well, in my scenario, they have the mutation where their sockets, the leg can move into the socket that will allow them to remain upright for longer periods of time, but their main source of locomotion in the secondary socket allows them to still remain on all fours. And that's what I've been working on, is trying to show my kaiju more in their natural state. Even though, yes, in the pictures that I've posted, he's standing upright. A lot of them are standing upright. Others are crawling because that's their comfort locomotion. I've been trying to incorporate that it's like they still are giant reptiles, but they have the mutation to stand if they absolutely need to, because their skeletons mutated in a way and their hips mutated in a way that will allow them to slide into a socket where they are now comfortable being upright for longer periods of time, and it can slide again to go back into another socket to let them go back to being quadruped. It still
and
hurts.
They say excessive realism in stories makes them boring. This is one of some of the coolest concepts I've ever heard in a fandom for a Godzilla concept.
Not even just a Godzilla concept, but like an original kaiju story. The way you put this together made it work so brilliant. There is a reason I said earlier in the stream, Tyrannos is one of my favorite original kaiju that I've ever seen, either here or just in general. You pay attention to the details. You make sure every single minute beat makes sense and is necessary for the story. It's
autism. It's the
good.
power of autism.
Okay, well, yes, I do have, ADD and ADHD. Thank you for noticing. It's all internal.
No, you and me both. No, but seriously, honestly, just wow. Honestly, I say honestly a lot. Just over. I think honestly, again, I said it again. My God. I think more
Calm
people
down.
should be paying attention. I think more people should be paying attention to this in general. I want to hear. Nah, that's too condescending. Never mind. Carry on.
Anyway, so just to end it with this, yes, I wanted to do this because of, again, going back to what was said in previous Zim videos on analyses of other OC kaiju, is that, yes, for every kaiju OC, they fall very much within the shadow of Godzilla. And it's like, that is very true. Mine also falls within that shadow. But I also told myself, I don't want it to be where you can see the silhouette and go, it's just another Godzilla. It's like, okay, how can I make this to where it is still really cool to think about, but it's not just another cut, copy, paste Godzilla OC that is just like every other copy, paste, and nothing against everybody's OC's kaiju, like with Titanic Creations, again, they even admitted that Godzilla is the basis, and you can see Godzilla in Titanicus. You can see it. But there's the changes that are there that make it not Godzilla. I wanted to go a route that maybe, just maybe, no one else has thought about going down. And it's like, what if I can go down this road where, yes, it is very time consuming. Yes, it takes a lot of energy and a lot of research. Again, with my animal background, with my human anatomy background, with my hunting background, which allows me to know the ins and outs of an animal and their organs and what they do and what they have and how they function. The biology and everything that I try to set up is so that it is so believable, but yet it's so fantastical, because again, these are giant creatures that should not even be allowed to exist because of their size, which again, science says no, nothing at a certain size cannot exist or cannot even stand up because of the bones and the muscle pressure. And it's like, I get that. So that's where I take the realm of reality and the realm of sci-fi and try to blend it to where it's, I need you guys to understand it's fake, but it sounds so real, it could be real, but it's not.
This is the kind of stuff that Monster Hunter does to justify the monkey going Super Saiyan.
It's no, like I was actually that's a positive comparison.
Yeah.
Monster Hunter is one of the most realistic video games ever made, and it's
The
entirely
T-Rex.
The monkey going Super Saiyan. Okay, Frieza.
There's also
that explains why you're purple this time, Kuru.
the T-Rex. There's also the T-Rex that punches so hard it makes things explode. And I kid you not, I was wearing a T-shirt of Brachydios once, and my biology professor was asking about it because she was so confused as to what it was. And then I was explaining Brachydios to her, and you could see the gears turning in her head. I was just like talking about how this is like a dinosaur that has a symbiotic relationship with a slime mold that combusts to reproduce, and it uses it as like a weapon. And she's just like going, "Oh,
Combust to reproduce. Yeah, that's most humans, I think.
Damn it,
It's a very small explosion, but it works. It does the job.
Not mine.
very small" is an adjective that can describe a lot of things in that scenario.
So,
Not me.
So I'm gonna hop off
Yeah,
here.
because yours
Thank
is an
you guys once again.
XXXS.
Well,
Gee whiz.
good night, Luther King. You freaking knocked it out of the park. Oh my god.
Yeah, bro, we were
Absolute
yapping
cinema.
for what, like an hour on this one alone.
Yeah,
Dude,
I know, and I'm
cinema.
sorry. I did not
Great.
expect to take a full hour to.
You're good.
Because
Don't
it's
worry
like
about that.
all I was intending to do was just the dinosaurs, but then you guys brought up King Tron. It's like, well, I cannot not talk about my own OC. It's like two guys in the bathroom and they're both trying to take a pee, and one guy's like, "Hey, you want to see pictures of my son?" It's like, okay. I mean, you cannot just talk about it.
Toronto's is literally your profile pic. He's your baby boy, for lack of a better term.
I
Yeah, it
just
took
imagine
about-
someone in chat going, "Pff, what a narcissist."
I know. I I
Chat,
know.
do not say that. Do not say that, chat. I gave you the idea.
Somebody's
Don't do
gonna
it.
say it now, Rooney. You jinxed it.
Well, now I got to go and take a look at what the chat room's actually saying when I get off of here, because it's like, oh, I'm curious now, because apparently if there was one person asking a question, I know there were several that probably didn't get a chance to come on. But that's on Zim. I don't know if he's seen anything else. But
I've been looking. I haven't seen anyone have any other questions at the moment for you.
fair enough.
Oh my
Fair.
god, you have your own OC as your profile picture? That's like Mickey Mouse having a house made out of his own head. What a narcissist.
Sonic having a race
Hey,
car
he's the
designed
face
after
of my
his body.
company. I can't do anything about that. He's the face of my company.
He just become his own thing.
He's the Titanic of your Titanic creations.
This house wasn't cheap.
Yeah. Well, you guys would be jealous of my mouse tool, so you can shut up.
What do you think you're talking to?
You piece of shit!
Oh my god.
All right, guys. Okay. You guys have a good night.
Take care, dude.
Peace,
Take
man.
care.
Have a good one.
Yeah, I actually
guys
do need
too.
to go. I need to go as well. Just final thoughts. Just so what he made. I think you're Zim. You're gonna have to pull that peak fiction, like that absolute cinema image every time something like this happens again, because I'm genuinely interested. Just overall, it just goes to show that realism doesn't have to be boring. That's just a perfect example of that. But yeah, no, I have to go. It was really fun being here. I just wanted to observe and just comment on the different kaiju stuff because I haven't.
You're gonna listen into the rest of the stream.
Probably, yeah. But
also,
yeah.
I implore you, if you haven't, go watch the original Kaiju stream. I was rewatching that, and I think that is a perfect prequel for this. So yeah,
I will.
The original Kaiju pitch stream.
I will.
So,
yeah. Thank you for having me. Zim, I will check up on you in regards to God Morgue, and yeah, I will
literally be reading it at the bar this weekend. So,
all right. So yeah, thank you all. I'm a skedaddle.
Skibbity.
Good night, Randy.
You did.
There we go. And then there were 4.
All right, I think Kuru was going to show his thing first, and then I am going. So, and then I'm going to do mine.
Yeah, so one sec. Why did it? Oh, I minimized it. That's why I couldn't find it. There we go. All right.
Yeah. Kuru. Kuru. Kuru.
Kuru died.
Kuru. Kuru. Kuru.
Kuru.
Kuru.
Kuru.
It's a shame. It's a real shame that Kuru died of ligma.
What's the matter, Kaiju Kuru? Can't you talk
Damn it! See! No!
Actually, meantime, Kuru's not here. I think that maybe we can then go to Minecraft World then in that
I'm going to
case.
DM him first. One sec.
For anyone who's wondering what my little, for anyone who's wondering what the parentheses section of my, sort of name is a reference to, I pretty much had watched the Penguin, and really good, great show actually. So Sophia Gigante is actually the name of for a good portion of the show, she starts out being referred to as Sophia Falcone. She's Kristen Miliotti's character in the series.
But yeah, I'm just gonna send 2 more pieces because I have 2 things that I would like to talk about that relate to the design research stuff. So the first thing is the Neos redesign. Actually, I'd like to talk about.
So while we're on Kuru, let me, because I have everything pulled up for Neos.
And then I added the original version, and I think
the ones you just sent are the new ones, right?
Yeah, what I sent was the original design and the one at the top. My first one that I sent.
I'll show you. Well, I'll show you. You'll tell me which is which.
Yeah. And then and then I also sent the finished. That's the redesign.
That's the redesign. Okay.
Yeah. And then I was also thinking we show off the battle royale that we did for after the original Kaiju stream. I sent that as well. Anyways. So since the original Kaiju stream, I've been developing Neos a little bit further. My core mentality when it comes to Kaiju is less realism and more so character. Because to me, giant monsters or monsters as a whole are characters first and foremost, themes second. They can embody themes through their characters. And I think, with Neos, I wanted to try something that was both characterful but also distinct. Lizard King actually talked a bit about putting the OC in the shadow of Godzilla, and that was something that I struggled with a little bit when coming up with the concept for the story, because I had a vision for what I wanted Neos to look like. I had a pretty solid idea in my head for what I wanted her to come out as. A basically King Caesar, but more draconic, feminine, and with wings. And what I ultimately got to was, actually, if you could pull up the original design, it's the one at the very bottom.
So at the bottom. Okay, give me one sec.
Yeah.
I'm gonna switch over to the other list set of pictures.
Yeah.
Did I just hear a cat?
No, that was me. Just a little tired.
Yeah. But that's what I ultimately got to. Something that Runishi's taken.
Yeah.
That basically
nice little upgrade.
Yeah. Aside from the wings being too small, which I eventually rectified with later artworks, basically something very feline and but also draconic. Because I'm drawing from mythology, I figured I'd draw from mythological sources. So things like Abzu or cats and how they're generally depicted in myth, as well as Western and partially Eastern dragons. Yeah, as well, but also keeping the feminine nature of the character, which I think, God, I'm trying to work. I think I generally did a good job, like keeping. She's slender, obviously. I stated in the original version, in the original pitch stream, that Nemesis was one of the big inspirations. That inspiration was partially the color scheme. The orange was Nemesis's fault, but also the general slender nature. Herself is really bulky. She's also very lithe, like slim when you actually. She's from side to side, but when you're looking at her front, she's pretty squished together. So yeah, but I went into the mythological dragon-esque thing, but also keep it as expressive. Biggest problem were two things, and I was talking with Vic about this, who he's in the chat now. Hi. I was talking about this because when he and I were talking about like our ideas for the original Kaiju, I'd been thinking of doing a redesign of Neas because something about it felt a little bit off. I liked what I got, but it could be a little better. And the thing that made me feel off was it doesn't look mammalian enough. It looks too draconic. It looks too much like a reptile. I don't have the texture. And so when reworking the design, I focused a little bit further on the mammalian aspects, emphasizing the ears a little bit further, changing the eyes to be more expressive because you can't really get expression out of that. It looks too mechanical. Out of how I drew the eyes there, it looks too mechanical. And then adding fur texture, if you could go back to the redesign.
Yeah. There it is.
Yeah. But yeah, I wanted to emphasize her personality more in her pose, which was something that I didn't really do with the original. I just showcased her in a standing what is it? Like position, shooting her fire breath. Not really much of her personality. So I figured, you know what, with this rework, I'll try to focus a bit more on the personality and character, because that's how I view my kaiju, how I like my kaiju, and kind of what I was going for with Neas. And so the pose, like, it was more so a chillaxed, battle-ready pose. And also the fact that she's like a tomboyish smile there. I think that just makes it work. As for some other design changes, I made the tail shorter because, yeah, the tail was way too long. The wings are folded up. They're meant to be much, much, much larger when unfurled. And I also just bulked her up a little bit further, though that might be a little bit because of how fluffy she is now. And the wings I changed a little bit. I made them a bit more digitigrade. You can't really see this in there, but I have a different wing shape that I might put later down the line. So, yeah. But yeah, thanks, Vic. And Vic, you're in the chat. Thank you very much for helping me with like giving me tips when redesigning her. I think this turned out amazingly. So yeah.
Yeah, kind of taking what you what you had before, change enough of the details there to make it so it's like, all right, make it a little more palatable, make it like kind of more or less line up with what you intend for it to be in the first place.
Make it a little bit more obvious what I wanted to from the get-go.
Yeah, with the textures.
I think the one issue that I have is that the arms, or at least I drew the hands a little too small. Though that might just be perspective. So yeah. And also when it comes to the size, I wanted to say this after Lizard King's whole spiel. When it comes to my size, like when it comes to my kaiju, I like them large, but I always want to find something to rectify it. Shut the fuck up. I wanted to have something to rectify the scale discrepancy, because Lizard King was right. If you're if your kaiju is too if your kaiju is too large, you lose a sense of intimacy with them. If your kaiju is too big, you lose a sense of intimacy with them. But if they're too small, they don't really feel like a giant monster. They just feel like a regular monster. With Neas, I rectified it. I rectified that with the human form, the whole Ultraman-esque thing, which I realize in retrospect that Ultraman was a bit of a ghost inspiration for this. So take that what you will. But I like the fact that these are towering creatures. Even if the fact that these creatures the size of skyscrapers can show some level of emotion in some way, shape, and or form, I think that's what's always fascinated me about kaiju, and I wanted to try to emphasize that with my own kaiju projects, especially with my original one. So yeah.
The one thing I was also wondering about was with the gem, because I want you to explain that again because I'm curious.
I never actually explained that in the original. That's meant to be a family heirloom. It's not the source of her transformation power. It's sort of the transformation power is a thing that she had since birth, but the gem is sort of like it's meant to be a gift from her family that is sort of like a good luck charm to her. And sort of a symbol of like why she protects the people that she cares about. Like one of the visuals that I want to have is when Zeus banishes her to the underworld by functionally killing her, the necklace itself is broken, and then when her friends go down to save it, Zayn gives it back to her as a sign of trust. Like, just, I'll be here. I will be here to protect you like you did me. I'm repaying the favor. That kind of thing.
Okay.
It's not exactly practical. It's more so symbolic. So, yeah.
You know, I like it. Do you want to go over any of the Gamer Kaiju as well that you did?
I was actually wanting to go through the Gamera stuff because that was kind of the big reason I came on here, just to talk about like my philosophy with the Gamera Kaiju, especially. So with Gamera's 60th anniversary, I decided to go back to an old concept of mine, that being a Gamera trilogy concept that I had, that I made, I think, last year, actually, where the basic idea is that the kaiju are sort of like mech suits-esque thing. It's similar in philosophy to Neas, where it's like the kaiju can turn human, but it's sort of the inverse too, where Gamera's kaiju form is this main thing, but because of how long the quote-unquote pilot has been in there, they've sort of like been able to change from one to another. And the general theme with the story is, what does it mean to be human? Rediscovering humanity after having lost it for thousands of years. And I wanted each kaiju to be a mirror to Gamera. For Gamera specifically, I was thinking of something more keeping a very human-esque physique. My one gripe with this is that I think I made the shell too small. I should have probably sized that up a little bit further, because he does not look like he would be able to fit his whole body in there. But with Gamera, I took some cues primarily from both the Showa and the 2015 designs, specifically for the head, because Rebirth especially was incredibly expressive especially with how they had his eyes, so I wanted to emphasize his eyes, as well as, like, I don't really think we've had a Gamera with proper lips that closed over the teeth. So just going with something like that. And then the general physique, I wanted something like a samurai-esque look, but also something that is still recognizably Terrapin in some way. And with the roar shape, I think I showed off some of that expression where it's like, where he just looks like he's challenging someone, whereas in his stock pose he's just standing there. Yeah, And then I translated that philosophy. The reason I designed Gamera first was just because, well, for one, it's Gamera, why not? But also, I think Gamera would have been feels like a good basis for how I want to go to tackle the other kaiju. So if you could go for Garasharp next, the next one.
Oh, the next one. Sorry, you cut out there for a second on my end.
Oh, okay. But yeah, Garasharp, I sort of experimented further with what I had with Gamera and took it a little bit further from there, making her a little bit more expressive. Funnily enough, I actually, for how I wanted the kaiju to emote, I looked at how the Sonic characters emote, both in the games and movies. Gamera, I sort of used movie Shadow as a bit of a basis. For Garasharp, I took cues from Amy Rose. Especially you can see that in how the eyes are done. But I wanted to do something a little bit more femme fatale-esque, but also like gentle, but not above tearing someone to shreds if push comes to shove. And I also wanted to, I figured making Garasharp Gamera's ally, I think it would have just been an interesting thing to go for. Especially considering, because of lore reasons, they are closer than just mere allies. They're, well, I'll get into that if we do a Gamera pitch stream. But I wanted to try to emphasize that, as well as have her be somewhat of emphasize the ally bit, as if she's sort of a backer to Gamera. She's the power up. She's the one who powers him up, where the Shriek can do damage on its own, but it's more so used to amplify Gamera's power. And then for the Sting stuff, she attacks very close range, in comparison to Gamera preferring to either fight from the skies or go long range, if he's using his power set. And then, yeah, that was sort of my philosophy with Garasharp. And then Gauss. If you move on to the next one. Yeah. Oh, Gauss. Yes. This one's my personal favorite. Like, I get why Mecha Gamera is the preferred, but this is my personal favorite. Zim, you helped me a lot with this one.
You're welcome.
I can't thank you enough.
Oh, just a heads up, you're kind of breaking up again. Just letting you know if you need to repeat anything.
What?
I was saying that you're breaking up again, so you may need to repeat anything you just said.
Oh, I wanted to go for something a little bit more ravenous. So instead of using a Sonic characters, I used the Skullcrawler, as well as what Heise Gauss was going for. Sort of this emaciated, almost diseased creature that really just won't stop eating. It physically cannot close its mouth. I took cues from Frilled Sharks for designing the mouth especially, and then I also wanted to go for something a bit more bat-like in comparison to the more bird-like designs for Gauss that a lot of people go for. Because Gauss is primarily nocturnal. Not in this story, but in general. And I feel like going for something more bat-like just makes it a bit more unique. So, especially with the head, especially with the head and wings, I think I did that. The legs were the toughest part. And you and I had a pretty good back and forth with that when I was working on that. Mm-hmm. I still don't know if I got them right, but trying to make them look fitting within this emaciated, diseased-looking creature, that was a bit of a challenge. I think the feet are fine, but the legs especially, I still feel like I need to add a little bit more to them if I want to rework this. And, of course, the Supersonic Scalpel, I think I just figured I'd go for the beam attack thing. Mm-hmm. Why not? But, yeah, any thoughts so far before we continue?
I think I really like the ears especially. and I think that there's a lot of potential you can do with it, as well as the ridge here on the chest. It gives one monster reminds me of a lot is also Ridley from Metroid. Obviously, I was about to say Smash Bros. And I was about to cry because I was like, no, not Ridley from Smash Bros.
I mean, no, Ridley is my main though in Smash Bros.
Ridley's Riddle Cadiddle is my main in Smash Bros. As well.
Hell yeah, brother!
Riddle Cadiddle. But yeah, no, definitely. I'm happy to have helped as well in this one as well.
What about the other two though? Like, just
I would say, and I'm like hearing myself say so many times, but with Gara Sharp, it's interesting that you decided to make her a ally to Gamera instead of an antagonist. And I think that you do an overall very good job of continuing to like keeping the design pretty much intact, but giving it your own twist from what we've actually seen from the one little puppet for Gara Sharp. As for Gamera itself, I like the little bits of armor here up on the shoulders. I think that if we saw him from like a forward sort of view instead of like a profile view instead of a silhouette, he should definitely make sure he's very broad to give him that brawler type of aesthetic. I think that it feels like you were going for, as well as the color palette. I think is very well done.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Anything? C, do you have anything to add?
Not much really. I definitely appreciate that you kind of put some emphasis on how Gauss, considering that Gauss in the Showa era was a bat, like type creature. So your version of Gauss actually kind of put emphasis on that with like the ears and what have you, like something that is kind of overlooked in all the other, in pretty much every version of Gauss, quite frankly. As much as as iconic as it is, it is just. It's like you don't typically think of like a bat when you look at Gauss, not even the Showa era version. But I definitely appreciate that little detail there. And yeah, having like a sort of like a female, like not so much an adversary, maybe like sort of like maybe like something like the Catwoman to Gamera's Batman, maybe, with Gara Sharp. It's definitely like a very interesting sort of twist in the dynamic.
Actually, the thought process that Omni inspired the idea of Gara Sharp being an ally, because I remember after Gamera Rebirth aired, he did a video discussing like what could be next for the Gamera franchise, and he brought up the idea of Gamera having an ally, and my first thought was, hey, why not do that with Gara Sharp? Because honestly, Gara Sharp never really felt like someone that would work well as an antagonist. Like, it's a giant snake, but also I think having her be benevolent would separate her for a lot from the giant snake Kaiju. On top of the fact that she's already female, which female Kaiju are a dime a dozen. Well, not a dime a dozen, but like they're not as uncommon, but they're also not the go-to.
I think what's also interesting too with your idea is that in a way Gara Sharp feels like a natural kind of like ally to Gamera in the same way Mothra can be for Godzilla in some cases, where I don't know, like the idea of a snake kaiju helping a turtle kaiju, I just like the idea of it.
Yeah.
And Gamera, I definitely think his shell should be like a bit bigger, because like as he is right now, like he like it kind of makes me think of like a Ninja Turtle more than Gamera. But being honest,
Ninja Gameras.
I am waiting for a Gamera X TMNT crossover, because you gotta admit that would be fun.
If that ever happens, I'd be very surprised. It would be fun, but I'd be very surprised if it did happen.
That sounds crazy. Like what I'm seeing here for Zetas.
I had thoughts on Zetas. I just want to hear what you did with Zetas.
So Zetas in universe is meant to be a disgraced warrior. Again, I'll get to that if we do a Gamera pitch stream. But I wanted to try to emphasize that by going into a more like Ronin / assassin aesthetic. So he's a lot sharper, he's a lot sleeker, albeit I don't think I emphasize the sleekness all that much. And one of my biggest inspirations design wise was Infinite. Yes, Infinite, the one who me not
I'm not weak.
Yeah, Minecraft World. I was busy with something.
Oh,
I got called to go do something. That's why I was absent. It's fine. I'll just go after all your stuff.
all right.
I think you just got 2 more, so you'll be good to
Yeah, I
round
just
us
have
off.
this and 2 more. But yeah, Zetas, I wanted to try to go for the assassin look. This one I had to do a complete redesign because I did not like what I was doing earlier. It just felt like a rework. It just felt like the exact same design, but missing an eye. So it just felt like the exact same original Zetas design from the Brave, but missing an eye. So I wanted to fix that by, for one, just making him look sleeker, but also and more assassin-like, but still recognizably Zetas.
I do like the idea of at least the upper part of his head being this different color and being similar to the armor. I think what you could do to make him sleeker would be to break up these pieces here and have them more segmented so they'd feel more like tiny shingle armors along his legs, and try to maybe trim up the legs, which would also help make him sleeker, as well as start the arm, make that longer so he has that lanky kind of assassin vibe to him. And I think the frill shape here with it down under the jaw, it reminds me of, I forget the name of it, but it's a type of demon from Warhammer 40k. It's a corn demon. It's not a bloodthirster.
I'm
or
not
it's like a
that
berserker.
familiar with Warhammer, but
I know you're not familiar with Warhammer, and I should be more familiar with it, but I also don't play Chaos, and I don't really care about like the Chaos Demon models. But just the creature, the demon I'm referring to has its frill underneath the jaw like this, and it just reminds me of that. So if ever it comes back to me, I will tag you in the Discord and I will let you know what it's called.
Yeah, granted, Zetas in the original design kind of also has that, though it may not.
Yeah, but in the case of like the original design, it's like all around his head, kind of like a Dilophosaurus or a frilled lizard, kind of.
I took I mainly took cues from how, well, no, not the Great Devourer, that's around the head, but hell, I think like how mythological dragons with like quills are done, with like frills are done, how those things are portrayed, where it's like they're on the side of the head rather than
I know
just
what you're talking. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And then moving on to the next one. This
Probably
one
my favorite out of these.
Yeah, this one's generally the fan favorite, and I can see why. This one was simultaneously really easy to do, but also really difficult. Color-wise, I knew exactly what I was going for. I wanted to do a mech that looks like it was made of stone, but still has a metallic vibe. In universe, it's meant to be metal that over time was not exactly rusted, but changed to look like stone. But design-wise, this one was pretty tricky to get right because I could not for the life of me get the proportions down. I kept making it too skinny over and over again, and then I ultimately landed on this. Some of my biggest inspirations for this one, Metal Sonic, obviously, especially with the head. I wanted to take some cues from Metal Sonic for the head. Gypsy Danger, and then Hyperion from the Nemesis Saga. You can definitely see that with the arms being like the three fingers grappled together, as well as Megatron. As well as G1 Megatron specifically. I wanted to take a few proportional cues from, just make it look angular, but still recognizably ancient. And honestly, I think I did a pretty good job with this one. Like, especially, I think the hardest part color-wise was just trying to get the orange the right shade, because I was switching between like too light and too dark, and then I ultimately settled on this, and I think it kind of worked.
Yeah, no, you got it perfectly down with the colors, I'd have to say. So you did. I hats off to you on this one.
Yeah, I can see why this is a fan favorite. And then finally, Iris. This one is probably my least favorite. I don't dislike it, but I really think I could have done better. For one, I stuck way too close to the original design for this. From the Sonic end, my biggest inspiration was Mephiles the Dark, because I wanted to make it look almost zombie-like, zombie-like or crystalline, but also keep that expressive nature. Mephiles, despite the fact that he shambles in a lot of ways, he's still really expressive just through body language alone. And I wanted to get that with Iris. I also wanted to make Iris feel like a dangerous creature. So that's why I have all the veins flowing around him, which you can briefly see, which you can barely see. And the head is slightly tilted. Not just for profile view, but also I want that to be how he naturally looks when on the ground. I think my biggest issue is I may have made his arms too short. In fact, I definitely made his arms too short.
I think the arms are fine, but I think that if you move them from here and move them down this way, but keep the size exactly the same, then I think that fixes the issue that I believe you think there is. Because I think the size is fine. If anything, it's similar to the size of like classic Iris's arms, although I think the only difference is that the blades are maybe a tad smaller, but not even that by that much.
Yeah, I tried to make the blades also a little curved, like hooks.
I think also with Iris, I think I understand the idea of wanting to make them more hook-like, but I think with how Iris's head shaped, keeping them more straighter, I think works best when you're dealing with all those angles.
Okay. Yeah, and then the wings, I think I like the wings the most on this design. I just really I wanted to make them huge just to give Iris, like, that's part of what I drew from for Titanus Ghidorah. I wanted to make Iris have that kind of apocalyptic presence that Titanus Ghidorah has, and the wings being the way that they are, I think just helps that. So, yeah.
There we go. Awesome job, gentlemen.
Any final thoughts on those three, just overall from the other two?
Is that for me or is that for C?
For C and Kuru.
Yeah, I mean, Iris is definitely a little bit derivative of the Heisei era version. Like not bad, just kind of like maybe like some tweaks here and there to kind of like make it stand out just a little bit more. And the Mecha Gamera thing is definitely an interesting thing there. Kind of neat to give Gamera like sort of like his Mecha Godzilla sort of analog, to go off on potentially.
My philosophy,
which is something that I was surprised that never even happened. That has never even happened at any point in the franchise.
I was just like, when I saw that, I was like, wait, Mecha Gamera doesn't exist? Fine, I'll do it myself.
Yeah.
And here we go.
Yeah.
It's like it's such a natural concept, especially considering what Gamera is. So
yeah, it's kind of surprising. I'm gonna head off because I gotta cut some Z's.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
There we go.
Yeah. As far as
thank you as always, and I know you'll be your Longman's coming up soon.
Oh yes, yeah. I pretty much wanted to plug that. I should have it done tomorrow or Thursday, and it will be out by Friday. So
there we go. Awesome, man. Thank you for being on, and I will await the Longman.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. We probably
man.
watch it during work.
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably have a premiere kind of like have like do like the premiere thing that YouTube does, where you can like set a specific time for when you have it start. So it would just be
Yeah.
like a fun little event there. But yeah, see y'all later.
There you go, man. Peace.
Yeah.
And
So,
then
Kuru,
number
you want
3.
anything to say?
I think I'm kind of with everyone. Iris leaves a lot to be desired, but then again, it's like, how do you build
It's like-
upon such a unique design already?
Iris is already kind of perfect. Like, if you just look at the original design, it's almost kind of perfect that it's
Never
pretty
improve
fixed.
upon perfection, Soundwave.
Yeah, that. But like, that was one of my biggest challenges with Iris. I kept going back to the original and just trying to not be that, but also be recognizably Iris. And I kind of think I fell somewhere in the middle and not in a good way.
Yeah, I think it's just like it's like a good design. It's just that there's a few tweaks to make it better and less like good Irish design, okay fan Irish design, I guess, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I'm definitely keeping the wings the way that they are, though.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
But now we have Crew's other thing he wanted to show off.
Go back to the very first image.
First one?
So
Yeah.
no, not I mean the first image of like the batch that I sent. So it would be the last one you showed.
This one?
Yes.
Okay.
This was a rough sketch done by another artist friend of mine, not the one who did Trago. This was for his own AU called God's Abomination. This is obviously red. And this is the reason I'm showing this off, even though this isn't my creation, is because I was actually quite involved in the creative process for red. And I was going to kind of talk about what exactly was going on here. So obviously, this first one I feel is pretty close to what red is in the creepypasta. But as he was getting closer to actually adding red officially into the story, we started experimenting with the design, showing the next 2 slides.
This one right here and this one?
Yeah. So that he started experimenting with giving red actual visible eyes and potentially something more akin to a mouth. And it was around this point I roughly started to step in, because this sketch specifically, I just straight up said should be burned. I did not like this idea because he was trying to look for other inspirations, because as you can see, this very clearly is inspired off of the boiled one, if you know what that is.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just, no. This was starting to tread too far from, I think, red as a design. The first thing was the eyes. I think if you're going to do a red design, no eyes. The face should feel almost completely hollow. Like you could stick it through like the eye hole and your hand could come out through his mouth. Like there's nothing in there. Because I think that just adds to just how creepy he is, since part of what makes red in the original story work is the pixelated format. Like, red as a design is functionally ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's
what makes a lot of the original stuff so generally with that's what makes a lot of the stuff in the original creepypasta so generally unsettling. I agree with Kuru on this, because this is something that should not happen in the game. Like, not even physically could, physically should not happen. Like, if you've read this stuff or you've seen the images without context, then you'll know exactly what he's getting at with that. He's like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he's doing his own thing. But
Do you want me to move up? Wait, up? Guru just muted himself there.
He had something to do.
Okay, I gotcha. But yeah, no, definitely. I think when I'm looking at this, obviously red's red, so like having be like just a sketch here is a lot different. Whereas it's also I like the addition of the kind of arms here for the legs. That's nice. It's a little bit better, I think, in my opinion, than the just the spider legs that he had originally, which I think is like cool for the design. Because actually, we can pull up because this is probably the closest there is to just how red looks like in the creepypasta.
Mm-hmm.
Red.
Yeah. It's like you have that look.
Mhm.
It looks almost hollow. Like I'd say Colossal Kaiju Combat gave it a shot. It's right next to the picture.
That one right there.
That one tried, but it didn't really get there. Granted, it was trying to be something very different from what the creepypasta was, but still.
Well, I think too, like one thing I'll actually say about this design, like it's a very the art piece itself is well put together, but even looking at like the original sprite versus how this looks, he just looks a little too stumpy. Like his legs are very small, where his body's larger than his head's massive.
Mhm.
And I think that like with Red especially, even here, his legs are thin, but they're very long. So he doesn't look like he's very low to the ground like he does here.
Granted, I also think that's just the pose that he's in. So
Yeah, maybe. But like even looking at this, where you see that's where the bend is in the leg and that's where it ends. Whereas you have the bend here and then it comes here. Even if we were to move this up, it would be a lot smaller. And I think that also the legs here, there might be a difference in size, but even then, these are definitely smaller than how they appear on the sprite.
yeah.
I would also say, like, again, it's hard to translate like more detail from a sprite here, but
So sorry about that. Again,
you're
I had to
good.
do something else. What
It's
are we
totally
talking
fine.
about now?
We're just talking about like Red's design and like comparing the sprites to the Shadow of Red design that they did.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I just straight up don't think this looks good.
Yeah, I don't either. It's like is the art piece technically well done? Yes. Do I think this interpretation is well designed? No.
Yeah, it's different. Like Red is a lot more complicated from someone like Solomon, who is so much easier to work with by comparison, because like he's just more of a generalized kaiju in by nature. Like
Yeah, I'd even say his design here is a better translation of his design from the NES game. But even then, I'd say like there's certain things that they improved on with it, in my opinion.
yeah. Wait,
Yeah.
such as? I'm curious.
I think that having this little bit of like lighter grayish blue in terms of his face as well as on the arms, the ends of the wings, and on these little armor pieces, I think breaks up his color a little bit. Where I think that like he looks good here as an NES sprite, but I think like translating it more, I like these additions, and I think that they add to his character rather than detract. And I think that overall the design also keeps his proportions the same, whereas with the Shadow of Red design, it does not.
Yeah, but so I started to kind of incorporate again some more stuff from the design, because I think I said one of the things that makes, it seems like you said what I was going to say, which is that the design, Red's design works because of the ironic lack of detail.
Yeah, it's something that should not exist.
But then we got this after a few more drafts, and I think this is flawless. This went in the almost, like, once we started getting to this, I basically said the body of the first image with something close to the head of that second one, and then I think hollow out the face, and then I think we got something.
Mm-hmm.
And then this was the final form, which I just could not be happier with how all of this turned out.
Dude looks draconic, and it works so well.
Yeah,
Well,
he does have the classic kind of wyvern dragon proportions with these arms here, but without the wings, it just seems overall skeletal, which I think is what I assume you guys were going for, which I really like.
Yeah, because Red in God's Abomination, like in universe, Red is a demon that has been trying to escape hell for eons. And he finally managed to get away when Zachary was so heavily traumatized by a fight between Godzilla and Titanosaurus that killed his entire family that Red finally had a back door, and he began tormenting Zach for years. And in universe, Red is actually a figment of Zach's mind. It's like a demon that's in his head, and there's a lab that's able to give dreams like physical form. This is how Gabara comes to be, and also Manila in universe, and they try the same electroshock therapy on Zack, and it winds up freeing Red. And this is the form Red takes whenever he's like distorting Godzilla in this universe.
Mm-hmm.
Because this isn't like him possessing Godzilla, this is him taking Godzilla's form.
Sort of mimicking him?
Yes, this is mimicry. And again, I just could not be happier with how this all turned out. I think straight up, this is the best recreation of Red I've ever seen.
Yeah, no, honestly, this kind of would be a really cool design for like Deathla as well, or at least not the design itself, at least the proportions would be something I'd like to see if someone was to ever do a Deathla design to mimic.
I think if I develop Godzilla Legacy a little further, I'll probably use this as a base for Deathla and see where I can go.
It also, like, the story also does give Acacius and Solomon a role in, because once Zack realizes that he also manifests Solomon and Acacius, which in this universe are comic book characters, to try and fight off Red, and this actually winds up working, but it also ends up killing him. If you can stomach a lot of gore, go read the Book of Red done by Rora. It is so good.
I wouldn't even just say go read the Book of Red. Go check out God's Abomination. Rora does, dude. Not only is he a really nice guy, but dude's work is just. I would put him up there as one of the best fan Goji creators still around. Up there with people like Metal Neck and Lost Utopia Films.
Yeah, I'm someone who straight up. Then again, this is a bit of a hot take I've kept to myself. I don't like Black Mass.
Really?
Dun, dun.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
It's doing the Godzilla zombie thing, and that is like whenever I hear that concept, I want to toss it in the bin.
I think for me, I like the concept with Black Mass. The ancient Black Mass concept that's attached to it. I haven't been following it as much as I probably should, but apparently there was an ancient thing that was attached to Godzilla, and that's part of what causes the Black Mass creatures to manifest or something to that degree. Where I'm probably describing it wrong.
Is that the Black Mask entity chooses an individual of those salamanders to basically cause an extinction event.
Yeah.
And I don't know why, but that just doesn't do it for me. I think
it's
I have fundamental issues with the concept of an Eldritch Godzilla.
I don't mind the idea of an Eldritch Godzilla, but I think that for me, at least in this case, I always liked Black Mass as the idea of a really distorted Godzilla, and that being what humanity does and creates. But then tacking on the Eldritch part to it, I think lessens that aspect, and I think that it kind of makes Serizawa's experiments less impactful in the story.
I like the idea of Reed ironically being this innocent salamander that's turned into a monster. And I like the human cast, but it's the take on Godzilla and the adding in the Eldritch aspect to me doesn't work. Not that Godzilla can't be a interesting way to explore cosmic horror. I think Void Ghidorah shows that it could work if it was done well,
I think
but not with Godzilla.
I think
Godzilla's
Godzilla
origins are
works
so
fine. Like, as I think you can do Godzilla and cosmic horror really well. If anything, like the Doom That Came to Sarnath is the closest you're gonna get to anything written by H.P. Lovecraft that's Godzilla-esque. And then there was a story that Lovecraft wanted to do at one point that involved essentially a Hollow Earth ecosystem, but he never got around to writing it. So, like,
I also
you could do it really well, but yeah.
I also yeah, I don't know. I don't like most horror-based takes on Godzilla, at least for myself, if that makes sense. Like Bloodbath doesn't do it for me. Black Mass, many others, a lot of them I've already explained. I don't dislike the idea of a Godzilla virus, but not zombies. I just
Mhm.
then again, I'm someone who generally just it's not even the idea of zombies, it's just zombie apocalypse as a end of the world scenario is one of my least favorite. Then again, I don't like most end of the world scenario like in that way unless you get creative with it. Like Maruki's reality in Persona 5, which has so many disturbing implications, but but I could talk about Persona for hours, but I have. But like, yeah, that's generally why I no shade to Metal Neck or to just what he's got going. It's without doubt he's caught on to something and is pretty big in the Fangoji scene, but it's just a personal thing.
Yeah.
I
No.
do really like the ideas that he has post ironically read, like his stuff with Godzilla Jr. That to me, and also Nomad Kong and Gorosaurus, that to me is like so much more interesting
Oh,
to
I
me.
actually really don't like his King Kong ideas, in my opinion.
How come?
Like,
I think that, like, generally, I think when people are designing their Kongs nowadays, they try to make them a little too human as they were. So, like, they have cultures, or they use a lot of like advanced weapons, or even if they're primitive weapons, they're advanced in terms of their construction, which creates a lot of implications as to how you write Kong. And almost like, and this is me doing a lot of assumptions, I'd have to do more research on it, but I feel that like people try really hard when they're designing their Kongs to be as far away from the 33 or 333 Kong as possible, or essentially just try to do 2005 again, but just with their own creatures. And that's fine to me, but like, I think that there's a lot you could do with Kong in the 30s and keeping pretty consistent to the original idea for Kong. And most people just don't do that, and most like Kong ideas miss the mark for me.
Let's be honest here. That is 100% because of the MonsterVerse and how it handled Kong.
yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah, that's definitely because of the MonsterVerse take on Kong. But yeah, that's just once we started getting the whole, Godzilla's flesh, fuses with humans and you get weird Godzilla zombie raptors, I lost interest in Black Mass pretty quick after that. Because one of my, I think I mentioned it earlier, was that Trago ironically exists because of spite. Because I hated the idea of Godzilla people so much that I decided, you know what? I'm going to do this concept right to prove my point on why everyone is doing it wrong.
You're going to have your own Godzilla human with blackjacks and hookers.
Yes, and you know what? It's pretty good if I say so myself, which I do.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I've actually helped him out a little bit with fleshing out some ideas for that.
But yeah, that's just my own take, and I'm very happy with how all that has turned out. I to this day wish I could show off Obscura if that ever got off the ground, but it's been a project me, Rora, and a few others have long since canned.
Mhm.
But it lives on in a lot. Obscura was a sort of post-apocalyptic Tokyo specifically. The rest of the world is fine. Tokyo has been trashed by a Godzilla that is producing a radioactive like smog, and it is about them using a steampunk Mechagodzilla to try and kill him.
I think you mentioned this to me once before. It sounds really familiar, and I swear it was you.
It might have been me, but it's it like the first 2 pages of the comic were illustrated. They just needed to be colored, and me and a few others were going to work on writing it. And I to this day wish more of that could have been done, but yeah. To elaborate on one more thing, because I think I never did explain my reasons for disliking Eldritch Godzilla just as a take, is because his origins are so closely tied to humanity that I think cutting that off, a certain aspect of him is lost.
Well, if you think about it, another way that you can make Godzilla Eldritch is make Godzilla a product of the Dreamlands, because if you tie Godzilla to an aspect of humanity that's just more on the Eldritch spectrum, you still keep that, since a lot of what goes on in the Dreamlands is a product of humanity rather than of like the elder gods and stuff and the elder things.
That's not. It could work. I think I'm using cosmic horror here as in like this is Godzilla's not of this world, and I
think like also it's a
that's
problem
one of
with
my
like
least
how
favorite
people
I love
do cosmic horror these days.
I love
Where
people don't get what cosmic horror is even is, and it sucks. I still think the best example of cosmic horror in the modern day is Bloodborne.
I think that as much as I love Bloodborne, I love it to death, but I think that Bloodborne also is part of the problem when it comes to how people view Eldritch and like cosmic horror, because it very much drapes itself with the aesthetics of what people think of when they think of it, which is like tentacles, elder gods, etc., etc. But if you read Lovecraft, or you look at stories written by people who Lovecraft interacted with, cosmic horror was a lot more vibrant.
It's just
and a lot
I feel like you could definitely say Bloodborne is part of that problem.
It's part of that problem, but I think not because of because of Bloodborne itself, but more because of what people consume when they hear cosmic horror stories.
It's because Bloodborne is so popular that it kind of shifted how. It's no fault of the game. It's the fault of the people that consume.
Well, it's the fault of cultural osmosis, because like when people think cosmic horror, they think Cthulhu, and Cthulhu doesn't really appear in too many Lovecraft stories.
I think he's only in like one by name.
No, he's in more by name. Off the top of my head, I can't say all of them since it's so late, but he's in a few of them. He only physically appeared in one, which was the Call of Cthulhu. And yeah, then it's like a lot of people like misunderstanding the mythos, and that's like when people like call it the Cthulhu mythos, they think that like he's essentially the Godzilla of his universe, which he isn't.
Yeah, no.
But we'll just end things off with
I wanted to show off the battle royale from the original Kaiju pitch stream that we did a while ago.
Yeah, and I'll definitely do that. I'll show mine off for another stream probably, just because it's so late.
Yeah.
Sorry, I hope I didn't keep y'all.
Nah, you're fine.
It's fine.
It was mostly Lizard King who kept us.
Nah, what's it called? No one really kept anyone. The stream's always open like that for a reason. Honestly, I probably should have started the stream earlier, so then we could go longer.
I thought it was gonna be an hour and a half earlier than it was.
It was. I had other things that was kind of going on. I wasn't sure as to how those would end, so then I kind of pushed things back.
But yeah, this was a collaborative effort.
I love this.
This was a collaborative effort between myself, Kraken, ZG, and Primo. Honestly, I hope Kraken's doing okay. But
I think I still have him on Discord.
really?
Yeah,
Oh,
because his Discord isn't. He didn't deactivate his Discord. He's
no,
just not really active.
he just left the server and then apparently deleted his account too. His YouTube
He
account.
did.
Yeah, his YouTube account is.
His YouTube account's gone.
Yeah, I tried to look it up.
I'll check to see if I can find his Instagram.
But yeah, this was after the original Kaiju pitch. Since Sea Monster didn't really have a design, we sadly couldn't include him, and Stripe Lizard didn't post his design in the.
I still want to get art of Trago and Neas duking it out.
Yeah, I need to do that. Well, I first need to design Trago, but
yeah,
honestly, I think this turned out really well. I think Kraken did the sketch, Primo did the line art, I did coloring, ZG did shading.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, and yeah, I think this turned out amazingly.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun to do the Flash Fiction stream, and I definitely want to make sure that that's gonna be a little bit more rigorous, so that we actually get stuff out there and all of that.
I have some work, but I haven't really gone much since last summer because everything has been getting in the way.
Yeah, something's in the way. But yeah, I would say I'd go for another 6 minutes, but I am dreadfully tired, so I will not make it the 5 hours. Actually, you know what? Actually, I'll do it. Why not? We're close to 5 hours, and even if you guys go off, I'll be able to end it. So
yeah, I mean, I'm still gonna be awake for a bit, so.
I haven't eaten. I haven't even eaten yet. I'm gonna be honest. I'm
gonna eat literally the moment I get off. So
okay. But yeah. So that was fun.
Yeah. Well, I'll show off my Kaiju just to end it off. Let me do this. Yeah, there we go.
Is that the man in the suit?
That doesn't even work in this case. Like that would have if I was gonna show the other Kaiju, maybe it might have worked. I would have looked at you and I would have decided I'm gonna track your IP address now.
You just post my fucking IP address in the goddamn chat.
I genuinely love that clip. Like that's one of the funniest.
I have it saved.
I will kill you.
What were you? After the stream, by the way, DM us what you were gonna say. By the way, I'm still curious.
Oh, I'll what's it called? If you guys are both here, I'll let you know.
Yeah, bro, that has been itching at me for the last few weeks.
There was two things I was gonna say, and both of them have got my channel just nuked.
Oh no!
But
that's amazing.
Yeah, so with this design, like it lit like I was working on it for several days, and the whole point of it was, and of course he finally shows up, right? We're about to end it. Vic.
Yo.
You Californian Baja Blast sucking late as hell.
98 loving son of a bitch.
This is why people deserve to get bullied.
This is why 98 deserves to get bullied. You everything.
All right, then start from the top and explain it to me slowly.
No, you get nothing today.
Just put on 2 times speed. Just put on 2 times speed.
You're happy enough. You get your buddy's birthday today, so this is the only bit of happiness you get today. But yeah, so originally what I really wanted to do is I needed a long-necked kaiju, and I wanted something that was kind of snake-like, but there was already a monster I had that kind of fulfilled the snaky role, so I wanted something that was at least 4-legged. And at least the concept was basing it, well, for most of the original Kaiju 2000 cast was to base them off Triassic animals. So Tanystropheus was the basis for this monster. It was just a Tanystropheus giant monster. But when I kept doing it, I was like, what can I do to make it unique? So I decided, Tanystropheus is an aquatic creature, so give him like some frills on the back of the neck. But that wasn't enough, so Then I thought, what kind of spines could I add to it? And a Margosaurus was a dinosaur that I felt was unique enough for a sauropod because of its feature of the
Could have
spines
done
along its back.
Bajatosaurus.
I could have, but then I was like, eh. And I also wanted to add, like, I really wanted to make the head super serpentine. And at the time, I really enjoyed it. And I still kind of like what I did. But even with the name Hydratus, it's like, it's not even really a Hydra. And the colors didn't mesh as well as I wanted to originally. So I was like, okay. And another monster, Agira, had gone through a redesign, and I was like, let's do something for Hydratus. And Tragera became the new version of this design where the head is closer to that of an actual Tanistropheus. The body was more influenced by that, but also the giant behemoth essentially was a big influence on this as well.
Yeah,
And
I can see how, especially with the legs.
The legs especially were a big influence. I also wanted to give him a paddle-like tail. I reduced the fins to just horns, but then another thing I wanted to do is I wanted to keep the spines, but instead of basing him from Monogosaurus, I based him off Lingosquama, which is another Triassic animal. And by adding the big spines that are like iconic of that species while also giving them this fins, I was able to combine two Triassic animals and give it a unique design that wasn't just a sail. And then for colors, everything just became more muted, and there was less like light lime greens that kind of broke everything up. And I used this sort of shamrockish green here, and I liked that I gave them a tiny bit of bioluminescence along the back, which a lot of people, when I posted this onto the YouTube like post, originally thought it was like an alien kaiju, which I think I'm happy with because this is supposed to be like a deep sea sort of monster. So you'd be swimming down in a submarine and you just sort of see these lights glowing around before the neck turns around and crushes you. And outside of just the art itself just being better, I'm just really happy that I was able to transition from that first design into something that I'm far more proud of in terms
You're
of
transitioning.
appearance.
I'm so proud of you.
I'm not joining you, unfortunately, in that endeavor, my friend. But I wish you all the best. But there it is. We literally, I'm the master of that. I made it right to 5 hours.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Exactly.
Actually, it's 5 hours and 45 seconds. 46,
I will slap your nuts
48,
off if there were any to slap
50,
off.
51, 52, 53, 54, 55.
You're even wrong. I'm looking at it right now, and it's already at a minute.
It's going, but I think it's going slower for me.
Maybe you're just slow.
Shut up.
This is why we hit it off well at G-Fest.
Yeah,
you're goddamn right, dude. We need to like. So what needs to happen is if we can ever get everyone to G-Fest,
if G-Fest does a showing of Godzilla 98, we all need to show up.
Well, that's the thing. They did one, I think it was a year. It was 2 years ago. Was it 2 years ago or 2 years ago they did it. So they did
we all need to like show up. We need to strap Zin down and gag him.
We have Vic and Braden.
No, it'd be even funnier if it's like you just get enough people to be like Zimzilla, Zimzilla. Yes. It's not even because I did it. It's just for some reason someone got enough people to just say it over and over again.
Yes.
You got to Zim
G98. But also what needs to happen is we all need to be in uniform, and I know the perfect shirt for us all to wear. We need to like make an art piece that is like a that is mimicking the Destroy All Monsters movie poster, but it's all of our fan kaiju, and it's just captioned with "Destroy All movie fans."
Destroy all movie fans.
You still need to do that print.
No,
by the
even
way.
better. It's like what's it called? We just like Photoshop Adam Does Movies with like 3 heads, and it's all different reactions from his YouTube thumbnails.
I was gonna say Adam, the Americans Don't Understand Godzilla guy, and Grimuglia as each head. Instead
Oh,
of
that could work too. Or like you still do Adam Does Movies as Ghidorah, but the fire dragon is Hack the Movies in the background. And it's just his face. We just see Meat Writer written on his face because apparently he got super mad about me calling him that.
If this proposition for whatever reason gets Adam Does Movies to watch Destroy All Monsters, I am going to cry.
No, just what's it called? It's like you dub over all of our like responses to him in a clip of Destroy All Monsters, where it's like right as Ghidorah hits like Gorosaurus and Godzilla with the gravity beam, it's "I'm sorry, it's not a Marvel movie, fucker."
Bro, I've had that idea for a shirt for months now. Ever since movie fan became a thing we said.
No, what's it called? He's done
a
Never Forget shirt for Godzilla -1. We definitely need to do I'm a movie fan. I need to do a Zogra I'm a movie fan.
Yes, it's
or just Zogra in the Zogra just like in a chair in a movie theater.
Imagine
like,
if
movie fan as like a flag he's got.
Imagine. I still love the idea of the Destroy All movie fans idea. Just put that poster on a shirt. We all wear it to G-Fest. And imagine for some reason, through some happenstance, Adam sees that photo.
Oh my!
Oh, he'd be like, "Man, these guys got really no time on their hands. They made a shirt about me and everything, guys.
We have time on our hands because we made the shirt. This is what we use with our time."
I'm just wondering what his realistic reaction would be. Probably just him laughing his ass off, and to be honest.
Or he'd just be like,
But internally he is
just seething.
Yes.
No, but like what we were thinking, it's not just us on the Zimcast. It's like Animus is there, Omni is there. Hell, we were thinking of like inviting, like imagine if Brutally Honest showed up as well, just because why not?
Oh, I love that. But I hit my 5-hour quota, kids. We will finally end this stream off. I thank you all for joining us for 5 hours, and we will give a conciliatory prize to Vic for showing up in the last minute.
Yeah.
It's like a Godzilla movie without Godzilla. But, stay tuned.
It's called Godzilla.
98. Yeah.
What?
But stay tuned. I've got the Rodan video still in the pipeline. I'm finishing that up. There's going to be some vlogs I'm going to be doing that are related to 2 big projects I'm working on.
I read Persona fan fictions on AO3.
That too. And as always, guys, remember the
98 forever.
The proud, the 98 haters.
Semper Fi, motherfucker.